Oh, ah. Oh, ah. Ee, ah, ooh, ah. Ee, ah, ooh, ah, ah. Ee, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Beep, beep, boop, boop. Oh. Oh, oh, what? Yeah. Chaw. Please ignore this incoming message. I can't stop it from happening. Just pretend like it didn't happen. Wow, it might not be happening. Ah, there it is. There it is. Hey guys, I'm a bot and I'm gonna control your life. For help, please type nano help. Powered by nanotwitchleaves.com. Hey guys, subscribe to nanotwitchleaves.com, please. Whoa. It's Sunny! Hey! Sunny! How are you doing? Fine! Oi! Hey! Fine, I was watching you stream earlier. Oi! It's good to see you. Shiny! Whoa! Shiny! Hey! Wait a second, how are you up right now? Are you on my schedule right now, Shiny? I'm gonna go get the rest of this coffee. I'll be right back. Everybody get your drinks. And get your snacks. You were promised a doodle? What? But it's Kirby Day. No! But it's Kirby Day. Little cutie. I don't know if I'm gonna do doodles today. I'm sorry. Listen, I'll do them tomorrow. I'm sorry. Because today's Kirby. New Kirby game. I don't think that we can avoid it. I'm sorry. Silly cutie. Turns out you're the cheese tree. What? You can't raid me right at the beginning? Hey, my camera ain't even on. Hey, howdy. Hey, it's Goofs McGoof, Anorama, and Cheese Tree. What the heck? Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, wait a second. Cheese Tree. I just started. It says 1, but there's actually 3. I see him. Goofs McGoofy. Thanks for coming over. Oh my gosh, y'all are all subs. What's up? Hey, there was a party going on at Cheese Tree's house. That is awesome. You guys, there's a party going on. I can't believe I wasn't there. I can't believe it. I hope your stream was good. What were you up to? Nice. Cheese Tree, what were you playing? You must tell me. Otherwise I'm Twitch done messed it up. Yeah, Twitch always like reports a lower amount for me. It's very weird. Storm Shield, what's up? Oi. Yeah, everybody, welcome into Raiders. We got Cheese Tree, bringing over the friendos. Oh yeah, baby. Working on the videos and thumbnails, chatting with the kind folks. What? I didn't know that you did YouTube. Oh, Summer Windsnap, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Hi there, Demolion. Hope you're doing good. What's up, Bay? Let me grab my coffee. I'm almost ready to go, you guys. It's almost Kirby time. Hey, Pie, how are you doing? Pie. Oh, the coffee's cold. It's cold. Oi. How's everybody's Friday going? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm done getting around. All right. Camera's on. Boom. Hi there, everybody. What's up? How's your Friday going? I hope y'all's Friday's going fantastic. Here comes the weekend. You got any plans? You got to tell me your plans. What are we getting up to? Come on, what are the shenanigans? I need y'all to tell me what we're doing. Come on. Haven't gotten y'all's invites yet. Where's the invites to the activities that we're doing? Huh? We got some after school activities that we're gonna get up to. Some shenanigans, some dubious shenanigans. Please tell me that we're doing something this weekend, you guys. Please tell me. Please tell me that one of y'all has a plan, right? Right? Silly Cutie, I love this shirt. Gosh. Honestly, I could gush about this shirt all day, but you would get tired of that. And I actually have 2 of these shirts because because Alchemic sent me another one because the other one started to get faded. This one's bigger anyway, so it's kind of like a cozy shirt. I normally wear shirts that fit me, but it's fun to have some like a couple of shirts that are too big for whenever you want big shirt vibes. Formulando, what's up? How are you doing? Hey, it's my favorite Formula 1 car with eyeballs on the tires. What's up? How are you doing? Ahsoka, welcome. Are y'all ready for some Kirby? I'm playing extracurricular Kirby music, even though it's not 100% necessary because we've got a Kirby game, the new Kirby game, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. How'd they forget about all this land? Wait a minute, that's a lot of land to forget. That's kind of a lot of land. What'd you say? You just said don't point. Stop pointing at me. Too much pressure. Cheese tree. What are we doing? Cheese tree. Hello. Hey. You love this game? How do you love it? It just came out. Hey, Floggy. What's up, by the way? It's so bright. There he is. Corby. We have Corby. You guys, hey, what's up? It's Joshy, aka Flatly Written. How are you doing? Hey.
Hi. Boyo.
Hey, what's up? Alchemic, I had to do some poyos for that beautiful little Kirby emote. I love it. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry that you're feeling tired, Alchemic. What could that be caused by? What could it be caused by? It's so odd. So odd that you'd be feeling tired. Does it have anything to do with how you played video games all night? Oh, I was gonna ask you. Oh yeah, okay. I just lost my train of thought because I was trying to remember what that translation was for your message on Discord. What was it? Oi! Listen, what the translation for the thing? You gave me a small project with your status. Didn't it say something like this feeling that I have is not love? Does that mean anything? Does that mean like? Is that a good translation? Is that like a music lyric or something? Is that like a quote? Or something? I don't know. Is it, what'd you say? You should make an album that, is that a hype train of thought? Yo, listen, I'm living on a hype train of thought. Listen, this whole train that's a translation? Okay, so what is that? Is it like a quote? Or did you come up with it yourself? Is that OC? Is that straight off the top? Whoop whoop, got done with the culinary classes just in time. Hey, Pocket Cupcake, ready to rock. Oh, yes. Yes. Whoop, whoop. Let me see. Been watching people stream it for the last 4 hours. Flatly Written, what do you think so far? Just kidding, don't spoil anything. I mean, I played the demo. It's gonna be a good game. Your son wants to play this game? Ah, silly cutie, at least we can get a little preview of it. Maybe you can determine whether it's worth buying. I mean, to be honest, video games always go down in price at least a little bit, so buying video games whenever they come out, it's not the best idea, but I gave up on that a long time ago. I gave up on being smart a long time ago. Oi. But I still don't hear any weekend plans. What are we doing? I'm serious, you guys. I'm serious. You promised that we were doing something this weekend. You promised. You even said that there was enough spaces in the car for all of our friends. And now you won't tell me what the plans are? Did it get canceled? Did our friends cancel? Did everything fall through? I'll crochet, you play. We'll see where we land. You play. I like that. I like the energy behind that. I'll do the crocheting and the sitting. You play, and we'll see. We'll see. No, you promised. What? Now, cheese treat. Listen. Okay. I'll admit, maybe I implied that I had a plan, but I assume that you would actually have one because you're always the one that's picking what we do. If it isn't online multiplayer, we don't buy the game out of the gate. What? What if it's single player? What? Wait a second. Does this have online multiplayer? It says Nintendo Switch Pro controller compatible. It says the game includes an online feature that requires an online subscription, not available in all countries. I think you can play this. I think you can play this 2-player online. I think, right? I just told you my plans. Please don't shout. I'm sorry. I'll stop shouting. All right. We're not going to shout anymore. We're going to calm it down. My plans this weekend are surprise Formula 1, but hopefully it gets canceled. What? There was a missile strike? Formulando. Oh my God. That's horrible. What does that have to do with racing? I mean, I guess it does. Everything has to do with racing if you think about it. Hey, gotta go. Be back soon, hopefully. Okay, Storm Shield, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling with us. Hey. My plan this weekend is attempting to reset my sleep schedule. Oh no. You went to sleep at 9 a.m. and forced myself up at noon. Oh my goodness. Force yourself up. Oi. Alchemic. You didn't do that for the... You didn't do that for the stream, did you? You didn't do that for the stream, did you? Oh my gosh. If that is the case, we need to play this game as soon as possible. Storm Shield. Oi. Thanks for vibing with us for a little bit. Hopefully, we'll see you in a minute. Okay, you guys, I'm not going to be able to focus on anything. Not going to be able to focus it. Okay, good. I was going to say, Alchemic. You better get your sleep. It's 2 p.m. Oh, yeah, that's true. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna get it started. We're gonna get this game started. I don't wanna beat around the bush, you guys. I really want to play this game. I want to play this game. It's already here. Let's see. I've been looking forward to this game for so long, you guys. I'm sorry. We have to play it right now. Let me see. Is this on HDMI 2, I think? Pretty sure. Oh, shucks. I actually can't change it yet. Okay. Oh, this is so confusing. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. Bingo bango. Okay, already broke it. Shaking my head. Listen. I'm trying to set some new records. All right, I'm setting new breaking records. Hey, who done broke it? Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Spooky vibes. I hope you're doing well. Keeping it spooky. Hashtag keeping it spooky. Okay. Now I'm gonna change. We're gonna play some Kirby. Everybody ready to get curb stomped? Yay. Kirby is stomping on all these dubious creatures. Okay, maybe it is HDMI 1. Here we go, Comb. It's a new game, babe. God, that's bright. The screen is so bright. Can you see that? Dude, why is this game so bright? My eyes. Stop. I'm being blasted. Why is it so bright? Stop! Kirby, don't do this to me. Why did it reset my monitor? It reset my monitor and put everything up to 100%. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Holy mackerel. My eyes. All right. Now we can play. Y'all probably can't see that difference, right? That doesn't change y'all's. Oh, here we go, baby. Kirby, he's so cute.
Bio.
This music's relaxing as heck. Everybody go to sleep. Sleep up, gamers. Everybody get your blankies. It's time for bed. Never mind. Let's go. Come on now. Kirby's in danger. He's mad. Come on, Waddle Dee. Hop on board, baby. Waddle Dee. Waddle Dees. Whoopee! Kirby's eyes! Stop doing that! I love it. Keep doing it. Bandana Waddle Dee! I know! What a cutie! What a cutie pie! We kind of love him. We kind of love him. That's it. Introduction done. Ready to game. Ready, gamers? Kirby, no. Kirby died. Kirby's got a sand beard, dude. Sand beard. Oh, Sunny Hirosol is so cute. Sunny. Dang it. I messed it up twice. Short, sweet, and simple. Just like Kirby. That's true. That's true. A short little intro for a short little guy. A cute little intro for a cute little creature. We're starting with the demo. All right. All right, demo time. You guys, I love this part. I love this part. I already played this part, so I can tell you that I love it. I don't know anything about the rest of this game. Kirby looking a little wet in that water. Okay, I'm just gonna move my camera up here. I don't know, like in the middle. I don't know, something like that. Oh, Kenny, I told Opes this, but I thought you'd appreciate it too. I got a gift sub at a musician's channel, and they have a Hirosol emote. What? That's awesome. Hey, wait a minute. What kind of music are we talking about? What kind of music are we talking about? Did they play the piano? Piano jamming. Piano jamming. I do enjoy a little bit of music streams. It seems like most music streams are all, what is it called? Like, it's electronic music or, what is that one specific one that they always are? It's not BPM, that's beats per minute. It's like called, it's not DDR, that's Dance Revolution. What? I can't remember what, EDM, that's what it is. EDM. Yeah, thank you, Spooky Vibes. That's what it always is. It seems like every single streamer, every music streamer is an EDM artist. What? Oh, are you saying oh Kenny like oh Kenny? Or are you saying oh Kenny? Because I'm excited. Do you have something to tell me? Oi, 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 oi. Alchemic, what is it? I'm excited. What? No! No! With that face, I know what you meant. No! Why do you have all these Kirby emotes? All these suspicious... I hate that. I hate that one. Shucks. Shucks. Huh? My girlfriend said something naughty about Waddle Dee? Oh my gosh. Did she say something about Waddle Dees? Ugh. Can't believe that she would bad talk my little baby. My baby? My baby! I'm gonna eat this. I love the most recent Nintendo games having this. Yo, the frame rate's looking great. What do you say? Dubstep EDM? Yeah, kind of jamming. Bossa Nova, they're from Brazil. Ooh, Brazilian music. That's awesome. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, so we've already done this part. I'm trying to I'm keeping my eyes peeled for any bonuses. Are there any Kirby turned into Link. Link Simulator. Very nice, very nice. Killing bugs, murking dubious creatures. Here we go. Bunch of trash. Oi, oi. Now listen. How many of y'all have been watching this game, huh? I tried to stay away from spoilers, but I did watch a little bit of Opes last night. Listen, you can't expect me to stay away from Ope streams, okay? Sorry if I was cheating just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. You watched nothing on purpose? I tried to watch nothing. I was really close to nothing. Almost nothing is what I have viewed. I mean, thankfully he was playing the demo when I got on. Yahoo! I mean, this game is I'm so excited. I feel like the game hasn't started yet because we've already done this. I'm so excited. You were mega busy. Are you still playing? I thought I saw that you were still playing Kingdom Hearts. I mean, it's a long game, right? Isn't it at least like maybe 25 hours or something? Maybe longer, depending on what kind of a playthrough you're doing. I'm trying to remember. Is it Kingdom Hearts 3? Hey, Electro Jack, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. Jack, I didn't get that server set up quite yet. I don't know how to do it. But I bought a server. I bought a server last night. I just have to figure out how to set up games on it. I think we're gonna start with a 7 Days to Die server, but eventually we might turn it into Valheim. or into Minecraft? Which Kingdom Hearts? Oh, you finished Kingdom Hearts last night. Nice. Nice. Kingdom Hearts complete. I am telling you, though, I am serious. I do want to... Oh, it is Kingdom Hearts 3? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I do want to play those games. I do. I know I've already said it a couple times, but I mean it. I want to learn. I want to learn to love again. The Dumpy. Oh my gosh, oh no, dubious creatures. We have to defeat the little fluffers so that we can get that Dumpy. Kirby ate them all. Yo, Kirby. Yo, hang on. Kirby with the Dumpy. There we go. All right. Bingo! Bingo, bango. Now we're ready to roll. Yeehaw! Everybody look out. I love it. That does not look like a Link hat anymore. Looks like a sleepy cap. Looks like Kirby's ready for Betty Bye. What is that? Did that sound effect go off? I didn't hear it. Oh, yo, okay. I think I fixed it. Sorry about that. Hang on. Let me see if I can hear that now. There we go. Sorry about that. So it's a Kirby Link car. Well, it's kind of like a sleepy Kirby mobile. It's kind of sleepy. Yeah, we're gonna speedrun this. Hey! Hey! Who's smacking me? Watch it. It's a convertible. Oh yeah, because the top pops off. I think I'm about to pop off. Fuzzy Boot, what's up? The Kirby car disturbs you? What? This is what I wish the cars work like the movie Cars by Pixar. I wish that instead of having eyeballs on the windshield, they were just on the grill. They're just on the grill. Also, I can't tell, are those are Kirby's hands, right? I think they are. Right? They could be his ears. I don't know. Maybe Kirby has ears or horns. Also, I love the feet. Take a look at his shoesies. Whenever he drives, they just kind of like flippity flop behind. They look so aimless. And they look like maybe it's randomized animation. I don't know, but they're just kind of flopping around. They're lifeless feet. Yeah. How do we jump? Oh, there it is. Nice. Yes. We speedrun this part because we already did this. This is just tutorial. Smack all these poor little mushrooms. The mushrooms are just trying to live, man. These mushrooms are out here doing their best. We're just smacking the devil out of them. The movie Cars really missed out on the opportunity of making the cars look like they were covered in flesh. What a missed opportunity. I don't know if that would have gone over quite as well, but I mean, I would agree. I mean, I guess Cars kind of have... What? Kirby's jamming! Turn up the volume! What a jam, dude! Oh, ducks! They're real animals now. Oh, doggy! So cute! Oh my god! Oh my god! Sorry, mommy. Sorry. HAL Laboratory. I noticed that on the box. That's the Kirby studio? That's a studio that does Kirby. It's like a studio within Nintendo, right? HAL's the one that made Howl's Moving Castle and also Melee. That's the only time that I've seen that logo. I've only seen that for Melee, I think is the only one that I remember. I remember that that Smash's director is also Kirby's director, which is why Kirby is broke. That's why Kirby's broken. Kirby's their favorite, that's why. I don't trust it. Wow, workout right now, Linz! Hey, good afternoon, good afternoon. Well, we've got a dubious creature that just jumped into the chat. Thanks a lot, Linz. Thanks a lot. I guess I gotta work out. Where's the music, though? I don't want to work out to no music. Oi. How's your day going? How's your day going, Linz? Hope you're doing good. Hey, what's up, Tayaki? I didn't know that you were here. Oi. We're playing cute Kirb. Go, Kirby, get in the robot. Your dad loves you. Get in the robot. I think I'm going to make me camera smaller. Yo, curb it up. Yo. Oh, sad, dubious creature. No. What's happening to him? Leave him alone. Miss Morgan, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Oi. Miss Morgan, do you know anything about this game? Are you excited for this game? You'll be back for your doodle tomorrow? Hey, you need to go get pizza for movie night. You think that the kids want to watch The Eternals? I see. The Eternals, eh? I hope you enjoy it. You'll have to tell me what you think about it. What's this music? There's no music. Is this a good place to pause and do a workout right now? Hi, hello. I don't, but it looks cute. Oh, it came out today, Miss Morgan. It's a brand. Well, I guess it kind of came out last night, but yeah, it just came out today. It's very cute. You got like 10 minutes into the Eternals. I did watch the Eternals. It was all right, but yeah, silly cutie. I will probably do some doodles tomorrow. Okay, now the music's jamming. All right, let's go. Do that push-up. What? A push?
Do that push-up. Frying an egg.
A push-up right now? All right. Push-up time.
Frying an egg. A vodka.
It's fun, chick. Ah. Can you see me? Can you see me? I can't see the camera. I hope you can see this. Boom, push-up done. Oh wait, I gotta do some pull-ups too. Hey, fellow lurkers saying hi. Thanks so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. I see Pale in your name. What is it? It's Krenatson Sir Pale. That's kind of, I don't know how to say your own name, but hi there, Pale. Thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. I'm gonna do some what is happening? Chaos. I'm gonna do a quick workout. Very quick workout, then we continue the game. All right, I'm going fast. Watch this. Is that unnecessary flexing? I apologize. Let us continue. We're at point of arrival. Murder of the worst sort. Yes, indeed, Sir Pale. We've got a workout redemption. It can go off like once per hour. You can make me hurt, and I appreciate when you do. We're gonna learn to play some Kirby. Nice, Floggy. Enjoy. This game is pretty fun so far. I kind of like it. Linz, what did you do? It's my mom's birthday, so we made a cake. Aw, yay, cake. Cake. What kind of cake? Oh, wait. I didn't know that there was dialogue in this game. I'm sorry. I coughed. Stream just started. What'd you say? Oh, you're just lurking and playing Genshin, but decided to say hi. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm so glad that you popped in and said hi. Yeah, Sir Pale, do I know you? Do I like know another streamer that you watch or something? Or did you just like pop in and say hi? Because that's super cool either way. You're a super cool bean. Thanks for lurking it up. playing some Genshin Impact. I played a bit of that whenever it first came out. It was pretty fun. Wasn't quite my style, but I have a lot of friends that still play it.
I have to go save them. I have to. Hi.
Oh, he said it. He said it. Except for he didn't go hi. He went hi.
So your name is Kirby?
I'm Elfinlin. I'm Elfinlin. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
It's like, nice to meet you. You're such a kind creature. I appreciate it. What's your name? And he's like,
Boyo. Hi. Hi.
it's Waddle Dee. Oh, Kirby's so cute. Oh my God. Kirby is adorable. We love, all my homies love Kirby. Banana Waddle Dee says, if you ever want a second player to join you, just let me know. I'll be ready. Thank you, Banana. Thank you, Banana Waddle Dee. Watch this. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to sit down right here. No, keep sitting. Keep sitting. What Kirby is this? It's a brand new Kirby that just came out today. It's called Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Kirby in the Forgotten Land. It's so cute. This is me saying hi to everybody. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome in. Welcome in if you just came into the stream. Hi there, Moy. What's up? Hi. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, it's fun. It's kind of fun to hack around. Started like a few days ago, and this is nice. Nice. You're hacking around out in the wilderness. Out in the wilderness of... I don't actually remember what the world's called in Genshin Impact. Does Kirby have a skeleton? Doubtful. Doubtful. I think that he's like a blob, right? Pretty sure that he's kind of like an amorphous blob. He's a blob with a black hole inside of him because he can swallow like entire worlds, I think. He's basically an SCP. Look at us flying. Oh my God. So cute. Whee! How big is this world? This is awesome, dude. This doesn't feel very open world, but that's all right. This is just level selection. I guess it's like semi-open. What is this? Search? You can search the woods and stuff? Okay, I'm gonna go down to the bottom first because I want to see Waddle Dee Village. Listen, one of the best things in these games is like seeing the progress that you make. So I'm going to, as soon as possible, try to... Wait, what? This is Waddle Dee Village? Oh, dude, I just want to see the village. Okay, so this is it? I didn't realize that we were already in the village. This place is trashed. It's nothing but a bunch of sticks and bricks. Yeah, just a bunch of sticks and bricks around here. We gotta get out. Hello, Moy Moy. Good to see you. Wait a second. You know Moy? Wait a second. This is all coming together now. This is all... Wait a second. Wait one moment. There's 9 Waddle Dees in this village? This is 9 in downtown Grassland. Okay, it says save the hidden Waddle Dees. So you clear the stage. That's 1 Waddle Dee. Look at how cute they are in this... Whoops! Look at how cute they are in this corner. I know that I was kind of blocking the way, but they're so adorable. There's no corner for me to put myself in on this screen because it's all cute. No matter where I put the camera, I'm going to be blocking something adorable. Finland? Ah, small land. The small land of Finland. Oi, oi, oi. We got some Finnish people. We got some Finnish friendos. Well, it's really nice. I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad to meet you. We've got a few fins around here. We've got a couple of fins on this fish. You found an image of a Kirby skeleton. Oh, what? Now listen here. Now listen here. That's not a real skeleton, okay? There's no confirmation as to what Kirby's skeleton looks like. If Kirby had a skeleton, he'd probably have some pretty bendy bones, I would bet. A bendy boned lad. Oh yeah, that's a good question. I'm wondering, do any of y'all have like, what's it called? Like double jointedness or some like bizarre thing that you can do with your body? Like some kind of weird thing that you can stretch out or like you can turn your legs backwards. I don't know why I thought of that, but I was like, I mean, I guess Kirby's like kind of double jointed or whatever. You can do the thing with the fingers. Oh yeah, the thing. Yeah, the thing with the fingers. How far back can you bend your thumb? I don't know. Why don't you come over here and find out? Let me see. Bending my thumb? Like, what do you mean? Like this? What? Thumbs up, man. I don't know what that means. Your middle finger goes too far back? Oh, really? You're like, my middle finger just sticks up all the time. It's very odd. It's very weird. My middle finger is like kind of spring-loaded. Don't know if it's like a biology thing or may just be genetic. I'm not sure. It kind of runs in the family. Should we kill this little creature? He's sleeping. Can we just leave him alone? I feel bad. I feel bad. Should I feel bad? I don't think that we can kill this little gentleman. Look at him. He's not causing any troubles over here. He's not causing. I think that we should let him sleep. Let him sleep in hell. Just kidding. We are actually gonna let him sleep. He's pretty adorable. If they're not causing any trouble with me, I don't see any reason to hurt him. I mean, he's being a good boy. Yeah, do not disturb. That's what I'm thinking. Why not? If there was, I don't know, I guess a leveling system, then I would just be like, we have to kill everything so that I can achieve levels. But there's no benefit in killing that little baby. Look at Kirby. Look at this unit. Now, I am kind of just moving through this area because we've already seen all this. If you watch me play the Dimbo, then you've already seen all this too. But it is pretty funny. I do kind of love vending Kirby. It's true. Very vindictive. The most vindictive Kirby. He's so wide. He's ultra wide. Ultra wide, ultra HD, 4K monitor Kirby. That'd be kind of cool. If Kirby could swallow a 4K monitor, you could put custom images on his screen or play YouTube while you're playing the game. So you could watch your favorite YouTube videos while playing Kirby. That'd be pretty awesome. Oh my god, that's me when I devour my fridge. Please don't eat your fridge. Listen, I know there's food inside of it, but that's not exactly how it works. Please don't eat the packaging. I guess in a way a refrigerator is like food packaging, right? Okay, we got some gacha. We got some gacha. Speaking of Genshin Impact, we just got a capsule. A capsule. Mmm, tasty. Look at Kirby. Oh my god, he's flattened. This is me when I devour my fridge. Blub, 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 blub. Blub, blub, blub. When I do the thumb up, the top of my thumb bends back. That makes sense. If that makes sense. I guess some people can't bend that joint backwards. Oh, you're saying like you can like bend. You can bend your thumb backward? You said the top of your thumb bends back? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Your thumbs are just moving around. You can kink your knees backwards a bit. Ooh, backwards knees? That sounds kind of cool. Yeah, it converts coffee into energy. It's an awesome process. Wait a second. What upgrades my coffee into energy? I like the sound of that. Speaking of gacha, I spent 30k diamonds and you didn't get Caramel Archer? Dude, that's not fair. What's up with this horrible luck? Dang, I'm starting to think that this guild is bad luck, Alchemic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Because I've been having bad luck too. However, I did get Caramel Archer. But, I mean, still, I've had bad luck in other ways, okay? Like, I bet that all of y'all's, what is it called? Affogato cookies? I bet all of y'all's affogato cookies are higher than mine. But I did get Caramel Archer after like, I think I pulled. Oh, they're so cute! Did you just see them looking around? I got her, but it took me double. Oh my god, Taiyaki, no! Oh my gosh, Taiyaki, I gotta thank you again for the suggestions with the guild battle, because I'm kind of popping off now. I'm popping off now that you said that I was supposed to use affogato. I was like, oh, this changes everything. Thank you for the follow, Berthanese. Berthanese? Is that how to say that? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. I hope that you're a Kirby traffic cone. I hope you feel as good as Kirby as a traffic cone. I'm pretty sure that he loves his life right now. Also, he's still a wizard. He's still a wizard after all this time. Affogato is busted. I know. Also, my cacao is now level 60. My dark cacao cookie is level 60. No star, just level 60. Yum, 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 yum. I'm working on affogato now. They're the next one that I'm leveling up. Hey, Drex. Yo, yo, yo. How are you doing? Drex, I saw your real name on Instagram. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Drex, now I know the information. But I call you Drex forever and always. That'll never be your name to me. I hope you're doing good, Drex. Oi, oi, oi. How was the day? Ah! Don't hit me. Information. Information online. Doubtful. I doubt that there's any information online. Working slow but doing good. Ooh, more spinning. Listen, while you're doing the spinning, they're doing the spinding. That's the way to do it. Hi, Kenny. I'm currently on vacation with in Italy. Yo, slimy salamander. What the heck? Hello to Italy from Texas. I hope that your trip's fantastic. You said, want to say hi to everyone. Much love. Everybody say hi to Slimy Salamander. They are currently traveling, but they came in just to say hi to all of us. Slimy Salamander, I hope you enjoy your trip. I was wondering where you were. I was wondering. But I hope you're having a splendid time. You're dealing baccarat? Baccarat? Is that how to say that? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Also, thank you for the follow, Pale. I appreciate it. We need more Finns. I'm glad that we got another Finn in the chat. You can help teach me words. Although it is English only in the chat. It's Baccarat. I've never heard of that game. Is it a card game? I mean, it's a casino, so I guess it's either a card game or maybe even something I never heard of. You said dealing too, right? You said, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Does it have, is there like a game that's similar or something? All right, as I said, we're kind of schmooving through this. It's like glorified war. Okay, I like war. And that's why I'm so excited about what I've been seeing on the news recently. But joking aside, I did actually play a lot of war whenever I was a kid. It is quite fun. But it's super simple. That's funny that's a game that you can play at a casino. It is like 100% chance based. Whack, 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 whack. Whoa, 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 whoa. This guy's tougher. This guy's tougher than he was in the demo. Hey, dude. Surprise. Surprise. Whammo. Yeah, it's much heavier hit if you just, yeah, hit it through them. Okay, well, maybe he's not too. Your nickname means a shrapnel of a grenade? Grenade shrapnel? Is that true? Look at that. No, he's pushing it. He's pushing the boomerang. Stop. Die. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. What are you doing over there, man? I'm trying to kill you. Zoom. All right, we got him. Nice. We used to have a war table and everyone hated dealing it. Oh, what was so bad about dealing war? Was it like time consuming? I'm kind of wondering like how that would work. Do you like bet? Do you just bet before you play? Because war can take a long time, right? Is it like you bet on the hands? Oh, surely you bet on the hands, right? Every hand you can bet on. But I wonder, yeah, that's interesting, because wouldn't you be able to like make better bets if you knew what was available? I'm guessing that you don't get your own, you don't get like your own personal deck or anything. It's just like shuffled and 100% random. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm asking. I'm sorry if I'm asking too many questions. I'm kind of thinking out loud. You don't have to answer all of my myriad questions. I'm killing that pig. I kind of like this weapon, but it's not my favorite. Honestly, it's like really effective, but I think the cutter is more, or the sword is more fun. This is really useful, but I don't know. I like the visceral weapon that is up close. Oh yeah, okay. We gotta. Oh wait, we can do mouthful mode even if we have a hat on. You're fine. It's hard to explain stuff through text. No, I totally understand. I'm really lazy when it comes to text. I really don't like talking via text. So if I ever ignore your text for a while, I apologize. It's probably because I hate sending messages. I much prefer voice calls or telephone calls or basically anything but text. I'm not a very good texter. Not a very good texter, see? You see? You also don't like texting, but here I am. What? Lens, you're doing that which you hate so that you can hang out with us? You guys, can you believe this? One of my mods doesn't even enjoy texting or reading texts. Lens, we love you all the same. You're good at GIF communication? Yeah. I do like communicating via GIFs a lot better. That's why I love Discord, because Discord has way more options for images. Like, a picture means 1,000 words, or whatever. A picture is worth 1,000 words. It really does help to have, like, a bajillion pictures that you can just send. Emotes are the best. Because instead of saying, I love that, you can just, like, put a cute image. Do you think that my spelling is so bad? Why do you think my spelling's so bad? What? I thought that was part of the mod contract. I thought that was part of the contract. If you become one of my mods, you have to have horrible handwriting. We only have one exception. I made one exception, all right. Meow, 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 meow. Bark! There you go, crushing it. Hashtag crushing it. Kirby is headed to the gym, and he's got a hat, and he swallowed a cone. It's okay, Lens's reading is bad anyway. Hey! Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. What'd you just say? Did you say that my writing was bad? Ah! I got bit by a snapping turtle. You guys, look out for the snapping turtles on the road. You may think that you're saving them from a certain death, but actually, you're just giving them the opportunity to bite you. Bonk. Is that corn? We just picked up corn. There's corn cobs in that pit. There's the pit of cob. Can't believe it. Can't believe they had so much corn in this village. Yeah, this is like the forgotten... What does it say? It says it's the forgotten land. Post-apocalyptic Kirby? Kirby, what did you do to all these people that used to live here? You think that Waddle Dees lived here, or is this like a human place? Look at all of them! Oh, look, that Elfalin is also here. What a cutie, Elfinlin. I think that's their name. And look at all the Waddle Dees. Oh wait, we didn't get all the tulips. We didn't get all the tulips on the level. Oh, thanks for switching the game. Hey, thanks for switching the game. Hey, guess what we're playing? Guess what we're playing? Yo, we're playing Kirby in the Forgotten Land. This just chat is hitting a little different today. Dude. Jedi is messaging the Discord, but not in the chat right now. What is happening? Look at them, they're stacked up. Oh my gosh, they stacked up like circus performers. Did you see that? They stacked up like they're in the, what is it, French? What is the French circus? The Cirque du Soleil. There's a bunch of little Cirque du Soleil performers. My god, let's go to Waddly Town. Waddle Dees. Look at all these Waddle Dees. Ooh, cutscenes? You still haven't decided if you want this? You're like 75, 25 yes. I mean, this village is 100% the reason why I got this game. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I don't know what all is available here, so I have yet to find out. Though, to be honest, I'm pretty sure that I can return this game. Like, if I return it in 5 days, then I get all my money back or something. It's kind of sussy. Kind of sussy, Wait, can we go down here? Oh, okay. That's how we arrived. Back to work. Have fun. Hey, good luck, Jax. Good luck with work. We will see you later, my friend. LOL, you have 5 days to finish the game then? Exactly. We have to beat the game in 5 days, everyone. Then I can return it. Just kidding. I might keep this game. We'll see. We'll see. It's been very fun so far. Vio, what's up? Hey, Baba Booey, how are you doing? Everybody say hi to Vio. We got Vio, an absolute OG homie. What is up? Baba Booey to you, my friend. You moved to a new city and you finally have internet. Vio's back. Hey, yo, thank you for the prime. What the heck? Welcome back. We missed you.
Baba B.
Baba B. Baba B. I hope you're doing good, Vio. Congratulations on moving and stuff. Moved to another city and you finally have internet. We missed you. Oh my goodness. Oi, 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 Vio. And you came back at a beautiful time. You came out at a beautiful time. We're playing an adorable game. Yay, Vio's back. Vio's back. And just in time for, we're doing movie nights again. We're doing movie nights again. I think we're going to do them every other week. It would be rad. I still remember my first movie night with Vio. I think that we finished the movie and we just like sat in the call forever. And we just talked about Chilean food. We talked about Chilean food. Oi.
Anonymous tipped $3.33. Baba Booey.
Hey, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's up, Anonymous? I hope you're doing good. You pick a movie? Not yet. Haven't picked a movie yet. But there's a lot of good movies out there. You know, I'm kind of like a crappy cinephile. And by crappy, I mean like, I don't know if I should call myself a cinephile. We could watch Batman. I could get the new Batman movie. I'm just kidding. I want to see that in theaters first. Yeah, but Vio and I talked about Chilean food, and Vio also doxed the city that he lived in, and we like went around on Google Maps for a little bit. Took a look around, took a little look-see. That was so much fun. That was so much fun. Actually, like one of the highlights of my interneting, getting to talk to Vio. It was the first real moment that it wasn't like the first moment, but it's like one of the big moments where I got to like learn about another country. And I've actually learned like more about Chile since you've while you were gone. I've watched like a few videos about like Chilean politics. Very interesting stuff. Very, very dubious activities going on. Okay, here we go. Dox myself. No longer live there though. Dang it! I've lost my I've lost my opportunity. Now I can't just visit you out of the blue. Dang it. Dang it, Vio. I was gonna surprise you. Ask you to give me a Chilean hot dog. Yo, thank you so much, Mummy's Frog, for the raid. I appreciate it. Hey. Thank you, Mummy Frog. How was your game? Wait, you were playing Windbound. I've never heard of that. How was Windbound? If you want, you could totally tell me about what the heck this game is. Windbound kind of reminds me of... Is that the game that you have grapple hooks? No, that's a different one. I think that's like called Windfall or something. I'm trying to remember. You died a lot? That's good. That's the sign of a good game. I've been playing a bit of Elden Ring recently, so you know, I think that these days dying means that it's a good game, right? I think. You like it? It's a survival type game where you have to sail around to different islands. Ooh, is it like first person, third person? I love a good survival game. I've been playing some 7 Days to Die recently. You're reminding me of Raft. Is it anything like Raft? That game is so fun. But regardless, if you just did your stream and you need to just raid and run, please feel free to. But I'd love to chat you up. I'm interested in this game that you're talking about. Oh, we got the Babamba. Third person, I have no idea if it's like Raft. Ooh, Raft is like you start with nothing. You start with a hook on a tiny little raft with sharks going around you, and you have to like throw your hook out into the ocean, pull trash in, and slowly build up your boat. I've been starting to get a hankering for that game again. It's so much fun. That looks like a Kirby. Is that me? Who is this? Did I just eat my cousin? That looked like it had a Kirby head. 7 Days to Die? Yeah. I'm actually working on making a server. I'm working on making a server that we can all play on. I've already made a couple of maps with people on chat. But I just purchased a server last night. I purchased a server, but I don't know how to run it yet. I got like instead of just a game server that works for 7 days, I like got a legitimate like real hosted server. I think I'm gonna have to like run remote desktop and like install programs on it and stuff. You start with a knife. See, I love that stuff. I love that stuff, Mummy's Frog. Like, my favorite part of a game is the very beginning. With 7 Days to Die, I love restarting. I love restarting because you get to like... Oh. Because you just like hitting trees with a knife. It feels... I don't know why that's so satisfying. To start from nothing. Start from nothing, build it up. Especially if you've like played it before, it's so cool to go back. I've done that. I did that like a million times with Skyrim. I love restarting Skyrim. The worst part about Skyrim is the opening like animation thing. If that was removed, I would enjoy it a lot more. But Skyrim, restarting it, getting to like focus on different skills. Maybe you'll be like, oh, I don't want to be Archer this time. So much fun. I think that you're the last of your people, and you have to collect Nautilus shells. Ooh, I love a collectible aspect too. There's no collectible aspect of 7 days, and I have never been more disappointed. Collectibles are so important to me. I love them so much. That's part of why I got this game actually, because the collectibles in this game are Waddle Dees, and the Waddle Dees will repair their village if you get more of them. And that is just so satisfying to me. The opening of Skyrim is great with Randy Savage mod. Randy Savage! I'm trying to remember what he sounds like. It was Macho Man Randy Savage. Hey, brother! Wait a second. No, that's the other one. That's Hulk. Hulk McCreep Show. Here we go. Hulk Shogun. I like this area. The music is so jamming. The music is jamming down here, but it is giving me some like Mario Underground vibes. But the music, like, holy moly, this music's popping off this whole time. There's a button up top. That's what we need to do. Let's see, where is there like a way around or something? You need to make more coffee? Go make some coffee, my friend. Get some coffee. Some delicious coffee. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. No collectible left behind. We're gonna get every one of them. You love Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage handshake gif? I don't think I've seen that. What? Hulk Hogan, brother. You know what? Your muscles are pretty great. I was gonna say that the same of you, brother. Your muscles are pretty dubious. Yes, dubious is my new favorite word. It's from the TikTok. Oh, a dubious little creature. And I saw like a Kirby edit of it. Now, oh, the sword is cool, dude. Didn't know that you could strike them directly. How is the full Kirby game? I'm still on the fence about buying it. Oh, Mars, we just started. I'm not sure yet. This is my first Kirby game too. So I'm not sure how I feel about this. We were supposed to be lighting these lights, right? I should have been a fire boy. Is it too late? It's not too late. It's never too late. And then I hear you say, Sorry. That's actually like a really depressing song. I'm not gonna sing that. Not gonna sing that. That's horrible. Never there's someone not too late, not too late, never too late. I killed the fire baby, I know, but can I walk through the door and try again? Can I try again? I didn't realize that all these lamps needed litten. No, there's no escape. There's no escape. But yeah, Marsmud, I hope you're doing good today. Hopefully I can help you out by the end of this stream. I'm sure that I'll be able to give you a recommendation or not. After today's stream, I'll be sure. I ended up getting it, just like I said, because of the Waddle Dees. I wanna make Waddle Dee Village so bad. I also feel like this is a good opportunity to just try a Kirby game, because I've never played a Kirby game properly. I played a tiny bit of like, I think it's something Star Allies. I played a little bit of that one, and it was like, it was way too easy. Just die! You make it sound so easy. Make it sound so easy, but I can't just die. I'm a god gamer. Oink. There we go. Now we're a fire boy. Hooray! Eat glass. Thanks. I'm so hungry. I think we accidentally just started that. Uh-oh. What's that gonna do? Oh no, we gotta hop in. What is this? Yo! Okay. Nice Waddle Dee bonus. I was about to say, what is that? I missed a Waddle Dee. Oh no. You guys, there's no forgiveness for a Waddle Dee mister. Oh, looks like they give you another chance anyway. I'm guessing that the thing that you're supposed to do back there was to light, if you lit all the torches, then you probably got that last Waddle Dee. Waddle Dee waddle. This is a very, very, very important question in a game like this. But if you, we'll have to find out. I don't know it yet. But so we missed a Waddle Dee. The question is, do you have to complete the level to save what you've collected? Like, can I go back to this level, just get that Waddle Dee, and then exit to map? I sure hope so. That is always the best choice, in my opinion. A game that doesn't do that, probably like all retro games, but yeah, with Banjo-Kazooie, oh my god, Banjo, why did you do this? Also, I'm about to swallow this whole, I'm about to swallow these stairs, I'm starving. Mmm. The wide mouth. Oh, he's flopping. He's flipping, flopping. He looks like a giant piece of salmon. Or not salmon. He looks like a big, nasty bubblegum boy. What's with the... Does he have boob? Oh, no. Kirby, please put his shirt on. We gotta get out of here. This is horrible. I'm so sorry y'all had to see this. Let's get out of here. Come on. No! No, they hit me. No, stay back. Boom. I love that you can flatten them. You can't step. Oh, their hands? Is that true? Oh yeah, you're right. I guess? Yeah, probably. The ultimate Stairmaster. Oh my gosh, Kirby turns into workout products for 10 minutes straight. What workout? What is the next, what's the next workout thing that Kirby's gonna turn into? They're like T-Rex arm. Oh, Calico Doodles, what's up? Oh, Calico Doodle. It's what is going on? I don't think I've seen you in a little while. Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? Have you been around? I missed you. Even if you've been here the whole time, I missed you. The little feet too? Yeah, his little feet are so like unimportant. They're always, it has been a minute. Okay, I thought so. Calico Doodle, I hope you've been doing good. What's up, what's up? I hope that you've been enjoying your new year. Hopefully it's been a good one so far. The world's a little bit of a mess, but I've heard some good news this year. I've heard of some people having some good news. I hope you've been enjoying your time. No Kirby allowed. Who drew this? Who drew this? They must have been awfully tall. They must have been awfully tall. Does that cracked wall break? Which one? His wiggle backwards is so funny. He shakes his little stare butt. Look at him. Look at him shaking his little stare booty. You're right. This cracked wall is most dubious indeed. Surprised I didn't notice that. Thank you for pointing that out. Look, we fit. If it fits, he sits. Meow, 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 meow. Good eye. Good eye. You saw the giant cracked wall that I ignored somehow. La 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 la. Shout out to Alchemic and all the Kirby emotes. I know. Alchemic is on fire with the emotes tonight. Alchemic is on fire.
And you know what? I'm here for it.
Oh, we gotta leave the stairs here, and we gotta hop into that cannon and go for a ride. Yo, wait a second. Kirby gets shot out of a cannon. Is that canon? Oh, look, the stairs are in the way. That's interesting. I thought about that, but I didn't. Oops. I didn't actually anticipate that being a problem. But look at that. The game knows. It suspects us. I like that. Hey, how do I unmouthful mode? Okay, it's so weird. I guess it's like always your ability, you get rid of it with Y. But it is kind of weird that it's the same for both mouthful mode and like your normal hats and stuff, but whatever. Boom! Go, Kirby, go! Hooray, Waddle Dee! Bonus. Ooh! Look at all those coins. Yum, yum, yum. What does that sound? I mean, I know it's Waddle Dee, but like he's going...
Boyo, boyo, boyo.
Kerbo, what is this? What is this sign here? This looks like an Easter egg. I can't see it. Oh wait, do I see a Triforce on there? Is that a Triforce? Might just be a normal triangle. Yeah, I think it's just a normal triangle. It actually looks a little bit like Bill Cipher. Bill Cipher confirmed for Smash. Very excited. Yeah, get fried. Holy moly. Fire Kirby is a little violent. He's a little violent. Pink gumdrop. Can I keep the sleepy boy alive? I want to do a no sleepy kill run. If we wake them up, okay, it's one thing if they wake up. If they wake up, I have to kill them. But if they're sleeping, I don't want to wake them up. Okay. Yeah! Okay. Mint Invaders or Salty Siren. Ooh. Mint Invader, good. We're talking about coffee. We're talking about mint coffee or salty. I guess that has some salt in it. Carmouth Kirby. That's a 3-star gacha volume. There's volumes of this. Carmouth Kirby. Kirby gained the mysterious mouthful mode ability after he flew through the vortex. Now he can stuff an entire car into his mouth. When he does, he turns into a peppy pink car that can use jump and turbo dash. It's a nice day for a scenic drive. Turn up the radio. Carmouth Kirby. Also, Waddle Dee. Banana Waddle Dee. Banana Waddle Dee was pulled through the vortex along with Kirby. When he heard that his fellow Waddle Dees were being captured by the Beast Pack, he grabbed his trusty spear and ran to help. He can join you as P2 while you explore the new world. Excuse me? Did you just break my immersion by saying P2? What does P2 stand for? I only know that Waddle Dee is a real creature. Rocky rolling a road. Okay, we are well past the tut. We are out of the tut now. Out of the Tutankhamun. We've missed like a bunch of Waddle Dees. We're doing awful. But TBH, it'll probably be more fun if I like go back and clean up. Kirby is stretchable. P2 is definitely pal 2, your buddy. What do you mean? What's my first pal? Is my first pal Elfinlin? The Waddle Dees you saved found a new mysterious area. Treasure Road. Wow. There could be rare items. Hop in and explore. Shucks. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I don't. This is volume 1 of the figure collection. But what is this mysterious M tomato? It's a Maxim tomato. If your health is low, just eat a Maxim tomato to fully health yourself. They're packed with nutrients. Did these fall through the same vortex as Kirby and his friends? Or were they in the new world already? It's hard to tell, but everyone seems to enjoy them. Even the Beast Pack. We can look at... Oh, Kirby. It's this giant Kirby in the background. I wish you could make Kirby have different poses. Kirby's so hungry. Kirby's so hungry that he's thinking about eating his figurines. Oh, Kirby's making faces at it. He loves it. He's collecting them all. What is this? The Warp Star. It's got no information, but we're really excited. We're really excited to tell you more about the Warp Star, but we can't until the game is over. It's dinner time for the birthday girl. See y'all in a bit. Nice. Enjoy dinner. Enjoy dinner. Say happy birthday from us. Or happy birthday from me. I don't know if chat wants to say happy birthday. I don't know. They'll have to tell you themselves. But I say happy birthday. Triple strike bowling for switches. Difficulty 1 star. BRB. Nice. Get that coffee, my friend. Get that coffee. Target times 30 seconds. All right, speedrun. Speedrun, Magic Kirby. Kirby's got a hat on. Kirby's ready to rock. Triple strike bowling for switches. We got 30 seconds, and I have no idea what we're doing. That's great. Oh, we're just supposed to throw the... Oh, I get it. I'm sorry, game. That sounds like the drama alert sound. Okay, so these are like mini game tests. This is fun. But I'm not gonna get 30 seconds now because I didn't get what was going on. Oops. Rick. Nice. Yeah, we're already like 30 seconds right now. The music is so cool. What the heck? The music didn't have to bust out like this. Is that it? How far are we behind? Holy mackerel. Okay, then we gotta get the star. All right, let's try that again. Let's try that. We'll get the speedrun strats down. This is easy. I mean, it's literally 1 star. I'm excited about this. I like this minigame thing. I know that there's minigames in Waddle Dee Village as well that you can play like 1 player or 2 player. I bet you can get some like special treasures for that. Difficulty 1 star, best time, target time. So maybe that gives you 1 bonus item. They gave me a star for completing it. Triple strike, bowling for switches. All right. I wanna figure out what these stars do. Oh wait, wrong button. Okay. Supposed to be speedrunning right now. Okay. Let's see how well I can actually do this. Oh my god, what the heck? Why do you do that? Why you do that, Curbs? All right. No! This is actually hard. I can't believe it. I'm shocked. I'm lost and insecure. You have to be like moving in that direction for Kirby to actually like chuck it. If you just stand still, then Kirby will just kind of like softball it. I'm Zombie Food. What's up? Welcome. We're playing Curbs, as you can see. How you doing, Zombie Food? Okay, obviously ignore them. Oh, I didn't go fast enough. Zombie Food, how's your Friday going? What's up? Dang, I was five seconds short? Dude, this is like optimized. I like this. I was expecting this to be easy. Okay, let's try that again. We gotta beat the 1 star one. Okay. Now I realize I'm probably gonna figure out how to do the rest of these like maybe on my own time, but like we gotta get the 1 star one. Relaxing in bed, nice. Sounds like that's a good choice. Cozy times. Okay, it's got to be this one that we got to speed up on. No. Okay, yeah, this one we just wasted a bunch of time. I think it's that one that needs improving. No. Okay, I think the timing's good now. No, Waki, what's up? I saw you in the chat earlier. How's your day going? Oh, we got it. I think we got it. Nice. Oh, sweet. Oh, you just get coins for it? That's it. That's it, coins. All right, well, 50 coins. All right. 50 coins. I was expecting us to get another one of those star things. I guess they're too valuable. The star things must be really, really good. All you have to do is just complete it for that. This is a target time of a minute. So this is like training for all of your power-ups. This is really cool. I really like this. You're just relaxing in bed, chilling out. Your day's good, Milwaukee. You might go to dinner with the family, but who knows? Ooh, who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Throw and catch treasure action. Oh, I see. Nice. Oh no, there's a path to go on that I didn't expect. Okay. Nice. I'm just ignoring all enemies. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Nope. Oh, I missed it. Okay. Come on. Who did smack me? Who did that? Who did that? Someone's in trouble. Someone's in trouble. Kirby and I are trying to win these mini games, and you're just smacking me with the bat. That's pretty nasty. It's pretty nasty. Nasty attitude you've got there, Moy. How dare you? How dare you? I've done nothing but support you. There's no reason. Oh, this has got to be the slowest way to do it. Oh, dude. It's the side ones. No, get it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. I don't think we got it. 7 seconds left, I think. Oh, come on. We got this. Never mind. Never mind. First try. Very nice. Very nice. I think. Right? Viper says hi. She's heading to bed. Aye, 99 Viperius. Get some sleep. Get some sleep, Viperius. Thanks for saying goodnight. That's so sweet. So sweet. Thanks for telling us, babe. Boom. First try. That's fun. I like that. I like that. Oh! know me sound effects. We've got some more sound effects that I'm gonna add to the that I need to add to the library. Vio, do you have any favorite memes right now? Do you have any favorite memes that I should turn into a sound effect? That's kind of a question for everybody. Please always feel free to post memes and feedback and tell me about your favorite sounds right now. Let's see. So we need 50, 50, 50, 60, and that's about it. I'm going to go in here. You deeply hate the pufferfish one? That one? What about... Oh, wait. No, that's not it. That's what I was trying to kind of go together a little bit. What does this guy do?
Welcome to the Waddle Day Cinema. You can watch all kinds of movies here. Are you wondering why we built a cinema so soon? Because entertainment is important.
Shut up, video game. You don't have to tell me. Oh, it's all the videos. Oh, Fluffy. Fluffy.
Feel free to stop by anytime.
Thank you. That's actually pretty fun. I like that. Hey, it's Tin. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Tin, how are you doing? Have you seen any of this game? Good morning. Fresh new Kirby game on the scene. We've only got 15 Waddle Dees. We can basically just ignore the village. We're nowhere close to a building. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before we need to come back here. You have no ideas right now? Yeah. I mean, they come and go, Vio. They come and go. Sometimes you just get obsessed with a meme for a little while. I was just checking if you had one of those.
Boyo. 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 Boyo.
I do have a Poyo sound effect.
Boyo.
But it's a sad Poyo. It's horrible. So there's a webtoon comic strip that you want to show, but you have no idea where to put it in Discord. It's by Fishball. If it's number one, anything posted to the Discord needs to be safe for work. But if you do, you can put it in Shameless Plugs. That's where links go. Links go in Shameless Plugs. I know that it's technically you're not plugging it yourself, but it's like kind of, I guess, plugging a thing. Whoa, he's super strong. Ooh. Gotta kill him while the spikes are down. Big hedgehog. I love burning the grass. Don't clip that. Look at this. Look at that little creature hiding behind there. He looks like a dog. I want to eat one. Ooh, a baguette. Give me the baguette. I'm starving. Boom. Yeah! Kirby with a gun! Yeah! Dude, it sounds like a gun. Holy crap. Kirby has a gun now. No! New update drop. Kirby has a weapon. I don't know if y'all have seen the clips of Kirby with a gun. But like King DDD gives him like an assault rifle, and he just like lets loose. He tears up the area. He just goes, brrrr, and he just breaks everything. Everybody has to run out of the building. Kirby was like asleep, and they handed him a gun, and he woke up with his finger on the trigger. What's up with this? Do you have to? You can't land on the rock. Kirby do be shooting. Kirby Musketeer. It looks more like Kirby. Kirby Colonial. Looks like Colonial Kirby. Looks like he's a. He looks like he's a British officer, right? Isn't that what he is? He's like a British officer that's invading somebody's land. I don't know if I can support Kirby, but he does look all right. I mean, to be fair, let's see. Can we get up here? How the heck are we supposed to get up there? I wish I could forget about Discord, but I live there. Oh my gosh. Oh no! Isn't that what it looks like, Alchemic? But I'm not trying to slander Kirby. I'm just saying, like, isn't that what it looks like? Bop, bop, bop. Oh, we gotta save them. Save them, baby. All right. We found one of the hidden Waddle Dees, and it's the first one. I love whenever a game shows. Oh shoot, dude. I love whenever a game shows you. Oh, okay. So here's the idea. So the real colonialists are those dogs. Those dogs. I think that Nintendo is saying that colonialism is for dogs. That if you do that, that you're a dog. You're a dog of the military. So I think that Kirby, it's not his fault that he looks like that. Hey! It's not Kirby's fault that they're wearing that hat, okay? He basically stole the gun from a colonialist. He stole the gun of the colonizer, and now they can't succeed anymore. That's what I'm gonna say. That's my headcanon now. Oh, we found a hidden area. Nice. Got him. Bork, bork! And then Kirby steps on all dogs. All dogs go to heaven because Kirby sends them there. Kaboom! You don't know if it's shameless plug? It isn't. I was just telling you that. That's where links can go without them getting deleted. Because I don't want links all over the Discord, because that's kind of suspicious. Like we already get hackers hacking people's Discord accounts so that they like. What the heck? So that they send us a bunch of links. Like I don't want that on our Discord itself. So I try to minimize that with blocking all links. But you can put them in shameless plugs. That's the spot to put it. Go. Give it again. Bam, bam, bam. Katie, I have something. I have something for you from Krana. Oh, that's the bat. Thank you. Thank you so much for hitting me with a bat. I love that. I love that. It's so giving of you. I can't believe that both of y'all would work together and hit me with the baseball bat. How am I supposed to hit that, though? Do I need, like, some mouthful mode nonsense to be able to hit that? I love this gun sound effect. It sounds like a real gun. I thought that Nintendo would, like, try to minimize it by making it sound like, I don't know, like he's shooting bubbles or something. Like it's a bubble gun. But instead, it sounds like a real gun. It's hilarious. Bam, bam, bam. Kirby's letting loose. Kirby finally gets a weapon. I don't think that this... Oh, you can't get up here. Oh, it's impossible. There's an invisible wall. Huh. You're supposed to be able to upgrade abilities. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, abilities can be upgraded. So like maybe we can get like an assault rifle by the end of this. Brrr. Don't die, Kirby. Not yet. Not yet. The time is not now. Bop, bop, bop. Maybe it's for later. It could be. Gyunyu. Gyunyu desu ka? Hoi. Whoa! Wow! Hey! What is this? Sonic? Going down at the speed of sound. I don't remember the song, but this is a big truck from the Sonic game. Oh no, my Kirby! Wait. Ooh. Waddle Dees and a chili dog. Oh my gosh, Waddle Dees chili dogs. Indiana Jones, who? Exactly, never heard of him. India, I barely know her. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Indiana. Isn't that like the name of his dog or something? I don't remember the Indiana Jones lore. I think that his dog's name is Indy or something. I haven't watched that. I think that's in the third movie, right? What we do? Ooh, car time. Time for a ride. Everybody happy and there's room for everyone. Come on, somebody's got to sit in the back seat. Who's it gonna be? Who's back seat in the game? Oops. Kirby ain't dead though. He ain't dead yet. Yeah, they pretty much just let you jump off the edge. No big deal. Bam. I was trying to do some sweet moves. I did not die. I did not die. That was not death. He just lost a tiny bit of health, like the most minuscule amount. Bam, bam, bam. Yo, we're about to break into the department store. Whoa! Whoa, we just broke in. We just saved that Waddle Dee he was stuck. He was stuck as a mannequin. Hooray! His name is Indiana. Did he have a dog? I thought that he was named after a dog or something, right? Isn't Indiana Jones named after his dog? Maybe his dad had a dog named Indy. Then he's like, I loved my dog. Now I want to love my son by naming him after my dog. I don't know. Maybe that was a rumor. Indiana Bones, anyone? Ooh, I see the place that we're supposed to shoot. Couldn't tell you, you've never seen him? Well, we could watch that maybe. Indiana Jones would be kind of a weird choice for movie night, but I think it's a pretty good movie. The first one is. First one's a good movie, second one's garbage, third one's a good movie, fourth one's garbage. It's every other one. Don't make another one. You'll ruin the pattern. Don't make another one. That would definitely mess it up. Okay, sweet. There was a whole hidden one. Oh, it's a drive without falling off the edge. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. I was doing some drifts. I only fell off because I was playing with a drift. So you punishing me for fun? Oh my god. Also, there's a bouncy. It's so cute. It's a little Kirby on a spring. I love those. I love those. A common beast that can be found all over the New World. They're pretty cute, but they have a dangerous wild side. They'll growl and jump at anyone who crosses them. A whole bunch of these critters attack the Waddle Dees. Funny, you'd think they'd get along. Would you? A woofie? They're called a woofies? I kind of love that. Wait a second. A woofies get along with Waddle Dees? Oh yeah! Now that I came out, we can finally get out of the closet. I should have done that immediately. We're out. Finally, we can all get out of the closet now. I need to set it to a new name. Shucks. Yahoo! Shaking my head. I know, missed opportunity. Big missed opportunity. That sucks. I'm so disappointed in myself. A trip to a mall. Ooh, coconut mall time. Everybody, here comes a coconut mauler. Oh boy, oh boy. What is this? Oh, it's a hidden area. Hidden portal to a treasure road. Cool. That's 3-star. I saw another quote unquote hidden area. Or was that the only one? That may have just been the one that I saw. No, is this what? You just fly over them? Also, welcome in. Welcome into the Discord. Welcome in, welcome in. We got places on Discord for you to post pictures of your pets, post art that you make. We got all sorts of stuff over there. We mostly just hang out. We're mostly just hanging out. I think like the most popular posts recently on our Discord have been good morning. If you say good morning on the Discord, guaranteed somebody else is gonna say good morning right back. Listen, we're all, it's an active Discord. Like, everyone's actively checking the Discord. It's just we're all introverts and we don't know what to send. That's all. We just have nothing to say, but we're always listening. We're always listening, never talking. There's a Discord? Yeah, I made a Discord pretty early on. Because we started, like, everybody in the chat started to, like, be friends and stuff. And we're like, what the heck? We needed a place to talk. We need a place to talk whenever Earl's not streaming. I used to stream way less back then, too. So it made even more sense at the time. But it's making less and less sense as time goes on. Just kidding. Bop, bop. I've still got my gun. I don't want to wake up that baby up there. Oh, he's climbing the stairs. I'm sorry, but these little floofers are like giving me pain. If things are too cute, they hurt me. They hurt me so bad. My heart. My sweet, sweet heart. Oh no. My body. My body. It's broken. Stop. I have asthma. I'm shooting him. Oh my god, I just killed a cutie. I just killed a bee worm. It looked like a worm slash bee. Oh no! I just shot a sleeping baby. I want to shoot the fox. I just killed a wolf. What are they called? Oh shoot. Get rid of your hat that way too. Nice. There we go. Bop, bop, bop. Nicole, I'm so sorry that you saw that. Nicole, no! Nicole, I regret everything. Oh no! Nicole saw it. The one person wait, Kirby. Oh, Nicole. Not my people. Nicole, I was watching you play Rune Factory last night. Oh, not your people? What if I was to? What if I wanted to break? Laugh it all off in your face. Oh no. I'm sorry, Nicole. It had to be done. I did it for Kirby. I did it for the little pink blob. I can't help it. Oh, wait. Thank you for the shout out. Nicole's streams are fantastic. Nicole, the absolute queen of puns. How are you doing? Get out of here. Get out of here, you rascals. Boom. I do feel, I mean, this is what I kind of heard about. I kind of heard about how on Kirby you have to kill all these cute creatures, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. I didn't expect for the creatures to be so adorable. But I am killing the most adorable things. Yeah. What? Sunny and Nicole know each other? Oh my gosh. I like y'all both 10% better now. Because y'all obviously have good taste. What can I say? Not the 30 seconds to Mars murder. Oh, what? You know that? You know 30 seconds to Mars? Oh no. Bury me, bury me. Whenever I see a bee in front of me, bury it. I'm not further. Yow! Here we go. Eat 4 donuts. We have to eat 4 donuts to be the Kerbo. We gotta curb it up. We gotta curb our enthusiasm. That's the next title. That's the next title is Curb Your Enthusiasm. And I'll give you a new sound effect of wait a second. Is that Curb Your Enthusiasm music? I think it is. Of course I do. You went full on scene. What? You were a full on scene kid? Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah, that can be the next title. But I like Curb Stomp. It's kind of funny. Whoa. Oh, Kirby is magical now. Hang on. Oh, I just got a this is like it's like a star in Mario. This music, there's a lot of things in this game that are reminding me of Sonic. Is anyone else getting that vibe? Like this little riff? This little musical riff? Hey! Wait, speaking of things, did you do the thing? The what? What thing? Also, I still can't believe that Nicole B was a scene kid. Scene kid, tired of being picked on by mean kids. I guess it's time for us to sing. When I was a young Curb, my father took me into the Forgotten Land to kill the Waddle Dees. Actually, we're supposed to save the Waddle Dees. Kill them! Hooray! What thing was I supposed to do? I think the only Sonic game I ever played was Sonic Heroes. Is that the one where you get to like customize your own Sonic character? Oh my god. Believe it. I was a stream teamer for PETA so I could go on a tour with Warped Tour. What? What? You're... Wait. This is too much information. Nicole, my brain, this is too much. What? You were working for PETA so that you could go on tour for Warped Tour for free? Look, I'm not a big fan of PETA, but listen, I'd do it for the Warped Tour. I'd do it for... What is this? Am I in bed now? Warped Tour? You're saving animals just for the... Nor am I. Hey, look, just like I'm saying, Nicole, I'd do the same thing. That's so awesome. I love it. Are you gonna go to that new the emo tour thing that's happening? I feel like everyone's scared now. COVID and the scary business that happened with what, Travis Scott Burger. Yeah, I don't know. And also I don't love big concerts. I don't know. That's not like an attractive thing to me. It says hamburger to the right. Hamburger to the right. Scene kid. I couldn't be like a proper scene kid because I was too young. I'm actually a whippersnapper. I'm actually, yeah, the When We Were Young tour. Yeah, see, I was like even younger. They say when we were young, and I'm like when I was an infant. Because I am a bit of a baby, but I don't know where I got it. Like whenever LimeWire existed, then my friends' older brothers would burn discs for us. So I like listened to a lot of music at the time. I'm thinking of like the ones that I listened to the most were Mayday Parade and Red Jumpsuit Apparatus was like my favorite. Love some Hollywood Undead. I don't know. So like late scene music, I guess. This is where the burger is, right? Hamburger. I hope that I'm... Mayday Parade is excellent. I still love Mayday Parade. I still listen to that pretty often. I'll just get in a mood and I want to listen to it. It is one mood included. It is kind of like one mood. I also, like while I was going through a breakup last year, it was so nice. Whoa, Mr. Wild Frosty, I'm barely doing any damage. Hey! Okay, I think I'm gonna actually just use the stars. But yeah, Mayday Parade, a vibe. Whoa. I'm trying to think of more. I don't know. I always went like a little bit harder. Oh, A Day to Remember. That's what I was gonna say. Woo! Ah! They're still good. I've got to see A Day to Remember a couple of times now. Or 3 times. Tickets sold out so fast. Oh no! Alchemic, I'm sorry. That sucks. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that there were so many people. I guess it did get a lot of hype, didn't it? That sucks. Look out. Cut class, not frogs. What the heck? You're a vegetarian at the time. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I missed you saying this, Nicole. I'm gonna read it. I just want to kill Frosty, and then I will read all of the messages. We killed him. Okay, you were a vegetarian at the time, but all they had me do was give out stickers and said, "Cut class, not frogs." I mean, to be honest, I don't love dissection either. Dissection made me uncomfy. Dissection yucky. I made my friend do it. I was like, I cannot do the initial cut, my friend. You must do the cut. I don't know. I'm too empathetic. The problem is that I care too much. That's like my biggest flaw is that I care too much. I'm too empathetic. I think of others more than me far too often. And it really leads to problems for me, but everyone else benefits from it. There we go. Yeah, I actually legit protested dissection. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, it seems so unnecessary. Like, really, is this the only way that kids can learn? Like, come on, I learn things on YouTube all the time. Like, just make them watch a YouTube video of it. Bonk. Let me see. You said, you've seen them before too. I was in a wall of death before in the mosh pit. What? You mosh? Nicole moshes? Why didn't I know all of this? Nicole! What? Nicole is cool as heck? I mean, what? I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. Nicole moshes. That's freaking awesome. What? Nicole, when are we going to a metal concert together? That's so awesome. Wall of Death out here? I've been in many Wall of Deaths. I love going to metal concerts. Nicole, I can't believe that we have this that we have this connection. This is incredible. I always knew you were cool. I just didn't know you were this cool. What the heck? You literally, please, you would love that? What? Let's do it. Nicole, this is so cool. Can't believe that I didn't know this about you. Why didn't Opes tell me this? But Opes knows that I listen to... I talk about metal to Opes all of the time. I'm letting that baby live. I talk to Opes about metal all the time, and he never said a single thing about it. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Admittedly, I do listen to metalcore, so if you want to judge me for that, that's totally fine. I totally understand. I totally understand. Listen, everyone that listens to metalcore knows that it's cringe. You don't know if Opes knows that? What? I can't believe it. I'm getting the deets. Metal concerts are so much fun. Yeah, and A Day to Remember slaps. They slap so hard. There was a, last time that we went to like a big venue and it worked really well. But the first time that I saw them, we were like crammed into, it was like 700 people crammed into that tiny little like auditorium. They opened the doors and the line took like almost 30 minutes to get in the door. It was crazy. Stop. But yeah, I'm an absolute gremlin in the mosh pit. I haven't been hurt too bad before. I have like one time, I'm trying to remember like what the situation was. It was like, I think I like jumped. I think I jumped while I was in the mosh pit and somebody hit me really, really hard. And like I flew backwards and landed on my butt. I think I may have had to roll too. Yeah, I think that I rolled and I thought that I had like sprained my ankle or something, and it knocked the wind out of me. I had to like crawl away from the pit. I couldn't quite stand up, so I like crawled away to a corner. You miss shows like that? Oh my god! See, that was the first time that a show ever squeezed me. A Day to Remember was the first time that I ever felt that squeeze. Like, whenever they talked about the horrible, like, Travis Scott thing that happened, like, I've been in a crowd like that, and it is so scary. Like, I'm a big guy. And it makes me a little bit nervous whenever I can't move. Like, and I'm using, like, you're tempted to, like, use your muscles to move around, but you really cannot. Like, you're 100% pinned. If there's enough people. Yeah, the big old group hug. Yeah, you just gotta relax and just feel the warmth and smell the smells. I mean, something that's nice about metal concerts is that you know that you stink too. Like, everybody stinks at a metal concert. So, you can't feel too bad because everybody's gross. You live for mosh pits? What? I cannot believe this. This is getting wilder and wilder. You live for mosh pits. You usually look ahead like I'm looking for a friend and I ask the crowd surf out when I get to the front. I drop in vibe at the front. I cannot believe this, Nicole. I really cannot. I would have never guessed. Listen, I don't want to say that I'm not a judgmental person. I'm not that judgmental of a person. I would have never guessed. That is so crazy. I feel like I cannot believe this. This is the first time that I've felt this feeling, but it does feel like feels weird for me to say me too, because I don't know. I feel like you like it even more than I do. I'm just saying, like, I love mosh pits too. I don't want to just say me too.
The world Pinky
I can't
Boyo.
believe it. Also, Malice, what's up? Thank you for the 26 months. Holy crap. You guys, put some hype in the chat for 26 months. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Malice, how are you doing? What? Do you know Malice, Nicole? What? Nicole, you're blowing my mind. Tokens have all been spent up. Don't you dare tell me that you know Malice. There's no chance. Okay, here we go. Just blasting them. You know the bees? What? What? I've actually met Malice. I actually met Malice and hung out with the fam for like 3 days, I think. That was so much fun. That was so much fun. I would do it again in a heartbeat. Yahoo! Yahoo! Look at him. He's so cute. What are we doing? When did you two meet? What? Yeah. We met like a couple of years ago, right? Or one year? Yeah, Malice just, I think, Malice, did you find me from Royalty Soaps? I think you did. Malice was here from like the beginning. Okay, Kirby can't tip this over because there's screws. Okay, we need it. Oh, let me, I guess you can. I think I have to hold it maybe. Oh, I have to like vibrate it. All right, sweet. Sweet. Back in April at the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah, and you followed from soaps. But yeah, Malice and I have actually, we actually went out and did some, we did some exploring together. I tried my first eel. My first bit of eel while I was there. Didn't we? We tried some type of soup too that I'd never tried. Pho? Didn't we try pho? I mean, I tried pho. You already knew all about it. I think I had my first pho while I was there, and I had my first dragon roll. It was so much fun. I got to see the Golden Gate Bridge for the first time. I actually drove there. I drove all the way to California, and then I drove all the way up too. It was a lot of driving. It was a lot. I can't believe that. I honestly can't believe that. I gotta scroll back up before Malice. Yeah, we went to the piers and we got the what did we get? The little we got little sweet bites of something. I'm trying to remember what it was. It wasn't cinnamon toast. Was it like a funnel cake or a donut? What was that? We saw Alcatraz from a distance. Yeah, I was like, I didn't know that was here. Also, Cramfo, what's up? How are you doing? Kirby! Oi. I still can't believe this. Live for mosh pits. I usually look ahead like I'm looking for a friend. See, I'm always, at mosh pits, I always wait for like a minute. I always wait for a minute. I normally get warmed up by the opener normally warms me up. But sometimes if I like know the opener, I just start tearing it up immediately. I normally wait for it to get like moving. I will often sit at the very, very front and I'm like the one that's jumping. I'm the one that is jumping right at the beginning. I think we're just gonna leave. We can always come back for more goodies. But I'm always at the front, jumping, hyping up everybody. And if you're at the front, you can't tell if nobody's jumping. I just assume that everybody's following my lead. And then I'll start like peeking behind whenever the music starts dropping. Like as soon as it starts getting into the like, into the real moshy songs, then I'm like, wait a second, I gotta turn around. Is something going on? And then I'll like stand at the edge and I'll wait for somebody to hit me. I'll wait for somebody to strike me, to hit me hard enough that I'm like, okay, I'm going in. Slice through the new world as a sword-wielding, green-hatted hero. Try charging up before you swing for extra power. Train hard and become the world's new swordmaster. Swordmaster? Is that true? Shatso. I don't know what that is. Did you see the sea lions in... Are you talking about in San Fran? Sea lions? I think we did see one. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I think we saw them bobbing their little heads out of the water. Mochi? No, definitely not mochi. Yeah, mini donuts. Mini donuts. They were so tasty. Yeah, I've never had mochi before. I think that some mochi is lactose, right? Doesn't it have milk in it? You've only been to 2 small mosh pits and you only got in when your friends did? I go to a lot of concerts alone. I think going to concerts alone, I go to concerts alone and I go to movies alone a lot. I really enjoy it. I know that might sound like kind of weird or sad or lonely, but it really doesn't feel like that. Oh, thank you for the follow, Frogger. What's up? How are you doing, Frogger? We're playing the new Kirby game. But yeah, I go to a lot of concerts alone, and I kind of like it. If I don't know anybody there, then it kind of feels like I can just kind of be myself and just. Oh, you're supposed to jump in. Can we just restart? That's cool. I don't know. Sometimes if I go with other people to a concert, then I feel like some pressure to like act less crazy than I want to. But I go with friends relatively often. There's actually a concert that I really want to go to. That's right before. It's right before when I'm supposed to go to Vegas. It would be like the day before I was supposed to. Oops. It's like the day before I'm supposed to leave. Ooh. I'm tempted to go. It has some of my favorite bands. I feel like I can't miss it. In fact, I think it has my. I think my favorite band is actually in the lineup. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Okay, so Kirby's doing like a slam move that I didn't expect. Because he can just shoot fire, but he can also do like a little... Okay, so this is really capped with how fast you can do it. You basically get to hit this, and then you have all this like extra time to destroy these boxes. This is gonna be like a really easy challenge, I think. You can't go much faster. You haven't been to a concert in a while. You're waiting for your first bucket list people to come and play close to me. Yeah, it do be like that. Honestly, I'm always just like waiting for good people to come to town. Send me what bands you like after the stream. Those bands are really, the bands that I want to see this time are like really, really intense. Fair warning. But yeah, one of them, let me see, what is it? I can remember their name. Thy Art is Murder is one of them. Thy Art is Murder is like an Aussie deathcore band. Thy Art is Murder and Currents, and I think After the Burial. I've seen After the Burial like 3 times. I really love them. They have some really good songs. There's one time that I went to an After the Burial concert, and they were doing encore songs, and I like screamed out the song that I wanted. I was like, collapse, do collapse, and then they did it. They did it, and like all the people around me, they like poked me, and they were like, "Oh my God, you guessed it, dude! I'm so glad it's collapse, right?" This is so much fun. This game's very satisfying. Can we jump this, dude? What? What is this? Oh, he kind of shoots more. Kind of shoots more in the air than I expected. These cans just go flying. Cans be flying along. Here we go. Shepherd. They need to come to the States again. Shepherd. I don't think I've ever heard of them before. I'm sure that our music taste does not quite align, but still, I'm always interested in listening to some new music. I like a variety of music. I only go to metal. Well, I don't only go to metal concerts, but it's definitely the primary one that I go to. Primary genre. But I've been to some folk music concerts. I've been to some. Do I have to get both of these things? What is? Oh, it's 3. This is difficult. Yeah, I've been to a few I've been to a few rap concerts. No, I thought I could jump it. This thing is so slow. We are big time not gonna get the record here, but it's all right. It's this little mini game. We can come back if we want the coins, but it is only coins for going fast, which is kind of silly. You might have. I mean, you definitely. Oh, you definitely played them. Okay, then I heard him. Yeah. I remember some of the music that you were playing. Yeah. Okay. I get you then, Malice. It's that band. You could have just said, yeah. If you, I mean, you did say the band that I played while you visited. Then I'm like, okay, I remember some of those jams. They had some really cool music videos. Very cool music videos. Yes. The brawl at the mall. Do we wanna go straight to the mall? Do we want to go straight to the mall, or do we want to do some more of these? I'm not sure. How far into the game am I? Oh, hi there, Fish Bulbish. I'm this far in the game. This is the first level, like the tutorial. That's free on the demo. Then there's this level, this level, We just finished this one. So we're about to go to like the first big stage. There's all these little, these are little levels that you like do little mini games on. But my Waddle Dee town is not built at all yet, Fish. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. I'm at the first like big boss. Yeah, I'm at like the first boss level, but every level has a boss. I wonder how the Waddle Dees we saved are doing. We should check on them. We've only got 29, so it's not going to build anything. We need to keep going until we get 50 Waddle Dees. That's for... Yeah, he says that we should check on the Waddle Dees, but I don't know what he means. Okay, let's go to the boss. We need to go to the mall and get some shoes. I agree. How do I like the game? It's very fun so far, Floggy. I very much like it. The levels are a really satisfying length. They're not so long that they feel like arduous, but they aren't too short. Like, I was kind of worried that it would be difficult for them to mix exploration and being like bite-sized, but they're like bite-sized levels that you can get through pretty quick, yet there's also a lot of things hidden in them. I do like that. We've been missing, basically what I'm pleased about is that I took time to try to collect things in these levels each time. Like, I'm not just speedrunning these levels, but I still miss stuff. I like that. That is good. That is what we like to see in a collectathon. Especially in a game like this, which apparently you get to upgrade your abilities and stuff. I like that. So we will have a reason to go back to like all the levels that we've been to so far. Oh, this is the boss that's in the demo. I've already fought this boss before. The demo was like a smattering of levels, which is kind of weird. But yeah, they like picked a bunch of random levels, including this boss fight. So this is the demo boss fight. Sounds like I tuned it at the right time. Yeah, Fish, we're getting out of the tutorial now. We will be clear and free from the tutorial. Big boss moment. Big boss moment, Fish. We can do it. It's a big mumpky. Look out for the mumpky. I don't think there's any collectibles here. I don't really necessarily want to use a pistol, but you know. Bop, bop, bop. Donkey. I love Kirby's weird, gigantic eyeballs. Oh, let me go. No touch. No touch, Kirby. I will shoot you. Oh, you said you're seeing Metallica next month? Ooh, that's really cool. I've never seen that big of an artist before. The biggest artist that I've seen is probably A Day to Remember, actually. Oh, wait, no, I saw Suicide Boys. I guess they're probably the biggest. But they're still kind of underground. Like, I don't know. I listen to music that's, like, not quirky music. I just listen to music that's, like, just off the beaten path. It's not that common. But it's also not uncommon at all. Most of the things that I listen to, you know, like they've probably got less than 100,000 listeners on Spotify, but not like 2,000 or anything. Last time that I fought this boss, I found it easiest to just like not use your abilities. That's what I'm finding with these bosses so far. I'm kind of hoping that they have some bosses that it's clear that you have to use a certain ability, or maybe you have to experiment to pick the right one. But this works pretty well. Yeah, those eyeballs, Alchemy. Those. Oh, I guess I did see Baby Metal in concert. That was pretty big. That was pretty big. Oh. It was so cool too. I got to see them a couple of times. I would love to see Baby Metal again. It was like a gigantic dance party. We was dancing. We was dancing. Baby Metal is so good. I'm flying away. See you later. Thanks for the ride, Rosera. Baby Metal is so good. I saw that Baby Metal was on the trailer for Tina's Terrible Tea House or something for Borderlands 3. They had a Baby Metal song. I think they had Karate as the trailer song. It's so weird. It's like, this is not a Japanese game. It doesn't even have Japanese aesthetics. It's so weird that they would choose that song. Like, why is it a Japanese song? It's just because it's quirky That gives me mad quirky girl vibes, and I do not like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll stop being toxic in 10 seconds. Midnight Blonde, how are you doing? What's up? It's me. It's me, the Earl of Sood. The Earl of Sood, how are you doing? It's good to see you, Midnight Blonde. I've seen you out and about. Whoa, Corvid, what's up? Yo, a crow just flew in. You guys, the crows landed. The crows just landed. Yo, can we get some hype in the chat? Yo, raid. The crows. I can't believe it. I can't believe there's whole rows of crows that just arrived. We're supposed to slip between his legs. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so maybe this is how they get you to like try new stuff. Maybe this is the way that they make you try new items. How was the stream? What were you playing? You were playing marbles. Nice. You were rolling. I hope you enjoyed the rolling. Thanks for jumping in. Thanks for the raid. We're playing the new Curbs. Playing an entire murder of crows. Oh my gosh. Can you look at all these crows? Hi, bye friends. Going to go on the road. Going to try to see if I can buy this game. Hey, Rosera, that's good. Enjoy your ride.
Enjoy your ride. We'll see you soon, Rosera. Drive safe.
Corvid, thanks so much. Oi, oi, oi. Let me give you a little welcome sound effect. There you go. That's me welcoming y'all in. Hi there. My name's Earl Suds. I play a variety of games. We're playing the new Kirby game right now. I just started it. We just beat the boss that was in the demo. So it's getting real.
Waddle Dean's Weapon Shop.
Ooh, okay, now we can upgrade our abilities. This is key. This is a key moment, dude. Where's our pufferfish? Oh, is that the thing that you wanted? Yeah, I'm still confused as to what I do with sound effects. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. That was the thing I was talking about. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. I'm just not sure where I want to put it though. I want to make bit sound effects. I want to make bit alerts, but I'm not sure, like, how am I supposed to differentiate between doing channel point redemptions, bit alerts, and then alerts from the stream sound effects thing? How am I supposed to pick? There's like 3 different things, and I've seen people use all 3. Do I spend my money here? Oh, it's volume 1. That's so cool. They didn't have to do that, dude. They did not have to do that. But they made it so that there's like multiple generations of it. That's so cool. Shut up, Elfinland. Oh, look. Waddle Dee's Weapon Shop is open. Looks like a quick way to grab copy abilities. Yeah, let's hop in. Let's hop in. That's a good point, Elfinland. I'm sorry for shouting. The Sound Alerts extension has them separated. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but I kind of want, like, I also might make bit sound effects that, like, put things on the screen. That would be kind of cool. Welcome to Waddle Dee's Weapon Shop. Any copy abilities you find. Oh, guess what else? I can help you evolve them. This blueprint contains some incredible techniques. Let's try evolving one right now. I'll ready my tools. So do we just spend money on this? You love the seamless menu interaction. That's a really nice touch. Yeah, this game feels very seamless. It's like, it's definitely not open world, but man, like they make everything so smooth in this game. Everything's so smooth. Feels very seamless is a great word. Thanks for waiting. The cutter ability can be evolved into the chakram charm or something. Thanks for waiting. Volcano fire. Okay, so we could upgrade either one of these. There's a lot of room for abilities out here. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. We got... Is there more? What is this? Oh, Mr. Sandbag. Nice. You can practice your abilities in here. That's cool. Kirby! We got Kirby! Mystical Water! What's up? What's up? Oh, yeah. I was going to address DMs. I was going to address DMs here because I don't like texting. Is Miss Obi here? Didn't you send me a message or something? I haven't... Mystical Water, I've never played Deltarune yet. I've never played Deltarune. I didn't even finish Undertale yet. But it looks good. Deltarune's also free. Like, there's nothing stopping me. I should play both of them. I'm just kind of busy with the games that we're playing right now. To evolve it, you have to use rare stones. Okay, so the rare stones, we've already got 4 of them, and you need 2 to evolve it. The cutter will turn into... What? Did he just give me some? dude. Also, mystical water. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. You're craving chocolate? Oh my God, chocolate. I'm craving nicotine. I can still feel it, man. Ugh, it sucks. Don't do drugs, kids. Well, don't do that drug anyway. Chakra. I'm gonna evolve it. Why not? Why not? What else am I gonna use these stars on, dude? You'll never guess what I did yesterday. I'm finishing today and the next week or so. What? What did you do, Midnight Blonde? Is it something for? It sounds like a project. What you did yesterday and finishing doing for the next week or so. Is this like some art? Is this some art or something? Ooh, I'm excited. Eerie Coffee, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. Eerie Coffee, how are you doing? We got the new Kirby game, yay! Kirby. What does this do now? How has this evolved? It said it was rapid fire, right? Is this different? This new sandbag is gonna freaking die, dude. You may or may not have moved in with someone. What? You moved in with someone? You're blushing? Wait a second. Wait a second. This doesn't sound like a normal roommate. Wait a minute, Midnight Blonde. Congratulations. Oi. How exciting. How exciting. Hashtag goals. Hashtag goals. So I hope that you've been having a good time so far. You got to keep us upgraded. Cutter turns into chakrams. Makes sense now. Cutter, chakrams, chalk. You're thinking about getting it, but you're gonna wait because you have so many other games waiting. I know there's too many freaking games. There's too many games, Eerie Coffee. What the heck? I ain't even done with Arceus yet. I ain't done with Arceus. I'm nowhere done with Elden Ring. I'm not even close. Oh my God, Kirby. Kirby, this is senseless violence. Kirby, this is truly senseless. Mr. Sandbag didn't do anything to us. Cutter was the ability before you evolved it. It turned them. Okay, so they're just like they're different projectiles now. I guess they're probably bigger. So I forgot to answer earlier, but I'm doing well. I'm working on an animation I'm enjoying. Oh, I see. Very interesting. Yeah, I'll answer your DM. Sorry, Mystic Water. I've been a little bit I don't want to say antisocial because I haven't been like antisocial. I've just been like taking it easy for a few days. So I've been ignoring my DMs. It's mythical. Did I say mystical again? I was reading it as mythical, but I was saying mystical. I apologize. That's disgusting. That was actually disgusting of me. You're having to correct me each time. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Remember that my brain is extremely low capacity. I will absolutely I will burn some of the books that are in my brain so that I can make room. Disgusting. Shaking my head. I can't believe you. Good point. You probably shouldn't. To the world map. To the world map. Let's go. Thank you. I even got a cute pug/bulldog mix to annoy me all day. I'll be sure to post videos of him. Aw, doggo. You got a bonus dog? Nice. Nice. Awesome having a bonus pet that you like whenever you move in with somebody. That's pretty freaking sweet. That's pretty freaking sweet. Bonus dog. Oh yeah. Wee. But yeah, I'm so happy for you, Miss Midnight Blonde. I was not aware that you were in a relationship. And why would I be? Because you don't have to share everything on the internet. But I'm very happy for you. I hope that you love it. The ocean looks so beautiful. We should go for a swim. Swim? I can't swim. Let me jump down. I want to jump down and swim. I can't do it. Elfinlin is teasing me. Clear the stage. Okay, to the abandoned beach. I think we're going to get to see some Kirby in a... Kirby in a biscuit? No, we'll see Kirby in a... Kirby in a donut. Kirby in a donut. Kirby in a donut. The water looks so nice and swimmable indeed. I'd say that it's almost mystical water. This water here. This water here. Not you're using it, but this water seems a little mystical, to be honest. There's some mist, some misty energy going on here. Wowza, I know, right? I agree. I mean, are there myths written about this water? I don't know, but it's mythical nonetheless. Oh, was he shooting? How did I just get watermelon? Did you see that? Oh, we gotta hit the nut. Hit that nut. Nice. The nut has milk in it. What the heck? The nut has real GNU in it. GNU nut. Yay. Yay, nut. Oh, he's so cute. Is that a Kirby? No, that's a fake Kirby, right? Wait. Wait! What is that? What is that? Whoa. It's so adorable. What is this? I don't know the Kirby lore. What is this? Also, spooky vibes. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you again. Can't wait to hit 3 years. Wow, 3 years and you're finally moving. Oh, I didn't want to eat him. My ability is being tired. What a great ability. Oh, this is the cutest ability. He woke up. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Kirby's awake. Whee! Oh, I love his little kicky feet. Kirby's the kid that peed in the pool. Oh, no. Kirby, no. Whoa. What the heck is that big dinosaur doing here? Whoa. Do not eat. Oh, we should shoot a nut at him. What? You can kick the nut, but you can't eat the nut? What the heck? That's so odd. Can I kill this crocodilian? Hit his eyeball? Do I have to hit his internal components? Okay, I'm going over here. I don't care what. He's so cute though. I like his little dumpy legs. His little dumpy dino legs. Hang on. Why do you have so many Kirby emotes, Alchemic? What's going on? What is actually going on? I do not understand how you have so many Kirby emotes. Did you just follow a person that's named Kirby? Oh, they're from Emiru? Is like Kirby all of their emotes? Nice. Ooh, fire abilities and baguettes. Okay, I'm gonna. Bloop. I want to be a fire boy. This is even upgraded. I guess the other one's upgraded too, but I like this one better. Flaggy, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling with the lurk, baby. Dude, they have Kirby Mountain. Kirby Mountain. Wild bonkers. This guy looks like he's from Gorillaz. Is this the lead singer from the popular band The Gorillaz? Looks like the one that has no eyes. Or has sockets or something. I don't know what's up. I don't listen to their music. Hey, whoa! Watch it with the durians. Those are durians, right? Did you just throw fruits at me, dude? What is this? Do I get to become DDD? Yeah, King DDD! I was so tempted to get that King DDD amiibo. There's a King DDD amiibo. There was a Meta Knight one, and there was a Kirby one. I was actually tempted to get all three, but King DDD is my main on Smash. I'm not actually good at him, but he's the one that I mainly like to play. I play other characters better, but King DDD is so much fun. He's so slow. He's so slow and powerful. Stop! Hammer time. Wait a second. You're supposed to be looking. Wait a minute. Hammer time already? I just woke up. I love those babies. What the heck are those babies? Can I eat them? Destroy the animal sand sculpture. Aw, what? That's a mission? That's dirty. I want to eat them. Never mind. Gross. They turned into chocolate monsters. Stay away. No. I'm not hungry. No sweets for me. Thank you. Bonk, bonk, bonk. They were so cute at one time. They became ugly. They became ugly in their old age. I can't believe it. They got old. They moved to Florida. Here we go. Ooh, bonus D. We got the bonus D. The waddle D. Waddle this. Bonk. Reverse ugly duckling. It's true. It's the ugly duckling that we all deserve. Shucks. First waddle dealing. Nice, nice, nice. Also Electro Jack. We've got the hammer. Excuse me? What did you just say in my Discord? Boom! Big hits. Big hits. Big smacks. Holy moly, did you just disrespect the mods? Boom. Anybody disrespect the mod, they get the hammer. That's it. Sorry. Listen, the mods take care of banning everybody else. I take care of the banning if you disrespect the mod. Yahoo! Whammo, let's go. Whammo. Boing, boing. This is pretty fun. Except for the part where I just lost my hammer. That was less fun than other parts of this game have been. Come here. Boom. Pretty fun. These are pretty tight little levels. What's all this grumpiness? Is that grumpiness? Did somebody disrespect the mods? Was it Electro Jack? Surely not. Electro Jack would never. I say, Electro Jack's a good bean. He lies. He lies. He lies like a rug. He lied as easily as he spoke. Whammo. Look out for the little crocodilians. Crikey. It's a croc. It's a crocker. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now that's a proper crocker. Now that's a whole kettle of fish. These guys are so cute before they turn ugly. I feel bad about killing them before they're ugly though. Like, you want them to grow up. You don't want to kill them while they're young. You want them to grow up, then become ugly, and then they die. What is that? Is that a fish on land? I feel kind of bad for him. How about you hop off the edge, man? Hop into the water, man. You're gonna die out here. Well, listen, I'm not gonna give you a quick death. I'm gonna leave you. What is this? What? Oh, this looks painful. Is this a new piercing? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. These piercings are getting out of hand. Kirby. Kirby, how do you even eat with that piercing in your mouth? Kirby, I'm pretty sure that that's going to dry out your mouth. That can't possibly be good for you. You look like a bedside toilet. What? No! Kirby is not a bedside toilet. Kirby would never. Don't you dare use Kirby for that. How dare you? That's awful. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Don't they have a distinctive name? I thought they had a name. Yeah, ever since Opes and I have been dating, like a lot of Opes really like problematic friends have been hanging out here, and it's been a bit of a mess. It's been so difficult to moderate ever since. Boat? Whee! Nice. We can do a blast boost. Oh, maybe we can now kill crocodiles. Yahoo! There's nothing over here, though. Why did I come here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Here we go. Is Kirby going to the dentist? I certainly hope so. He probably needs a cleaning. He needs a cleaning after all this eating. Commode chairs? Is that their name? I do like the word commode better. Whee! Not you blaming Opes? Oh, why, of course. Of course. I love blaming other people. Listen, I was gonna make a generational joke, but I think all generations do that, right? Oh, we can just hop right off. I'm also not sure what my generation is. I think I'm technically not a millennial. I think I'm technically a zoomer. I think I've been zooming around a little too much. Yahoo! Go, Kirby, go! I love this. This is so satisfying. This is so much fun. Also, you just point the boat where to go. Nothing's reversed. It's very intuitive. Very intuitive boat ride. You're for sure a zoomer. Excuse me. You say that like it's an insult. That's interesting. Oh, there's waddle these. You know what? You can waddle these. There we go. Yeah, you are definitely not a millennial. Oh, thank you. Here we go. We're around the same age. I have no idea what generation I am. Your generation spooky. You're the spooky generation. Ooh. Oh, we can't get through here. Let's go. 1980 to 2000. Gen Y or millennial. What? Flatly, that's not the number I've heard. I've heard 96. Or 95? You're a zennial? Zennial. Did you just make that up? Hey. Boing, boing. No! Kirby's dead! Never mind. Kirby's alive again. I killed Kirby. I'm so sorry. Oh! I did not expect enemies to be found. Blow them away. Whoosh. Whoosh. Kirby's so great. I love him. Wop, 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 wop. I think we have to leave. I think that we have to leave now. We didn't get enough knock knock nuts. It says that there's still one more knock knock nut somewhere around here, but I think it's in an earlier part. That's all right. We're not really going for 100%. We can just get the heck out of here. Yeah, generations are such a dumb idea, but humans love categorizing, so of course they did this. Of course, this is just typical. Putting people into boxes for absolutely no reason. No good. Dubious. I'm still using my typewriter. I know you are. It's a USB typewriter. You plug it directly into the PC. Into the PC. I mean, it's got that good key feel that we all like. What is the word that people say for those satisfying keyboards? They say thonks, right? Don't they say, oh, that's good thonks? Where it goes like. That's how you get really good thonks. Is that you need a typewriter. Kenny, my girlfriend asked how long you've been streaming. 2 hours, 21 minutes. Strong-armed beast Gorimondo. Gorimondo considers the local shopping mall to be his personal territory. As part of the Beast Pack's exclusive executive council, he's in charge of capturing Waddle Dees and gathering food. He tends to eat all the fruit himself. He just can't help it. This behavior has earned him an earful from his boss more than once. His boss? He looks like a boss to me. Wait a minute, he's not even a boss of his own life? Also, he has a nose piercing. Heck yeah, dude. So now the Waddle Dees won't be captured anymore. Great. So he killed the boss that's been doing the catching. Bingo bango, freedom for all. Hooray! Hooray! Click clacks, thonks, stonks. So edgy. He has that piercing. He was a pierced monkey. Hey, shouldn't judge monkeys on their appearances. That doesn't work. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. Try saying it out loud, Jack. I don't think it could be said. I don't think it can be said. An attempt was made, but I don't think it works. I don't think it can actually. I think it actually cannot be done. To the concrete aisles. Let me see. You wonder if there's an adapter that you can hook up a typewriter to a PC? I mean, I said it. Did you, Jack? Did you say it out loud? Did you say it out loud to see if it actually sounded right? You typed it, as far as I know. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I know that there's a lot of nerds out there that probably have, like, I don't know, hot-wired a typewriter, but you'd have to change the tech, obviously. What a cute squid. It looks like a blooper. Yay. I was gonna say that this area is giving me some sunshine vibes. Some Super Mario Sunshine vibes. I love the little squids. Oh, they're so cute. I hate killing all these cute things. Oh, they're adorable. There's also a seagull in the water. I kind of don't want to kill them. I don't even get that many benefits from killing them. Why'd they make them so dang cute? What is this? A lime shard. One shard of lime, please. I'd put one of these lime shards in my boba. Bonk. Avoid enemy. Avoid enemy. Fly to Valhalla. No, Kirby, no, don't die yet. Don't die yet. I'm supposed to die later. Hey, that's off the schedule, buddy. Ooh, you can just kind of fly everywhere. Kirby can fly? Bonk. Okay, maybe I do have to kill things. I'm so sorry. Ooh, I recognize that from Smash. That's a Smash item. That's such a beefy sound effect. Goodness, it's turned into Mortal Kombat for a couple of seconds. You know that they make keyboards that look like typewriters, though. You bet they do. I still, you know, I'm still reeling actually from. I don't even remember who it was, but that should just tell you how much it affected me. Is that somebody was talking about keyboards, and I was like, "Oh, cool. Do you have a mechanical keyboard?" They were like, "Oh yeah, of course I do. Of course I got a mechanical keyboard." And I was like, "Oh, dope. I've got like a Razer Huntsman. Do you have one like that?" And they were like, no. It's fully custom. Like, it's an actually good keyboard. It's a custom. I wouldn't be caught dead with that. And I gotta say, it's hurt my feelings ever since. I'll never forget that. I don't even remember who said it anymore, but it still affects me to this very day. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna replace it. Yeah, can you imagine gatekeeping keyboards? Can you imagine? I mean, PC gamers, am I right? Yuck. PC gaming master race, quote unquote. Ugh. Ugh. Dubious creatures, every one of them. Look, if you want to miss out on Kirby, PC gamers, have freaking fun. I'll be sitting here. I'll be sitting here with my drill hat. With my drill hat. Look at the fish. The fish are so animated. Are we allowed here? I think it's only in mouthful mode that we're not allowed to swim. We got ourselves a little bee drill. A drill that looks like a bee. You need bee drills in the chat. Wait a second. Hang on. Gate key ping. Ha 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 ha. Gate key. Ha ha. Keys on a keyboard. I get it. That's pretty funny. Gate key. Wait a second. You can play. Oh yeah, you totally can. You totally can. I kind of forgot about that. They can play it emulated, but I'll put it this way: there's no way to support Kirby developers on the PC. I am comedian. You are funny. Did you say that you're working on an animation? I hope it's got lots of puns in it. Hello, fellow mole man. Hello, fellow mole. It is I, Kirby the mole. Oh my, what? How did I make it through there? Whammo. Bonk. There we go. Ooh, I see what they're training me. You can use it to dodge stuff too. That is cool. Oh, you can just hold it. Oh, you can hold it to stay underground. You can dig around, dude, if you hold it. That's so cool. You can't do it forever, though. Oh, I didn't know that. Also, you can just move underground. You don't have to jump every time. Oh. I like just figured that out, Flatly. I just figured that out. This is so cool. It's so satisfying. Whoa. You buy your games legit. You're legally allowed to rip them. You just have to have a copy in the States. Plus, I get 4K. Oh, yeah. You totally can do ROMs a legit way. You can rip them yourself. It's all about it's about the ROMs. It's not about the emulation, of course. I have emulated games before. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. We did it for, I think for Metroid Prime, we played it legit, right? I'm trying to remember what we emulated. No, I emulated the NES games. I mean, I didn't. I remember I actually hooked up an NES for playing Ghouls and Goblins. I'm trying to remember what we did. Which one was it? Maybe for no, because I got Luigi's Mansion too. Now you're familiar with the power-up. You could say you know the drill. Yeah. Oh, it's Ocarina of Time. That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah, Ocarina of Time. I couldn't find one. Couldn't find one that wasn't extremely expensive. So yeah, we did emulate that. But now it's on the Switch, so we don't even have to bother. Nice. It would be really cool to play a randomizer anyway. So emulating Ocarina of Time is pretty cool anyway. Oh, Linz, welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, Scott, what are you doing being sweet? Shush. How are you doing, Scott? Oh my goodness, too wholesome. Too wholesome. You shush now. You shush now, Scott. How's it going? It's going great. We're playing a brand new adorable Kirby game. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a great time. Having a good time. Having a good time. Jumping off the edge. Here we go. Boing. What do you say, Spooky? You're gonna head to bed. Got a long day of exploring caves tomorrow. Huh? Minecraft gamer? Ooh, get some sleep. Get some sleep, Spooky. It was nice to hang out with you. It was nice. Enjoy your spelunking tomorrow. Whatever spelunking you're doing. The music in this game has been obscenely good. It's honestly, it should be illegal to have this much good music. None of it has been chill at all. All of the music has been popping off. Like that underground music, holy mackerel. It was so good. Kirby mouthful pipe mode. Kill everything. Whoops. I didn't know what the jump button was. You gave me the prompt way too late. Noise. Kirby gets flattened into the wall. What? Real caves being touristy? Nice. Real caves. I've never been in a real cave. There are caves in Texas. I should check it out. But that sounds super fun. Spooky, get some sleep. Get some schlep. We'll see you later. I hope you have a fun time tomorrow. It's so neat. Yeah, I've never been underground. The most underground I've ever been is just like in a super deep hole that I dug. I've only been as deep as I've dug. As deep as I dug. Ooh, big mush. Big Maxim tomato. That's another Super Smash Brothers item. Wow. Yeah, let's go. Wait, what, really? Yeah, no, I've never been in a cave. I've never been in a cave. I haven't avoided them. Can you imagine, like, how would my family take us to a cave? Like, you would definitely lose, like, 50% of the children in the cave and never see them again. Oh, Ice Kirby. I can't believe they stole so many Smash Bro items. I know, right? Hey, Callie, what's up? Welcome in. Oi. But yeah, Scott, how have you been recently? It's always nice to see you just popping in, saying hi. If you're peer pressured by your friends, would you cave? I'm gonna stop reading your messages. Can somebody block Mystical? Mythical. I'm just kidding. That's good stuff. Brr, so cold. Can you see your own breath? Make a chunk of ice, then kick it forward. Skate and slide wherever you go. You'll even glide right over mud and magma. What else? Rental lockers, my favorite mini boss. You're driving home. See you soon. Nice. We'll see you soon, Callie. What's up, Sarah? Oi. Welcome in, Sarah. How are you doing? Imagine going to... you went to a cave in New Zealand that had glowing worms dangling down looking like stars. Okay, I can't do an accent, I'm sorry. You went to New Zealand? Oi. New Zealand. A New Zealand Kevin. Scale the Cement Summit. I like that. Cement Summit. Rest in peace, everybody that has a lisp like I do. A Cement Summit. Submit to Kirby. Submit to Cement Kirby. Submit to the Cement. Yahoo! Let's go! It's a really interesting experience, like taking a guided tour. It's really hard to navigate in a cave, in a cavern, in the depths. I remember reading a creepypasta about caves one time. Scared the bejeebus out of me as a kid. It had its own website and it had like photos and everything. I thought it was real. I thought it was real until it like turned too crazy. But it had photos and everything. Like it was really convincing. It was really convincing. Look at the little bomb boys. Oh, they're so cute. I kind of want to get a new ability. The best cave system you ever visited was Carlsbad Canyon. Oh, Carlsbad Cavern in New Mexico. Interesting. Glowworms on butt strings? Hey, I'm surprised Automod didn't catch butt strings. How dare you mention the butt strings? I'm struggling. Naraya, what's up? How are you doing? You've never been to any Texas caverns? I have not. I've not, but I also have like a million siblings, so we didn't do much. Like, if you're like, did you do this? The answer is no. Babamba. Oh, treasure map. This is to upgrade oh, it's for the clutter needle. You can evolve the needle's ability. I'm using the needle one right now. Now butts are free. Yeah, free butts. Free the butt. Finally, the campaign's working. I'm looking forward to it. Finally. Let's go. Kill them. Kill all the bugs. Yum, yum. Tongue twister? I've been twisting my tongue all day. You freed the booties. Oh my gosh, Lens, like your booty was ever unfree. Lens has been able to do whatever they want since day one, and now wants to pretend like she's one of the people. Shaking my head. Where are you going, Kirby? Kirby. Oh! Nice. A mouthful of cabinet. Such cute sounds. Oh my goodness.
He went, ooh.
I can't make that sound effect. It's too cute. It's too freaking cute. His voice is so adorable.
Hi. Boyo. Boyo, boyo, boyo.
I have not done whatever I wanted. Oh, what? Lens? What? Lens, don't tell me that you want to be unwholesome. That's horrible. Lens, don't talk like that. Don't talk like that. I don't believe you. Howdy, my life is slowly but surely getting together, so I actually might have time to watch streams. Nice, Naraya. I'm glad that life's looking up for you. I'm glad that life's looking up. Ooh. Don't tease me now, though. Don't get me all excited to hang out with you now. You take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Live your life. Fix some stuff. We got a brand new year that just started. Oh no, my star. I love this duck. Is this a duck? Is this Daffy? Is this the new, wait a second. I think that this is one of them new, Pokemons. Is the new duck starter right here? Hey! This could be the final evolve of the new duck starter, you guys. Finally, they revealed it. It's the duck Kirlia. Oh, yeah, it does kind of look like Kirlia. And yes, it is definitely not a duck. Quaxley? Yeah, this is cool. No, this is an evolved form, so this is... Stop. This is Quaxlina. Quaxlina, she grew up and she got a career as a ballet. As a ballet dancer. Excuse me, could you give me some... Ooh, give me some pointers. Kirby's so cute. Every little animation is adorable. Bonk. Bonk. I missed. Oh, I missed. Ow! You big dumb swan, you. This is gonna be your swan song. You know what I'm saying? Help! 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 Not the vortex of dance. The dance text. But yeah, Texas does have a lot of caverns. I just haven't been to any of them. Like, what do you think is in them? Like a bunch of cowboy bones? Maybe. Swan's just a pawn? Who's the real master?
We just ate them.
I just ate him. I just ate one of God's creatures. God that made that creature, and then I said yum yum, and I ate them. Kami-sama arigato. Whee! This is a great move. This is a great move. Shucks. You can fly. You can kill everything. It's pretty sweet. Look at that. Look at that man throwing out all of his little minions. I can't believe that he's birthing all those babies. He's birthing those babies out of his mouth. Oh, it's timed. This is a timed zone. Look at that. We're not going to make it. We'll never make it. Never mind. That was really easy. Let me see. We can go to a cave in June. Perfect place for doing crime. Perfect place for hiding a body. Nice. What kind of body? Like a body of water? Perfect place for hiding a body of water? Yeah, that's true. Nobody would expect to find water in a cave. The last thing you expect when you go into a cave is water, but that's exactly what you'll find. This cave in Texas has so much water that you might accidentally drown. Many people have, but that's only the beginning. Wait. Whee! Oh, you have to hit him in succession. You gotta get good. Get good, gamers. Bonk. Yahoo! We saved him! Hooray! You'll never find me in a cave. You won't find mystical water in a cave, but you might just find mythical water. You never know. Ooh. Bonus coin. Red coin. So satisfy. Hashtag blood money. Those TikTok grind my gears. The what? Which ones? The Chills ones? I didn't know about Chills TikToks. Chills is a YouTuber as far as I know. I'm not really on TikTok too much. I downloaded it again and I've been trying to watch some of it. I'm slowly watching it. Like, it's taken time to transition into it because it's like really rough. The monotone voice ones. That's based on a YouTuber named Chills. Bonk. I want to be one of those boys, one of the bomby lads. Well, also, Narai, you said you're going to get going. Hey, get yourself some sleep. Get church, or I mean, enjoy your evening. I don't know why I'm like assuming that people are going to bed. Enjoy your evening. It was nice to hang out with you. I'm glad to hear that your life's picking up, baby. Oh, yeah. You got off of TikTok? Joshy, you gave up? Oh, my God. Kirby glider! Oh my God. Kirby can fly? Dude. Almost like you're doing it against your better judgment. What? Who's better judgment? Better judgment never met her. Never met her. Whee! Oh, we can do an attack too. This is very strange because it's non-reversed flight controls. See, I just messed up because it's not reversed. That's a bummer. I could easily. Oh, it says swap them. Oh, okay, now it's inverted. Nice. It was giving me an option in the corner. I just didn't see it. Shucks, I could have done it perfectly, very easily. I'm used to inverted controls. I mean, pretty much all games use inverted controls. This is really fun. This is very satisfying. You're still here, VO? Yo, awesome. We get lots of VO time. I'm starting to feel a little spoiled getting to hang out with VO. Hang on now. We saved all the Waddle Dees. Yay. Waddle these creatures. What'll all of these creatures do whenever we free them? I need to send you good TikToks. Linz, you're Your TikTok judgment is it's still in review right now. I mean, you have sent some funny TikToks, but oh, you can what? Oh, you can retry the flight thing. Wait a minute. Avoid spikes in the secret room. Okay, we did that. Surely there's something for completing that flight. Let's try it one more time. You want to retry the arch mouth section. Let's do it. Let's do it. My mental health has taken a deep dive, so I had to get off of all social media. Okay, then that's really wise of you. I'm sorry to hear that you were being affected like that. Yeah, social media is rough out there. I'm glad that you took a break. Sometimes you just gotta take a break from all that mess. Yeah, it was, I mean, I've definitely felt the effects of social media many, many times. I mostly like avoid it these days. Avoid it as much as possible. I deleted my Facebook when I was like, I think I was still in high school, and I was just like, oh, I don't want people to know what I'm doing. Yeah, Ann, what's up? Ann, you're late. I'm just kidding. How are you doing, Ann? Oi, oi, oi! Why'd you hit me with a bat? Come on, tell me your story. Hit it. Come on now. Linz, I'm going to raise that price because apparently you're the only one that's going to pay for it, and I know you've got points. I know you've got points. You want me to work out? You want me to work out right now? You know, for you, Linz, all right. That means you have to do a workout too, all right? It's equivalent exchange. It's the law of alchemy. It's the law of alchemy. Equivalent exchange. That means that you gotta go for like a little run or something. Okay, it's part of the contract. You signed it. You signed it. I believed you. What? There was nothing? Dude, I just redid it and I did it perfectly. Why would they let you retry it? Who cares? This is points, dude. Remove 3. Oh, you're supposed to remove those posters. Oh, dude. Oh, you're doing a 5-mile run tomorrow morning in the snow? You can do 5 pull-ups. There's no reason to be, there's no reason to be, okay, I'm just gonna stop. I'll do my workout, all right. Linz, I've got words for you. I got some words for you, but this is not the time or place for them. Whammo. Right now, I gotta get these Waddle Dees out of this cage, if I can. Here we go. At least it was a fun segment. It was actually super fun, Fishbowl. It was super fun. In fact, it's kind of neat that they let you retry it. It's almost like they were like, "That was great, right?" That's what it kind of felt like. That they were like, "That was great. Want to do it again?" And I mean, I took the bait. I took the bait because it was fun. In Kirby voice, "Hi, hi, hi." That's me taunting in Smash.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Okay, so we got ourselves a new creature right here. Tortorner has a whole shell made of concrete, as if he had. This is so hard to read. Torturner has a whole shell made of concrete, as if it walked off with somebody's sidewalk. It has a thick skull and a mean bite, but its body is pretty delicate. A mouthful mode ability might help you crack through its shell and land a brutal blow from above. Wow. It has a thick skull and a mean bite, but its body is pretty delicate. Hey, what did I see? Bradder? Hey, Bradder's here. Hi, Awkward, Bradder, and y'all are all here just in time to see me work out. Hooray! Hooray! We're gonna work out. Oi, 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 oi. Bradders! Ugh, you got the water tank. So jealous. The what? The water? What? The what? The water tank? What water tank? Hey, yeah, shouts out to Bradderfield. I watch Bradderfield streams all the time. You should check him out. Brad's really cool and plays lots of retro games. I'm so looking forward to TwitchCon. I hope you're going, Brad. I hope you're going. I'd love to meet you. You're definitely like on the top of my you're like on the top of my want to meet list. You're like you're probably right at the top of my wish list of peeps to meet. Yeah, I got to do a quick workout, you guys. 5 pull-ups,
5 pull-ups. I'm going to make them a little bit harder. These pull-ups have been really easy today. They've been really easy. I don't know why. Something's happening. Is this because y'all have helped me work out so much? Sorry, am I flexing too much? I'm sorry. Where's TwitchCon this year? Yeah, San Diego and in Amsterdam, I think. No, I don't want to return. I don't think that we have enough right now. It says 21 out of 47 here. Well, let's actually go back. It's Lynn's fault. It's Lynn's fault. You've never been able to do a pull-up? Well, I mean, workouts are kind of weird. Like, they're weird because they get you out of breath really quick. But like, there's a workout for everybody. Like, not every workout is for everybody. That's a workout that I've always been good at. I think that I'm just... Yeah, that's just a good workout for me, but there's different workouts for everybody. Like each body type, or I mean, it isn't even necessarily body type because it's also like where your muscles are or whatever. I've got like a fair bit of upper body, but my I'm gonna cough. I'm going to do it. I literally will cough in a second. I will not be able to help it. I will cough in a second. But I have asthma. So like, Linz is talking about like running 5 miles. I could never, dude. I could never. My asthma in my lungs, they hurt so bad. I'm so bad at cardio. I literally cannot do cardio. Cardio hurts me so much. But yeah, I can do pull-ups. I actually can't do that many push-ups. I'm not very good at push-ups. It's only pull-ups. That's the only thing that I can do. Do you have to be a Twitch streamer to go to TwitchCon? Oh, no way. No way. You definitely do not. Definitely do not. Delivery Waddle Dee. Just enter any present codes. Does anybody know present codes? Oh, God. If it were only streamers, I wouldn't go. Hey, thank you for the follow, Fish Bulbish. I'm glad that you've been enjoying hanging out with us. Nice. I'm so glad that you popped in. Thanks for the follow. Also, Airwin Comb. I see like Airwin. Is that how to say that? Airwin. I think it's Airwin New Comb. New Comby. I don't know how to say the name. I'm so sorry. The socks are so colorful. Yes. We've got the rainbow socks. I was just trying to show off the rainbow socks. Okay, so this is for present codes. Want to see how it works? Sure you do. I hit a present code in the wall. What? What? Can somebody take a side trip to Kiwi Land and smuggle me into their luggage for TwitchCon? What? Then you could just buy. That means that someone still paid for a plane ticket there and back. that would cost more plane tickets. Shaking my head, dude. There's a cool pizza joint that you hope is still there. Ooh. You like walking outside the con for lunch. I've never been to San Diego. This will be my first time. My first time. Okay, go ahead and enter your present code. Boy, I don't have a present code. Oops. No, I'm not entering any codes. Leave me alone. Stop. I don't have any codes. Yeah, I did change my mind. I never said I wanted to. I just talked to you. Oh my gosh. I just talked to you. You don't have to be so... Oh, Elfinland, what is it? Something is written on the wall. It says first password. Oh, never mind. Hopefully he won't be mad at me for what I said. Nice. Oh yeah, I did get codes. It's true. I don't remember them though. Here we go. Hey, Miss Obi, what's up? How are you doing? It had an arcade cabinet with a Mega Man game. What?
Mega Man arcade cabinet.
Oh man, Brad, have you ever been to a barcade? Surely you have. I went to my, is it First Present? Is that what it was? I went to my first barcade recently and it was so much fun. You just like paid $5 to get in and then you could just play old. Dude, what? What was it? Mouthful mode is a code? Okay, thank you, Flatly. We'll do that. Does it have to be all caps? Guys, don't steal my code. Don't steal my freaking code. What? I don't see mouthful being a mode. Did I just say that wrong? Oh, it's first password. Okay. Did I just put mouth mode? Did I just put mouth mode and expected it to work? This is so confusing. New adventure. Oh my gosh. Y'all are saying so many codes. First password. Okay. I wouldn't pass on this password though. Here we go. First password eared. Oh god. Have mercy. Aha, that code checks out. Look for it in front of your house. Sweet. All right, another one. Mouthful mode is a whole word. Is a whole word. You just put mouthful. Oh, mouthful mode. Didn't you see? It got delivered. Boy, I gotta go back. I gotta get my delivery first. I mean, all right. I mean, okay. Where's my pure acento? Pure acento. Pure acento. Pure acento. Pure. What? This is my house? I live in a half a snowball. Dude, we just got a sack of treasure. Sack of treasure. Chaka River. Chaka River, sack of treasure. All right, great. This is where the majority of the mods get their spelling. Yeah, all the mods, I taught them all English, so. But it turns out that Alchemic was already a teacher, so he was just playing along. He was playing along, trying to make me feel special, which I did appreciate at the time. I kind of needed that. Okay, there's one new adventure. Okay, thank you, Brad. This really does feel like a new adventure. Wow. Ah! Yay! Okay. This is a new adventure, if we're being honest. Meow, 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 meow. I like that I get to keep my ability. Oh, yeah, we should go to the, oh, I'm sorry, Elfinland, I'm sorry. My baby. Hey, new adventure, we get a what? We get a star? Yo, that's nice. We can use that to upgrade our abilities. Okay, do you have Caramel Arrow? Yes, I do. I pulled her after like maybe 8 tries, I think. Meow, 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 meow. Also, Miss Obi, did I respond to you on our Discord about Cookie Run? Did you ask a question or something? You were asking like who to upgrade. Let me see. First, okay, so we got first password. Got new adventure. Mouthful mode, that's another one. Oh, and Awkward, you said that you tried Beat Saber yesterday? Oh, what did you think about it? It's so much fun. I really love it. I don't know what like music packs you had access to. Was it like on somebody else's I mean, you probably played it on a Oculus Quest, right? Okay, wait. Mouthful mode. Alchemix said clear demo. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Clear demo was another one. Thank you, Alk, for remembering that. It was at an arcade and it was pretty bad. You want to get it yourself? Oh, well, if it's at an arcade, it may have been an old Vive or something. Mouthful mode. Oh, what? We got a little baby car. We got a car mouth cake. That's kind of gross. Look, there's a car mouth cake. Why is that up in the corner with an X on it? I'm scared to use it. What did I just do? Did I just waste it? Why did they give me that item just now? Did I just... Okay, whatever. Okay, clear demo. I thought that there was 2 that were off the demo, right? I'm sorry, we'll be out of here in a minute, you guys. I'm just activating codes. But yeah, Obi, I would say, I think I've been slightly confusing you a little bit. Like, just play the game. Just play story mode. Play story mode, because as you play story mode, you'll get especially if you can do 3 stars on story mode, then you will get the diamonds that you need to pull new cookies. So it's totally fine to invest a little bit in the cookies. I would just say don't level them past 30. And maybe don't even level them to 30. So 30 is probably too high of a level. Don't bother, like, once you get good cookies, don't freaking bother with any of the ones that you have, because none of the ones that you have are very good. The only one that is okay-ish is the one that's like the Huntress one. I can't remember what her name is. Yeah, doing story mode and decorating, that's perfect. Then yeah, just keep earning. Just keep earning those crystals and then spend them on the gacha, and then use what you get, basically. But just so long as you're not stuck on story mode. If you get stuck, then yeah, go ahead and just like invest in some of them. You can just click auto and it'll suggest the cookies to use. That's normally a pretty safe way to do it in the beginning. In the beginning, it's worth just doing auto, and you'll get a better feel for it later of like which ones you like and what combos there are. I sent that link to everybody in the Discord for Cookie Run. That is literally like the best spreadsheet that is made. That is off of the Reddit. That sucker's really good. Yeah, Tiger Huntress is the only one that is worth leveling. The rest of them are not that great. The rest of them are like B tier or lower. Especially that nasty little Ginger Brave. Ginger Brave, the most dubious creature. Brr, so cold. Can you see your own breath? Okay, this is... I kind of want to upgrade this. How do I do this? Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. This is the one that has the upgrade, the needle. Needed to... So it looks like... Is this the only one that I can upgrade? Because if it is, then I'll just upgrade it. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have an option. Looks like picking up the... Oh, yo, you can do a little spit in the air. That is so satisfying. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna evolve it. We'll evolve everything that we can. Nice, he's going to work. It's so satisfying. I love this little animation. Boom, he put on the glasses. They'll want you to level up the common ones that you have right now for at least to at least 30. Yeah, it stinks. What the heck? I have a whole village on my head. What the heck? I just turned into a Katamari ball. What is this? Oh my god. Kirby. Kirby ate the city. Oh my gosh. This is really hard to look at. This is hard to see. I see we've got there's a shell, there's a little like castle tower, there's an arrow, there's some cacti, there's a spring, there's a rocket. There's one more thing in there. Oh, it's like a drill. That's super cool. I kind of like it, but it is hard to look at. His hat looks crazy. Okay, so how many waddlies do we have? We just unlocked this? Oh, we unlocked that in our house. We haven't been in our house. What is this? My house. I'm so tired. To decorate your house? What? You decorate it? Wait. Decoration? Please tell me that car is here. Please tell me that the mouthful. No, where did that stupid car go? Did I eat it? I hope Brad is wrong for more than one reason. I just like it when Brad is wrong, but I think I did eat my car. I ate it, but what did it do? What the heck is this? Is this music? Oh, this is just like, what? Is this just like a list of Kirby games? It gave me health? What? I didn't need health. Why did it just give me food? The food's so cool, I wanted to save it. Why is there no refrigerator in this game? I hate it here. Okay, I won't put this little baby. They're so cute. They give it a follow evac karma. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for evacuating all that karma. Look at the baby. Oh, hey, nice to meet you, Evac. Thanks for popping in. Oi, oi, oi! We're here to check out the new game. The new game. Oh boy, look at all these Kirbys. There's so many beautiful figures. You gotta collect the whole collection. Again, I love fake gacha. Fake gachas are the best. Oh, did I just go to bed? Oh! Babies! Look at those babies. Oh my god, 2 babies. Good morning! Okay, how do I decorate? It said decorate. How? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Nice to meet you. The figure will now be displayed. You can display 3 at once. Oh, sweet. Baby. I have 1 baby. Now for 2 babies. Actually, I only have 1 baby. This is not a baby. This is not the child you're looking for. Okay, I'm gonna just put, I guess these, I mean, Kirby themselves is very cute. Okay, these are all the cutest ones that I have. I guess this little spring thing's kind of cute, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. It looks like they chopped Kirby in half. Looks like they chopped Kirby in half and put a spring on his bottom end. Do you do voice acting? I do not. I do not. I just goof around. I think it's fun to do voices. It's fun to just do silly voices all the time. All the time. I do it automatically. I don't know how to stop. I do like playing games that aren't voiced so that I can do my own voices. Like Stardew Valley. That's always fun. That's always fun. To the fast flowing waterworks. To the waterworks. Let's go. All right. We're schmoving through. Maybe we can find some more. Oh yeah, we could have used our stars to open up some more of them gachapons. We could have done some gachapon activity. Boom. I will crush you. Boing. Dead. Push me to the ledge. Enemies are dead. Got some free coins. Whee! What is that? What is that, Alchemic? Oh, okay, it's a real human being. I was like, what the heck? What the heck? Is that a Kirby character? Kenny, I'm still 55,000 acorns away from being very important. You're important right now, Awkward. You're important right now. I don't know what you mean. Whee! All right, we're going down the river. All right, Kirby got sold down the river. Sorry, Kirby. You gotta go on a sewer ride. Everyone, get on the sewer wagon. Sewer? I barely know her. Oh, that's so cute. He said, "Ee." That's adorable. Kirby needs to stop being cute. He said, "Ee." Get him. Hey, Josh Marissa, yo, hey. Thank you for the sub. Wait a second, did you change your name, Marissa? Marissa changed the name? Yo, now it's Josh Marissa. Thank you so much for the subscription. I almost said follow. Wait a moment, I know you. Did you change your username? Thank you so much for coming back for 10 months. Hey, it's good to see you. It's been a minute. Been a minute. Oi. Thank you for all the hype in the chat. Hi. That's what Kirby said. Hi. Oh, different account. What? You forgot about this one? What? Yet it still has 10 months subbed? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the heck? Thank you so much. You do not have to subscribe to me on 2 accounts. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's why no diamond. Yeah, see, I told you that the diamonds don't matter too much. I didn't even notice. Dedication. Oh my gosh, it's true. It's true. Look out for the squidlings. Ow. Hi. Come on up here. You think you're a squid now, you're a kid now. Well, you're about to be dead now. I do like that I can just sit here and things will jump on top of me and die. Also, technically, Kennat, 10 months would be a Twitch baby. It's common Misconception that pregnancies are 9 months. What? I don't think you're right about that. I think you're off. What do you mean? My mom was like pregnant. My mom was like pregnant like a bunch of times. It was 9 months. It takes about 9 months. I don't think that's a misconception. I think it just is just variable. It's slightly more variable than people expect. It takes about 9 months. About 9 months. It doesn't have to be exactly. Doesn't have to be exact. Your son was born in 6 months. Yo, speedrunner. Speedrunner's born. Another speedrunner is born. Is that how you were born, Brad? Brad was probably born after 3 months, let's be honest. Brad, don't be such a tryhard. Here we go. Yum, yum, yum. Whoa, big coin. That's the first time I've seen that before. Yahoo! Let's go. Listen, I took a little extra time in the oven, all right? Some things are just best not rushed. Casual speedrunner, I do the normal playthrough first. Dude, I can't wait to see Brad's second playthrough of life. That's gonna be awesome. After you know all the tips and tricks, you'll have all of the you'll have all the routes memorized. Holy moly. I'm playing a completionist round of life right now. What is a completionist? What would a completionist life be, you guys? That's my question to you. Is this a race? Dude, preemie's a bad word, apparently. Preemie? That just means like a primo baby. Like premium babies. What's wrong with having a kid that was just born a little early? Hashtag little early. That's what they called me whenever I was born. What the frick? I've been bamboozled. I feel like we're playing Fall Guys. Got bamboozled by that door. How am I supposed to know which way to go? Was I supposed to memorize it? You know I didn't. Nintendo, you know I didn't. You cheated me. What? They actually gave you a bunch of extra time there too. Kirby, please. Come on, Kirby. Okay, can I go back? They gave you way too much time. Like, they were way too nice about that. Yeah, it shouldn't have even been close, to be honest, Alchemic. I'm not even really disappointed about it. Because they were way too nice. It was a micro preemie, only weighed 2 pounds. Oh yeah, because I forgot about that. Yeah, kids can be born like super early. Now with modern technology. Modern technology, you can keep them. Oh, I just did it again. Dude, I am. They are playing me like a fiddle. And honestly, I'm kind of out of tune. Oh, the enemies are dead. Got him. He said, whoopee. You took extra time? Nah. I don't know how long I was in my mom's womb. That's not something that I have notated in my mind. I was only teasing. New Game Plus. No! New Game Plus. That means I'm gonna have to live 3 times. I have to live 3 times. Completionist, New Game Plus, and then speedrun. Oh my gosh. That's too much, Brad. Too much. Oh, that took me way too long to realize what I needed to do. Look at him shake that booty. Boing, boing, boing. There we go. By the way, I was just lurking and I came across your stream. Maybe you can help me out with some of your Twitch design. Twitch design. Huh? You? No thank you. No thank you. No self-promotion in chat, please. 100% life, every career path. Oh my gosh. It's making me think of the arcade game that's in, what's it called? In Rick and Morty, where they like play as a human being. In the like, they do it in like the first couple of seasons. I don't really love that show, but that was a kind of funny little bit. Where Morty like hooked himself into the machine, lived an entire life. Stop. Lived an entire life, died, and then like got out of the machine, and he was like, what? That was fake? He's like, good job, Morty. You got a high score. It's so strange that you don't hurt them. I just want to crush them. Let's go. It's been a really rough week. My eldest decided to get appendicitis the second. For a second, I was like, what? You can pick that? Why would they do that? They got a... I'm sorry. That sucks. They didn't have surgery, just antibiotics. Really stressful. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry that this week has been rough. Boing, boing. I need ice, I think, to get rid of that. Oh, I bet I could eat one of these snowmen. Let's eat the snowman. Yum, yum.
Yum, yum, ice time.
Alright. What do we got back here? What? A can of tuna? No, I think that's sardines. I actually kind of needed that. Piv just got his... Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know about that till I saw the Instagram post. Hey, yo, Drewby, what's up? Hey, oh my God. Oh my God, Drewby's in my chat. I'm feeling special right now. Sheesh. Can we get a shout out for Drewbers? You rated Drewby last night. I love watching Drewby streams. I swear I'm not just trying to farm information about Oapstown. I promise I'm not just there to try to like get some juicy details, but if that happened, that'd be okay with me. Drewbers, how are you doing? What's up? Oi! Been playing some Elden Ring. If y'all want to watch Elden Ring, you should watch Drewby play it. He's way better than me. Drewby's a savage. All right, here we go. I'm gonna crush it. Let's crush everything. Boom, boom. That works. That works great.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for the ride. Thanks for the ride. Oh, sheesh. I'm not much better. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We do love a humble streamer.
A humble streamer.
This game is called Roy. The game is called Roy, A Life Well Lived.
Hey, good job, Morty. You made a great Roy, Morty.
Oh. Rick. Oh. And he turned into a pickle. Funniest thing I've ever seen. Come on now, let's get out of here. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity. But yeah, how are you doing today, Brad? We're checking out this new Kirby game. I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It is quite fun. It's very unhealthy for a completionist like me to find a game like this. This is very concerning. Honestly, I feel the same about Elden Ring. I want to collect everything. I want to collect it all. It's gonna be hard with the levels and stuff. Like, you really just got to play the game like multiple times.
Calico just got home.
Calico, did you just get back? Oh, look, the ice slides on the water. It makes sense. No, God, no. Please help. Please help. I want the goodies. Oh, we can fly. I forgot about that. That's important. It's an important ability. There we go. Come on now. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, 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 yum. What did you say? Your roommate's copy came in the mail today. I was in on the secret gift, and you can't wait to try it out? Ooh, are you going to play it on stream, Brad? Are you playing it tonight? I will watch you. I will watch you, and I will judge you. I will see how you play, and I will go, ha, 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 that is not what I did. Just kidding. This is a very, very relaxing collectathon. Far cry from the last collectathon that we played. The last one that we played was Banjo-Kazooie. Oh yeah, I just remember Drew plays retro games too. I was watching him play Simba the Stallion of the I don't remember, but some Disney game. Is that the one where Simba hangs himself? I mean, listen, I'm not making some kind of dark joke. That's absolutely true. There is it's a bootleg. The bootleg Simba where he hangs himself when you lose. That is horrible. But it's real. It's a real bootleg. Okay? Excuse me? You've not heard of this? You haven't seen the JonTron video? You haven't seen the JonTron video of the Disney bootlegs? There's a bootleg where Simba... where if he fails, then Simba hangs himself. No, it's real. It's real. It's a real bootleg, but it's a thing.
Okay.
Hey, Lupus, it's true. I'm sorry, it's true. There's a JonTron video called Bootleg Disney Games. It's in there. It's horrible. It's horrible, but it is a tiny bit funny. Hey, how are you doing, Lupus? Oi, oi, oi! Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron. Yeah. Here we go. Lupus. Lupus, how you doing? Aw, I love it when Kirby says "ee." I wonder if that's for the Japanese, which means like okay or good. Ii dayo. Ii. Is that? Does anybody know? Does anybody know if Kirby can speak Japanese? Kirby, did you just say "ee"? Let him free. Let the babies out. Hooray! We did it. Wow, that was the best score that I've ever gotten. And on my very first try. Incredible. Calico Droopy, that's disgusting. Don't put that in my chat. Yucky. Ew. Get that out of there. No. Oh, wait. This uppity pup. Okay, let me read this. Bernard, this uppity pup is an expert marksmanship. Pew pew. Who is quick on his feet as he patrols the new world. His eyes are hidden underneath his hat, but that doesn't seem to affect his aim. He also has an impressive sniffer that can track prey near or far. Great. So you tell me he's annoying. Hothead. We got Hothead and Bernard the dog. Bernard the concerning dog. Bernard the pistol-wielding mutt. Oh, woo. Kenny, have you seen the animated Kirby series? I've seen a little bit of it. It used to be on super duper early, so on Fridays, whenever we would go to our like homeschool co-op. So, oh, look at them! They're like little zombies. They're like a mob. The mob of Waddle Dees just kind of wiggled on that door. It just kind of wiggled on the door for a little while and it just gave up. The Waddle Dees helped you open the gate that was blocking your way. There's a new challenging boss. We've never fought this boss. We fought the other one though, because the other one was part of the demo. There's also lots of these little treasure islands. So these little islands, if I do them, then I can upgrade my weapons more. Or my abilities. But Elfini or whoever, they just said that there was another house that just got opened. Welcome home.
The diner. The diner's open for business if you'd like a snack or two.
The 60 Waddle Dees you saved work together to rebuild the Waddle Dee Cafe. How fancy. Wonder what's on the menu. Looks like we got tomato. Oh, there's the car that we ate accidentally. And also there's a mini game. This is exciting. You've had such an up and down day. You're just gonna vibe for a while. Callie, take it easy. Take it easy. All my friends are having babies. Why? We all have teenagers. I don't want babies, even though they're cute. Well, I don't know, Marissa. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
I don't think I ever want kids, but you know, whatever. I mean, I'm a young whippersnapper, so maybe I'll change my mind, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, I've got like 9 siblings. Like, I've seen enough kids for a lifetime. I've already like raised a few babies myself. Like, my parents, there's so many freaking kids in my parents' house that like I had to raise a bunch of them. Like, I've had to change so many freaking diapers. I've had to like rock kids to sleep. I've had to drive kids to the hospital because they were sick. I've had to take kids to appointments. I've had to go shopping for a family. Like, I've done a lot of the parent things already, and I'm not like crazy about it.
Hey Kirby, got a second? Now that the Waddle Dee Cafe is open, we're looking to hire some help. It's just a part-time gig. I don't suppose you're looking to start a career in the food business, are you, Kirby?
Maybe. You raise your siblings, so same. Yeah, Lemon, we've already been adults. I was an adult when I was 5 years old. Oh, Kenny, Pepper ate this evening. Hooray! Pepper ate. Good. I'm glad that the bunnies are doing better. Oh my goodness. Anne's 2 rabbits have been having a rough go of it. They've been having a rough shake or two. I'm glad to hear that they are eating and pooping. People do be having babies all over the place. It's true. There are babies everywhere. There's no escape. Okay, we either get an easy gig, a hustle gig, or a frenzy gig. I feel like Twitch is an easy gig. Maybe, what's a hustle gig? Twitch is an easy gig. Hustle gig would be probably like a real job, and a frenzy gig would be the service industry. Gonna get bad tips? I know, I'm looking forward to it. I love my little hat. Looks like a classic like 50s diner. Is it 50s that the diner hat looks kind of like? Select the right item. Choose a food order. Yeah, I think it's just a button mashing thing, right? Keep them happy. If the satisfaction gets too low, they'll be mad. Look at all of them. There's so many children. Oh my gosh. Whenever you said that there were babies everywhere, you really meant it. More, you said, you think you're going to finally go to bed? Getting sleepy. Get some rest. Get some sleepy. Sleep, sleep. Night, night. Hustle is YouTube. Frenzy would be TikTok. Yeah. Sorry. I think that TikTok and YouTube and Twitch are all easy gigs. Let me see.
Hi.
Let's get it.
Wait, what? Oh, you just move between them. This is stressful, dude. Hey, it's Jedi. What's up, Jedi? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. I hope you're doing well. Jedi, Jedi, Jedi. We're playing the new Kirby game. Did you get to see this on Oopsie stream? I don't think I saw you on there last night. Hi. Hi. Okay, I mean, I kind of get this. I guess maybe they'll give you more. Oh, it's lunch rush time. Oh my God. There's so many of them. He's sweating. Is Kirby sweating? Oh my gosh, he's sweating all over the food. That's disgusting. Oh, they give you like a little warning what's coming up. I like that. Oh my gosh, I almost messed up. This is so simple. There's only 2 options and I almost messed up. How? What? Finished? What? Oh, it's like a high score thing. Is that good? What's the metric? What am I supposed to measure this against? 34 consecutive 100% customer satisfaction. That sounds pretty good. 4,200. All right, whatever that means. Oh yeah, Frenzy would be something more like Macca's. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like having to work with the public in the service industry. Like that's gotta be rough. It's gonna be Frenzy mode. A frenzy! You just got back from an hour-and-a-half beach walk. Ooh, Jedi. I love walking on the beach. Stepping on the beach. Stepping on the beach. Walking on the beach. What a day. What a day. Jedi taking it easy. Noise, 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 noise. Hi! I wish I could go to the beach right now. Hey, where's my beach trip? I want to go to the beach. Hey, don't go so slow like that. That's pretty tricky. This is tricky. I hate it. Ah! Sorry for screaming. This is stressful. I hate this. This is like working at McDonald's. I quit. I quit. I hate it here. Take me home. Country road. Hi. Ah. No, not the rush. Not the rush. There's so many of them. No, there's too many dubious creatures. I don't trust them. Okay, now it's like I have to go fast now. So hard mode is actually hard. This is so stressful. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Okay, well we didn't die. We got awfully close though. Oof. Kenny, don't you dare say that. Macca's is worse, 100 times worse. Oh, what? Macca's tastes pretty good to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you gonna get a nap? Nice. Get yourself a nap, awkward. Take it easy. Take it easy, get some rest. Good night. Good night. Yeah, look at this, Jedi. We got Bradder in the chat. What? Brad has come to say hi and hang out with us. Nicole was here for a little while. Drewby tuned in. Oh my God, I got the stars in my eyes. I can't believe that all my favorite streamers are showing up. Shucks, it's making me feel all awkward inside. Wait a second, I'm supposed to be in y'all's chat. Let me see. We're gonna do the frenzy gig. Finally, McDonald's. Oh look, there's even a Kirby burger. A Kirby burger. Anybody want a Kirby burger for lunch? Tasty. This is very confusing. The burger looks a lot like the tomato. I mean, technically the burger has a tomato in it. If you think about it, it'll make sense. Oh my gosh. We're literally gonna die in like the easy part. We don't even need a lunch rush to die.
I can take care of that on my own. Don't worry. Don't worry, we'll be dead.
Nicole was here? Yeah, I was learning learning Nicole lore that I didn't know about. Nicole and I were like connecting in a way that I like never expected. Oh my frick. Oh, ah! No, they're mad! They're so angry! Oh my god. They're so... I've never seen Waddle Dee look at me like that. This is horrifying. We gotta do it again. I need more punishment. Hooray! Okay, the frenzy mode, like, I just need to focus on the next order instead of the current order. It's harder than a rhythm game. You'll be back? All right, we'll see you in a minute, Alchemic. Take care of what you gotta take care of, my friend.
Jedi's got us. Jedi and Lins will watch over the chat while you're gone. Don't worry, the chat is in good hands. There are 2 wonderful bots watching over. But we don't know where Dai is. Dai's been gone for days. Welcome to the lunch rush.
Shucks. Eat the burger. Eat the tomato. Eat the juice. Oh yeah, you just focus on the next one. That helps a lot. I shouldn't say just, because this is still... We're still gonna die. We're gonna die! Oh my god. Ah! They're so mad! No, it's hard. They're so hungry. I know. Why are they so hungry? Who's been starving them? Somebody's been starving the Waddle Dees. You know what? You can waddle these guys right out of here. Unfortunately, I don't even get a score if I don't survive. It's not even about doing good. It's just about, like, you have to survive. The Berg is totally messing with me. But then again, we have the least experience with the Berg, so I'm not used to its, like, shape. Okay, I'm not gonna play this. I just want to complete this. Frick. I just want to do this one. I want to do this difficulty once. I want to beat it. This is upsetting. Oh, here comes a lunch rush. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep? All right, and get some rest. Get some rest. I still love that picture that you drew yesterday. It's so beautiful. It's the most beautiful anybody's made me. Thanks for being here, Anne. I'm too slow. You gotta be like, you gotta have a full bar. All right, I think we're gonna come back to this. Come back to this with a fresh brain. I'm feeling like checking out the rest of this world, baby.
Thanks for your hard work, Kirby. Hopefully you can help us out soon.
Yeah, sure, whatever. What do we got here?
Welcome to the Waddle Dee Cafe, the coziest little bistro in town. You can grab a bite here and recover your health.
Good
Hey!
luck, you. I'm glad you liked the drawing, Oreo. I'll make it prettier for you.
Hey, Ann, thank you for the 100 biddies. Go to sleep. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you, Ann. Awkward, I thought that you were leaving. I bet I could do it, Kenny. Sure. Let's see. Let's see it. Come on, send me the screenshots. Send me the screenshots of you doing it. You talk a lot of talk, but you don't walk a lot of walk. Think you need a snack later on? You can order it. You bring that to the... Yeah, whatever. Okay, so you can buy this. You like how Twitch says Oreo? It does sound like Oreo. It's O30. Oreo. So they gave me a $20 Carmouth cake. So they gave me this cake. But I have plenty of cake at home. But we have cake at home. You don't have a Switch? Oh, what? You don't have a Switch? How are you gaming in 2020 with no Switch? Oh, wait. You're probably not gaming in 2020, are you?
Let me get the tools ready. All right, we'll grab this small parchment. I'll put it into my trousers.
Ooh. We could be more magical. We could be more magical than ever. Actually, we can't because we don't have a star for that. You need 2 stars. 2 stars and 500 bucks. We could buy some gacha. Hashtag gambling. Look at him. He's drinking some espresso. This is Jedi. Me and Jedi going to the coffee shop. You know what? I am actually kind of thirsty. I got something new. I got a Claw Surge. Got a White Claw Surge. I think I want to try it. I think it has a higher content, so I'll have to be careful. Ah! Yeah, this is more realistic. I'd be doing this. Well, Jedi's just enjoying a drink. Jedi! Jedi! It's so great to have you here in Texas. Oh my god! Okay. I really do love that we just have this little heart floating behind us with a little chip out of his ear. Hi! You're actually gonna nap now? All right. Get some sleep, awkward. Thanks for causing trouble like normal. What is this? Treasure. Poppy Bros. I didn't know that was their name. Let's see if, can we get a cutie? Can we get a cutie, please? Cutie, cutie, cannon. Cannons aren't cute. You can't convince me. Hi. What is this? Swish. It's the cutter. Swish, sling that sharp-edged boomerang. Use it to grab far-off items. Hold the button down to freeze it in midair and charge it up. That'll make it extra powerful. Swish. Oh, oui, oui, I found AC amiibo cards. What? Drex, you found those at your job? At your job? Are you still at your job? You found, wait a minute. Did somebody slip those into the deck? They were using them to count cards, but it just ended up as free amiibo cards for you? What? This music is popping off so much. I don't have any amiibo cards. No, you went out early. Oh, and you went to Target. Okay. All right. Went to Target. Okay. I see. That makes more sense. Instead of finding them at your place of work and taking them. They were in the lost and found. Somebody's got to take them. I don't have any. I actually have like a couple of amiibos. I'll show y'all what amiibos I have. Let me see. Where are they stored? They're... I think I only have 3. I think I only got 3. I wonder if I can make it like... Can I make it like zoom in on them? Here, I'll give you some close-ups. They're so cool. Zoom! There we go. Got Peach. Peachy. Is that too bright? Hope y'all can see them. The bird. Birdo. And Mario. I only have 3 of them. I kind of love them. I kind of love them. That was probably a little too bright, but they're adorable. I love the 2 cats. The 2 cat suits are really cute. And then this Zelda one was so complicated. And also I really like the Zelda that's in Skyward Sword. I really like her design. It's very, very nice. I personally think that game is like, that game, people are too mean about that game. I really enjoyed it. It's a little bit annoying. Some parts of it are annoying, but I mean, there's annoying parts of lots of games. Hey, Darren, what's up? Hey, what's up, Wizard? Hope you're doing good. Whiz, no doubt. You have illegal Zelda amiibos? Wait a minute. Your move is tomorrow? You just signed your lease? Oh my gosh, it's Wizard time! Yo. Whoa. The only annoying part of this game is that I'm not playing with you. Electrojack, my heart. Do not talk like that. My heart, you're gonna break it. Don't break my heart like that. Are you playing 7 days right now? Oh my god. Electrojack's so needy. Electrojack is actually more needy than my boyfriend. Okay, what do we got? I didn't read one of these. I didn't read this. A captured Waddle Dee. One of the Waddle Dees being held captive by the fearsome Beast Pack. There's only so many out there.
waiting to be saved. You can almost hear them crying out for help. Wah, wah, let me out, let me out. Wait, you hear that too? One must be nearby. Get him. Oh, heck yeah. Jack is sweet, you hush. Oh, Jack is sweet. Sweet and needy. Yeah. I'll see myself out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Jack. Where am I supposed to go? Why am I allowed up here? Hey, yo, Lex, what's up? It's been forever. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel, Lex, how have you been? Oi, 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 oi. Out of the map.
This place has gotten much This place has gotten much livelier now that the townsfolk are finding their way back. The other Waddle Dees said that they really appreciate your help, Kirby. I'm always ready to help too. If you need a second player, just let me know with the X pause menu.
All right, yeah.
Is that the chocolate worm lady? No, not quite. What did he say? Something about selling chocolate. Start rubbing that chocolate on me.
If you rub it on your belly, you'll live forever.
Is your mother at home?
Hey, Ma! Chocolate!
Chocolate!
Thankfully, I hate my neighbors.
Chocolate!
Start rubbing that chocolate on my body!
Is your mother at home? I should think not. Also, Pink Monster, what's up? I flushed you out. I flushed you out for the chocolate.
What?
Today's your birthday? What? It's Lex's birthday. Everybody, let's sing together. I'm gonna sing the copyrighted happy birthday song. Ahem. Everybody, sing along. I'm not pausing the music. Actually, I am. I changed my mind. Okay, pause the music. Stop the music. It's time to sing happy birthday. Lex, thanks for popping in on your special day. What the heck? Excuse me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lex. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday. I'm glad that you exist. Thanks for existing. Yay, 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 yay. It's Happy Existence Day. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And many more on Channel 4. Big Fat Lady on Channel 80. Kirby. I don't know. I don't remember any of the rest. It's many more on Channel 4. Big Fat Lady. I don't know any of the rest of them, but happy birthday, Lex. Thanks for jumping in on your birthday. What the heck? Oi, oi, oi. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where's the presents? I'm so sorry. Happy anniversary of your life. Happy Lex Day. This is basically the day of Lex. This is the day where we appreciate that Lex exists. Hooray. Nice.
I remember when they first invented chocolate. Chocolate, sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it.
Yeah, I forgot about that line.
I remember when they invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate.
Scooby-Doo on Channel 2. Frankenstein on Channel 9. Liechtenstein on 29. Something Divine on Channel 69, I think. Hey, Eldritch Corvid, what's up? Yo, the birds. I can't believe it. We were actually raided by a crow earlier. We were raided by another Corvid earlier. Shucks, I can't believe we got a whole murder of crows in this chat. Kirby on Channel 30. Oh, I like that one. Joshy. That's good. Big fat Kirby on Channel 30. Boing, boing. Hey, bird cult. I need to give me a drink. Apparently, it's the power of chocolate. Oh, it's a boss fight. It's a big old tree.
Hi. Bio.
Oh, he's got a goatee.
Hey man, what are you doing on my island, dude? Hey man, that's not cool, dude. Maybe you've met my brother who lives in green woods. Oh, no, dude, I'm tropical woods. Oh, dude,
check out the goatee. I've been growing it all year, dude. Also, it seems kind of cruel to be like burning this tree like this. Oh, chaw, dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look out. Don't make you surf. Please don't make me surf. Ooh, this is a fun fight. Not gonna last very long, but it sure is fun. This guy's gonna get wrecked. Wow. Wow, Kirby. I didn't know that you were such a savage. He's kind of burning him. Yo. He went out with a whisper. Whisper Woods. He's crying. Oh no, we squeezed some of the tree juice out of him. His sap. His precious sap. I can't believe that we made him sap. He just sapped all over himself. Oh no. I'm so sorry. At least you're alive. We could have killed you. I had the option. After Margit, this is refreshing. Yo, Monster, did you see me playing? We were playing last night. I had to fight against a wolf. Oh, woo. I also beat the next boss. I'm trying to remember his name. He had a big dragon hand. Look at a Waddle Dees. Waddle Dees. You had this tree in the palm of your hand. I see. If you think I'm gonna read every pun that you make, you gotta be coconuts. Oh, one of them is just clear really fast. Oh, one of them is tropical. See, Drex, you and I thought of the exact same thing last night. I felt like a hack after I saw that other people posted it right after me. Everyone was thinking it. See you later. Bye-bye. Much love. Much love, you little boys. Same brain, same one brain cell. It's true. We were really brain celling it. Jimmy, are you a brain cell? Twitch died on me last night. What? You did get to see the cursed Burger Kings. Nice. There are characters in Elden Ring that look like Burger King.
Wise Waddle Dee has arrived in town. He'll give you tips on finding missing blueprints and a whole lot more.
What is this?
How do you do? They call me the Wise Waddle Dee. After I landed here, I found this mysterious book. It lists the locations of undiscovered blueprints. It also collects high scores and tons of info all around the world. If you'd like to know more, I'd be happy to share. You haven't missed any blueprints thus far. If I read about a new location, I'll help you find it. This week's world record for solo gig hustle is 7,000. They serve 50 Waddle Dees. So far, you've been waddling these nuts real good, with a combined total of 223,582,110 Waddle Dees. Would you like to hear more?
No. I've heard quite enough. I think you've said everything that I'm going to allow you to say. We're going to go to away. We're going to go to away. We don't have anything to do here. We're going back to the world. Back to the lab again. I think I'm going to grab a dwink. A dwink. Y'all wouldn't mind if I took a short little break and went to grab a drink really quick. Oh! These do not look like remains. It just said that these are remains. This place is popping off. Wonderia. What? You guys. It's a theme park. Oh my gosh. I hope there's clowns. There's a roller coaster. There's a tent. Oh, Kirby's making noises. He said, "Wah!" What's this? The Tower of Power? The hidden portal to a treasure road. Can we ride the swings? You bet we can. Whoa. This music's popping off, dude. Free coins. Another pathway here. Cool. Kenny begged me to stop making police puns, so I gave it a rest. Any more goodies around here? I don't see any more goodies. Kenny literally said Tower of Power. That's the Tower of Power. Yeah, it's the Tower of Power. It's from it's from what's it called? It's from Six Flags. It's a Six Flags Tower of Power. It's a Superman ride. It's really good. It's really good. Who did that?
Okay.
Why did I hear out? Brad, why did I read that in Oaf's voice? Who did that? I read that in Oaf's voice 100%. Hey, Kenny, I just finished watching season 1 of My Little Pony. Nice. What'd you think? What'd you think? Does it live up? Does it live up to the expectations? Welcome back. Nothing worse than walking into my room and hearing the pufferfish. What? You're the one that asked for me to include that so that y'all can play that whenever you want. Hey. That's good. My mind went to the gutter. The Tower of... It's the Superman Tower of Power. I'm pretty sure that's his name. Yeah, it's at Six Flags over Texas. Big old tower. Big old twisted, gnarled, veiny, pulsating Tower of Power. Very exciting. To Wonderia! Away! Away! You've never been to Texas? Stay away. Stay away. Not because I don't want to meet you, Joshy, but because you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't visit. Texas is... They're dating! Oh, their frame rate kind of dropped. And there's a duckling. What the heck? The ducks are fine. Are the ducks okay? You're in Tennessee? What? Are safe? Unfortunately? What? Aren't? I don't know. I'm doing just fine. Depends on where you are in Texas. Depends on what you're trying to do in Texas. Goose mama. Oh, we collect the babies. Oh, that's so cute. You collect the babies. You help the lost ducklings find their mama. Did we get enough of them? We need 3 more. That's so cute. But yeah, Texas is not the best, but we've got some attractions. My babies! I know, we got them. It's so cute. Look, there's another one. It's lost. It's lost. It's looking for its mommy. My mommy. Is it sad? Oh, it is kind of sad looking, kind of, right? It is. It's like got a downturned bill. Look, its bill is down, but it's excited because it thinks that I might be able to help it out. Come with me, little one. Come on, little ones, to your mother. Babies. Yay! And it says mama. That's adorable. Their mama. Mama. Where's the last ducky? Oh, look. Ah! That's so cute. Oh my gosh. What bonus? That's so cute. An elfin. Look at the elfini or whatever, the little elf thing. The little elf thing's not even sticking his ears through. He's just looking through it. He doesn't know how to do it. Kirby's sticking his face out because he's so excited. Oh my goodness. So cute. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. You guys sit tight. Sit tight with Kirby. This is a good moment. This is a... Hey, that's a Kodak moment. Picture that with a Kodak. Okay. It's Friday night, baby. It's Friday night, baby. That's Gay Elfie? It is. It's Gay Elfie and Kirby. It's true. Which one should I try? Should I try cranberry or blackberry? Those both sound really good. This is White Claw Surge. I think that it's more content, more alcoholic content. I think it's 8 up from 6, I think. I'm not mistaken, he said, yes, that's not Brad. Brad, listen here. We're gonna take it one claw at a time. I'm living my life one claw at a time, clawing my way to the top. Oh, the surge is so good. I'm glad to hear you say that, because I was kind of shotgun them both at the same time. Shut up, Linz. I'd like to see you shotgun a... Actually, that would be fun. We definitely need to get some dwinks whenever y'all visit. Jokes aside, that joke really like flattened itself, because that actually sounds like fun. Which flavors? I got blackberry, cranberry. I don't really like lime though. I don't love lime White Claw, so I doubt I'm gonna like that. How does cranberry blackberry double claw sound? Oh my god. I'm kind of fun when I'm a little lit. Oh shush. Linz, you're fun whenever you're not lit. Aw, ducky. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Come on, little one. I was hoping that they'd all really be close. Mommy! Look, she just spit coins out of her mouth. She was so happy whenever we brought all the ducklings in that she spit the coin out of her mouth that was choking her. Also, that frame rate back there, it's so funny because the frame rate is garbage, but the bokeh or the I'm sure it's what is it called? Depth of field? It looks so good. The depth of field is like that. In fact, that looks like it must be. Is that an actual object? I think that is an actual object. Yeah, it's either one. Depth of field or bokeh. I think that might have been rendered like that. I don't know if that was real depth of field. I mean, but I think why would the frame rate be low if it was pre-rendered? That doesn't make any sense. It must have actually been there, and it must have been depth of field. Use one when you're a photography snob. Excuse me. I have a lot of bokeh on this camera. Thank you. Use one when you're a photography snob. What? And another when you're in the game? What? Hey! Listen, they're good for all occasions. They're both good for all occasions. No, you're a depth of field. Oh, Kimmick, so sweet. No, you. No, you're a depth of field. Also, this just turned into Super Mario Sunshine. I'm a little excited about the cleanup mechanics. All right, I gotta crack open one of these. I'm gonna try cranberry. Let's do it. Yeah, when I use my DSLR, I am bokeh field. Oh man, bokeh field. Bokeh field sounds like a Pokemon.
Go, bokeh field. Boka.
Ecom Pokem.
Go, bokeh field.
If only. No, boys, don't touch that stuff.
What's this icky paint like? Go! It's moving!
No, boys, don't touch that stuff. Mario? Mario's literally sitting right next to her, and she's like, is that Mario? I'm your mama? Peach really do be like, the person sitting next to me is in this live broadcast that I'm watching, or, oh, I don't remember that I had a child that looks like a turtle. I'm your mama? Uh-huh. The blood orange one is your favorite? I don't think that was in the pack that I got. I gotta say, I was expecting this drink to be like harder. I was expecting it to be like grosser than a normal claw, but it tastes actually better, I think. Maybe it's because of what I've eaten today, but like first impression, I can taste the alcohol less than a normal claw, even though there's more than normal. That is dangerous. That's dangerous as heck. I'm sure anyone would remember giving birth. Oh, I don't remember being pregnant with you for 9 months, but maybe it slipped my mind. Who's the father? Do you know?
You're my mama. You're my mom, and Mario's the dad.
How does that work? You don't look anything like us. Boing. Surge is very dangerous. Yeah, because it tastes really good. And it's got a pretty high content. I'm kind of scared. Wait a minute. You accidentally had a baby as well? Aw. That's sweet. What's their name, Electro Jack? Do you have a good relationship? Who's the mother? Or the father. I don't know. All right, we're climbing. Where? This is really interesting though. I do like the multiple doors. This is giving me some retro Kirby vibes. I think we're going back. We're going back. A blue Skittle. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Blue Skittle. Oh my goodness, that's the name I love to see. That's the name I love to see. How are you doing? How was your stream? Stardew Valley, nice. Hey, I was wondering if you were playing this new Kirby game. Seems like it'd be right up your alley because it's adorable like you are. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, Crunchy Fox, welcome in. How are you doing? Meow, meow, meow. Nice. The raid message, I love it. Meow, 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 meow. Oi, oi, Goth Bunny, welcome in. Blue Skittle, how is the Stardew Valley? Thank you so much for the raid. It's so sweet of you to bring your friends over here. Hiya, hiya. Hiya, hiya, everyone. Nice to meet you, Goth Bunny. My name's Kenny, or the Earl of Suds. I play a variety of games over here, but we mostly just like goofing around and talking.
You are very welcome to hang out with us while we play this new Kirby game. Kirby's trying to save all the Waddle Dees, but he can barely save himself.
Oh, there we go. Nice. We're just meowing like our lives depending on it, and and maybe they do.
And you know what? Maybe they do. You never know when you might save your life with a meow.
Stardew's going good. You're in year 3, spring, day 21. Okay, nice. Year 3. Holy moly. Already year 3. You're just waiting on 1 apple to complete the community center. That's exactly what happened to me. Whenever I first completed my community center, it was literally 1 apple as well. That's got to be super common. I didn't know that I was supposed to plant trees. And I didn't plant a tree, I don't think, till I got the, wait, do you get the greenhouse for completing the community center? Maybe I'm getting my timeline mixed up. But congratulations.
Congratulations, you're nearly there.
Ooh, hot dog. Hot dog. Oh yeah, I saw this in the trailer. This is gonna be exciting. You're gonna like this. Miss Obi! Ubi. Sorry. I think Miss O. No, it is Miss Obi. Thanks, Miss Obi, for the adorable animated emotes. I love them so much. Here we go. Watch this. Oh, your life does depend on it. Hey, Electrojack, don't threaten our new friends. Don't threaten our friends. This is giving me Super Mario Sunshine vibes as well. Oi, oi, oi. But yeah, Blue Skittle, are you interested in this game? I don't remember if you have a Switch. A Switchy? Have you seen stuff for this? Kirby seems like something that you'd like. Because Kirby's adorable. Whap! Whap! Bonk. Ooh! Collectibles. Yummy collectibles. Tasty, tasty. Let's go! Ooh, we went into like a little toy area. Ow! Poor Kirby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kirby, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Just eat a banana, you'll feel much better. Ow! Ooh! Oh yeah, I also want to ask, are you playing modded Stardew? Or is it vanilla? I think I played vanilla for my first playthrough. So that would make sense. There's more switches that I have to hit. Let's try that again. Also, Rin lost their gender. What's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Are you an NB friendo? Hiya, hiya, hiya. I remember you, Rin. I hope you're doing good. It's vanilla Stardew for the first playthrough. That makes sense. That makes sense. I just recently started one with the expansion mod, the big expansive mod thing. I don't know. I haven't completed much of it, so I can't really speak to it yet. You have a Switch, but it's currently a bit broken and it won't work in docked mode? Oh no. What? Broken Switch? I've never heard of it have I've never heard of docking issues. That sounds a little sus for me to say that. I'm gonna refrain from repeating that, but I've never heard of the Switch dock having problems. Yeah, let's continue along here. Hit these switches. There's 2 switches, I think, and one of them is on the it's on the right side. That's the one that I missed. It's kind of comes up on you quick. A little surprise, Suichi. Shinichi. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Come on, Kirby. Yow! Oh! I'm so sorry, Kirby. I'm so sorry that you got smacked. Oh, no, he's on the other side. No, he was on the other side. Oh, never mind. I've been bamboozled. We have to try again.
We can do it. We can do it. We just have to win. One more time. One more time. I promise I'm a real gamer.
I promise I can win games. I can do it. Get out of the way. Aw, they're all waiting in line. I feel bad about killing them. They're so cute. They don't even attack you? Oh, wait. They do. That's all right. All right. We're all a little aggressive sometimes. Maybe they didn't sleep well last night.
I hope that all of y'all slept well last night.
I think I had weird... I'm trying to remember what my dreams were. I think I had a dream about something on Twitch. I think I had a dream that, like, everybody unsubscribed from me or something. I can't remember. Can't remember if I did something that was worthy of canceling. I think I got canceled last night. He's really out here hurting babies. Listen, it was their fault. They attacked me. They attacked me. Don't you have any care in your head for Kirby's well-being? You don't even care about Kirby. Who's the monster now? Who's the monster hunter now? Give me the banana. Yum, 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 yum. Whee! Ow! Okay, it's I'm just sticking with it. I don't care, dude. Cancel for being too nice. Aww. Blue Skill, that sounds more like you. That's such a backhanded compliment. Kenny, you're so nice, you should be canceled. No, Blue Skittle, you're so nice, you should be canceled. No, we should both be canceled. Yeah, that's right, we're both nice. We should be equally canceled for the same reason. Kirby, on the other hand, has eaten gods.
Their children, they know not what they do.
Mushroom Gal. Oh my goodness. Is that a mushroom? I don't know how mushroom we've got in this chat, but I think we got room for at least one more. At least one more. Yeah. Oi, oi, Mushroom Gal, how are you doing? Oh, let me just welcome you into chat the only way I know how. Look at this monkey. Donkey Kong fell off. Donkey Kong fell off. He's had a tough life since those Super Smash Brothers games. Wow! Come on, bunny. How dare you? My cozy streamers! They're so nice, they're canceling! They're canceling. They canceled the show! They canceled it after 6 seasons! Oh no! My seasons! Go, 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 go! Sometimes I feel like Texas canceled all the seasons. Yahoo! I could be an ice boy. I could be an ice baby. Wah, 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 wah. Ooh, I see there's a little goodie inside of there. An oldie but a goodie. Grab, grab, grab. What about the movie? What movie where? What movie where? The Kirby movie? The Mario movie? And Mario will be played by Chris Pratt. He's so funny. Mario will be talking a lot in this movie, so I hope you're looking forward to that. Also, Steve Buscemi will be playing his role as DK. Oprah Winfrey will be Peach. Here we go. 6 seasons in a movie? Shucks. Wait, that's a reference to 6 seasons in a movie? Is that a reference to Community or something? I don't know. I haven't seen whatever it is.
You read that exactly as intended. Precisely what it means to.
Is somebody leaving? Did somebody say goodnight? Somebody said something. Hey, Miss Obi. Thank you for the 20 bits. What the heck? Hey, what did I tell you about giving me bits? If anybody gives me bits, they're banned. They're banned. No giving allowed. Look at that monkey. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. He's so scary. I hate his expression. He looks like a Titan. Looks like a Titan from the popular show Attack on Titan with those teeth. I don't like it. The Beast Titan must go down. Water. Whoa. Oh my gosh, it is Super Mario Sunshine, it is! I knew it! Oh my gosh, it is literally Super Mario Sunshine. I predicted it. Yeah! This is great. Kirby's the king of water. Look at him. The animation on this is great. Oh my gosh, he's so squishy. I love the physics. Look at that. He's like squishing up against the wall. Fill her up, please. Nice. You can see the like water level inside of him. He's like a waterbed. He looks like a slime. Oh, you can still see his legs moving. That's so cute. You like the air bubble at the top? Yeah, you can see the little air bubble. This is so fancy. I don't know how they pull off things like this. It looks so neat. Hey, Ashley Rose, what's up? Nice. Oh, we gotta water the flower.
Make all the wilted flowers bloom.
There's more than this? Oh, sweet. We got that bag.
I can't believe that we watered flowers and got that bag.
Tis almost 2 a.m. Oh, yeah. Blue Skittle. Thank you again so much for bringing your friends over here. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you got to have some fun with Stardew. Always love seeing you. Enjoy your rest. Get yourself some sleep. Lurk it up. Eat some food. Take care of yourself. Thank you for being here. Boing, boing, boing. One of my favorite streamers right there. I think Blue Skittle was in my, I'm supposed to, maybe you get another water balloon mode. But I'm loving this game so far, Mushroom Gal. It's very cute. It's very cute. I'm a little concerned about the length. Of the game, but I mean, I don't have any reason to be concerned yet. Because I really can't tell like how long this game's gonna be. Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 bits. Wow, this water's a little too powerful. You can destroy rides. Kiddie rides have been wrecked. This mouthful mode is one of my favorites. The mouthful modes are super interesting. The art. This is probably one of the prettiest Nintendo games I've ever seen. This has got to be up there. It's got to be up there with this has got to be like one of the cutest games they've ever made. It's really, really pretty. Just casually destroying the park, you know, just walking around, just spurting water, just breaking stuff, busting it down. Nice. All the wilted flowers. We talked to the guy and he said that we haven't missed any of these blueprints yet. These blueprints are for upgrading your weapons. The music is so good. The music is probably my favorite part. The mouthful mode's really interesting. The combat's really fun. And I've never played any other Kirby games. This is my first Kirby game. Cute water Kirby is indeed adorable.
Well, it looks like we get another one. Looks like it's time to fill this Kirby up like a water balloon.
We gotta clean up this pool. This even looks kind of like the pool in the middle of Peanut Park, doesn't it? It's kind of like Peanut Park over here. Man, I just want to play Super Mario Sunshine so bad. Also, this water just goes up forever. It never comes back down. Blueprints, schmooprints. Don't talk about schmooprints in this chat. We're gonna save him. Save my son. Ooh, we saved every hidden Waddle Dee. Nice. Now what's next? Oh, we go on a big ride. Nice. What'll this do for us? They're free. So cute. This game is great. Who made this game? There's one more secret. It says enjoy the view from the top of the rocket. So you have to. Oh, look at that! We got a new little gachapon.
Dome Mouth Kirby. Kirby gained this mysterious mouthful mode ability after he flew through that vortex. Now he can stuff an entire dome in his mouth. Walk around one of these, then twist until it pops open. Think there's anything good inside? Only one way to find out. With the new Nintendo Switch game, Kirby's Forgotten Land, available on March 15th. I don't actually know when. Available now on the Nintendo eShop. Kirby and all of his friends return for another crazy adventure. Fly through the soaring skies as Mouthful Kirby. Eat all of your friends in the new upcoming Kirby game. Huh? Did that just show up? What? There's more. He looks like a flan. Isn't flan bread? He looks like a flan. Looks like he's made out of bread. Kirby. Ooh, Speedway. I like the sound of that. I hope we get to race. Racing time. Racing time. Racing time. Whoa! I can't believe that it's time to race. Your Skittles really? Huh? Well, I do like doing silly voices. It's fun. I would do voices for my friends, that's for sure. I need my YouTube friends to ask me to do voices. I did a voice for a little video that Kirby did, and that was tons of fun. I loved it. It was lots of fun. Wow! Flan is pudding or Jello. I don't think I've ever had any pudding. I've never had pudding because I'm allergic to milk, and I don't think I've tried milk-free yogurt. I feel like if I hit them, it slows me down, but I guess it's worth it. The mud probably works like an oil slick. I'm gonna avoid it. Ooh, that was almost a bad jump, but it barely worked. This game is very forgiving. Looks like you can ride through it. Is that good? Oh, nice. Okay, we got all the things. We get all the things. This music is so good. Oh my god, I was listening to, trying to remember what music I was listening to last night that like almost made me cry because it was so good. It's from some game. Let me see. You like the outtakes? Yeah, the outtakes were great. There's even more that weren't as funny. I was just talking to myself the whole time. Yeah, the outtakes were great. What, you like dogs? What's wrong with you? You like dogs? Hey, whoa, I'm an honest, puppy-loving man. I'm glad that she played those. I just told her not to because I was worried that she was trying to do like a family-friendly stream or something. Yeah, those are very fun. Her script was really funny. An honest, hardworking, puppy-loving man. Puppy-loving man? Curry! What's the video? We could, I guess, link to it. We could link to it. That'd be fine. Oh no, I just killed a sleeping dog! Oh, you're supposed to let sleeping dogs lie. That's a saying. Oh no, I just killed a sleeping dog. I'm so sorry. What is this, sleeping dogs? What are we playing, sleeping dogs right now? Hey, what are you, a puppy-loving man? Hey, stay away. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I reprise my role as Red from Animal Crossing New Horizons. Actually, from just the Animal Crossing franchise. Get it? Oh yeah, baby. Rolling. All right. Now we're rolling. Now I'm ready to roll. Zoot. Get that little goblin boy. I don't like his attitude. I don't trust him. Zoom. This is one of the more... Also, these guys, speaking of Animal Crossing, the mushroom guys, whenever they remove their hats, they look slightly like gyroids. Man, I love gyroids so much. Honestly, I would have probably played New Horizons longer if they had included gyroids on release. I was honestly super disappointed about that, and I kept like forgetting about it. Kept forgetting that they didn't have gyroids. I thought that my life was totally fine until I realized that they were not including like one of my favorite things from the entire series.
Yeah, I think with Animal Crossing it was maybe like a little too late. I don't know. They never sucked me back into the content, even though I had the DLC and everything. I'm glad that some people got back into it. I mean, obviously, like, Oops is not giving it up. That's awesome. But yeah, I don't know. They lost me. Nice. I guess it was one of those games that, like, I was only going to be interested for a little while anyway. Oh, I love when he does that. When he makes that little sound. Eee! Eee! What? Why do I have invincibility? Why? Why now? How is this useful? Oh wait, I just dropped my bomb. Why is there an invincibility pop? Can I like put it in my pocket? What the heck is this, dude? Yeah, there are gyroids now. Well, I was saying like they added them a little late. So like every game, that is true. I wonder what's the game that I've played the longest. I mean, Super Mario Sunshine, I never get tired of that, for example. But that's like a game that you can complete. But you're right that I don't stick with any game like forever. Like I don't play any game forever. But there are games that I can like return to really easily. Not Animal Crossing. I tried to return to it, didn't really work. Okay, we gotta. Okay, so he can hit us while we're up here, I guess. Might be better to just use the stars, I guess. Yeah, like I go back to Minecraft like every year. Every year I'll go back and play some more Minecraft. There's probably some more games I'm not thinking of. Oh, we knocked him out. You wish that you liked Animal Crossing more? The game doesn't have a point. I think that it's worse in this game, Lens, honestly. I think that this is the worst of the series when it comes to that. I think that things like crafting cheapen the experience. I think that it cheapens like the collection. It gets closer to a real game. Like this is the closest that they've come to being a real game, and it actually is it just makes it worse. Because what I loved about Animal Crossing is how open it was and how little progression there was, and you had to like make up your own. You had to make up your own thing to do. But now it's like it's almost like they're teasing you. With New Horizons, it's like they tease you with some elements that seem to be progression. Or they like give you extra power over the place, or like, I don't know. I think that they just complicated it, but also like cheapened it. Like they made way more villagers, but the villagers are all less interesting than a single one. See, I like the crafting. Yeah, but have you ever played any of the other Animal Crossing games, Malice? Have you ever played them before? You're so sick of the DLC. You're 20 houses in and you hate it? I mean, yeah, that part might not be for you. You treat it like creative Minecraft? It was your first AC? Okay, then it's not surprising. I'm so glad that people are being introduced to the series and that they're enjoying it. That is great. That's great. And if you're not bothered by a mechanic, then fantastic. But I personally think it was better before. I played the original on the GameCube and I really loved it. But I also might kind of be nostalgic. It's been, well, I definitely am nostalgic. But yeah, it might not be as good as I remember. I need to play it again and find out if I'm just running off pure nostalgia, or if I actually liked it better. I mean, it's honestly, of course, not literally better. It's just that I would like it better. That's all. Sword and Shield was your first Pokemon game. Did you like Sword and Shield? Because I also didn't like Sword and Shield. I think that a lot of people didn't like Sword and Shield though. One of the Wii was good too. The City Folk. I didn't get to play too much of that. I don't really have opinions on that one. Unfortunately, we didn't have a Wii. So I didn't get to try that one. I did get to play Wild World, and I got to play the OG one. And I played a little bit of New Leaf. New Leaf is where they started to go wrong, I think. I never really got into New Leaf. New Leaf is like is New Horizons Light, basically. It's whenever they introduce the mechanics of you being the mayor, And like they give you so much power that it, I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like having power over the city. I like just living there. I like being just like another person that lives there. Just like making friends and just like hanging out and catching fish and stuff. It's so relaxing like that. Oh, we didn't get it. Oh, I think I only had like one obstacle, but that was enough? Okay, we gotta try that again. We can do this. You're loving Arceus? Arceus is so good. I really do like that one too. You're loving Arceus. Sword and Shield wasn't as fun because you couldn't go everywhere. Yeah, it is really limited. The story was... it's so funny because Arceus' story is worse, in my opinion. I think Sword and Shield has a more interesting, dynamic story, and I like the characters better. But... Can I take shortcuts? So, like, Sword and Shield had a better story that made more sense. Like, I like the character of Marnie and the situation with, like, her brother, and I liked your companion better in that one. I mean, I don't like Hop. Hop is an annoying character, but he's better than the character in Arceus. There's lots of... I liked Nessie in there. I liked all of the trainers better. However, Arceus is better. Arceus is a fantastic game, but its story is absolute dog water. It's just really, really boring, not engaging, not interesting. Hard pass on the story. What? No, you gotta take more shortcuts. You gotta take more. What? Wait a second. Okay, does it lower time whenever you get coins? Does your time lower whenever you collect coins? That's got to be it, right? Surely. Because that doesn't even make any sense. We definitely went faster with those. Okay, I guess I'm going to watch the... Okay, but no, it can't change, can it? How the heck did that go slower? Did I jump too many times? I'm going to try to not run into these guys. The jumping seems to make you go just as fast. I don't know why that would be slowing me down. Hey, extra shortcut in there. I got so close the first time. I don't understand. Where's Die? Oh yeah, Die would be like, get good, lad. That's the only way to win. There's only one way to do this one, lad. Dude, really, I've been studying this game for years. This is actually the game that I played most when I was a child. It's the only game that I could play. My parents only bought me this game. Okay, there we go. Looks like I don't need Die's advice. I already have internalized his wise words. His wise words, they cut deep, but that also means they stick with you longer. Here we go. He doesn't sound like that though. No, he does not. I wasn't gonna disrespect him by trying to do a Scottish accent. I instead just did a mocking voice. All right, that's probably the best that we can do here. Save the Waddle Dees. We saved them all. Yay! Just kidding, we did not save them all. Let's go, baby. Is that your Die voice? No. Die has a very rich, voluptuous, beautifully accented voice, if I do say so myself. But I don't know, this claw's kind of hitting me. Like, I can feel it, dude. I'm not even halfway through this one, and I can kind of feel it. I can kind of feel it, Mr. Krabs. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, Cappy. That's Cap. What is this? It's the Alival Mall sign. This was a logo for the Alival Mall, opened by the Alival Holding Company. Making life even livelier was the corporate slogan. They ran a wide range of businesses, entertainment arenas, food shops, service industries. Now the remains of those buildings can be found in all kinds of places, empty and alone, just like you will be. I told you they're dangerous. This is dangerous. This thing is toasting. Don't tell Rosera. But I didn't eat lunch either. Let's go, Brad! Not you! Don't listen to this game. They lied. Don't listen to them, Brad. They're just trying to get you down. Trying to get you down. You need to head out early morning tomorrow. Hey, good luck with your run. Good luck with your run, Linz. We'll see you later. Nighty night, nighty night, nighty night. Get some rest. Get your best rest. I'm DMing her right now. You know you're not. Don't you dare. The invasion at House of Horrors. Haunted house. Oh boy. Whoopee. This, all of the design is so nice. Like the menu designs and everything are so satisfying. Like, just look at this. I've been thinking this the whole time that we've played this game, but like the fonts and everything and the layouts, it's so nice. This whole game just looks beautiful. This is one of Nintendo's most beautiful games, I think, in my opinion. Whoa. Trip. This place is gonna be a whole trip. Yo! This whole game's a jam, baby! Woo! Excuse-moi. Excuse-moi. Can they, Pennywise is gonna pop out? I don't think so. These little boys are about as spooky as you get. About as spooky as you get. Hey, meet you at laser tag. Meet you at laser tag, I'll race you. I thought we were gonna play blacklight mini golf first.
But Brad, you said that you'd rematch me on mini golf.
Here we go. It is really pretty, but it doesn't beat Odyssey for you. Yeah, I don't think it's the... I probably shouldn't say the best. I think that it's the best, like, stylized... The best stylized, Nintendo art. I think that Odyssey is maybe, like, the best realism. And then... I guess, can we just say that, stop. I think that Breath of the Wild looks way better than Arceus, in my opinion. Breath of the Wild, for some reason, didn't have to make so many, like, I don't know why did Odyssey have these weird frame rate limiting things? When did that get introduced to Nintendo? Because I freaking hate it. I notice it all of the time. It is worse than texture pop-in. This is worse than texture pop-in. Why is this in the engine? It looks like garbage. I would take anything else over this. I have seen lots and lots of things to deal with this, but the frame rate drop looks worse than anything I've ever seen. It is more distracting. I don't think Odyssey was like that. Arceus is like that, and Kirby's like that. The frame rate drop, yeah, like, I'm trying, there are lots of different ways to deal with it. With, like, distance items. Pop-in is one. Like, what is it called? The Mario that just came out. Bowser's Fury, they use, like, serious pop-in. But I'd take that. I'd take that any day. Kirby kind of looking a little lit. Nice. La 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 la. Nice. We can illuminate the whole world this way. Yay. Yay. We can illuminate everything. Oh boy. Get out of my way. Important Kirby business. Out of the way. Out of the way. Kirby's on a mission. This is so hard to do. My wrist hurts. Oh, whew. We gotta. What's the bright idea? Hey, wait a minute. What's the big idea? Wait a minute. Kirby ain't that bright. I guess Kirby's a little brighter than we expected. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Wall. Come on, Wall. You won't do it, coward. You won't do it. Are you a light bulb now? I am. This is Kirby Liddy mode. I love his hat. His hat's so cute. You think that he's a, you think he's an LED? I think Kirby's an LED. Maybe he's a, trying to remember the other types. Fluorescent, LED, and then there's one more, right? I remember whenever they introduced fluorescence. Those weird, like, little curvy light bulbs. And they were like, they'll save the world. Then people are like, they'll kill you. And now they're like, they're not as good as LEDs. They don't last very long. Ooh, bonus. Halogen. Oh, is that the standard ones? Nice. Suds, you are the you are the light of this stream's life. Oh my gosh. You're the light of my life, Joshy. How dare. Let's get it. Hang on. Boing, no light bulb. Lightless. Maidenless voyage. Kill him.
Yes, kill him. Do it.
What am I supposed to do? What do I do, Ma? What do I do? Oh, I think, do we throw this out here and leave it? We need a Waddle Dee. No, it automatically went. That's Bologna. That's Bologna, dude. How do I reset this? That's not even fair. Oh, the light bulb follows me. How unrealistic. Okay, where's the... Oh, I get another try. Nice. Yeah, all right. No maidens? What is that? What's that face for? Hey, what are you smirking at me for? What's that smirk supposed to mean? Huh? Huh? Am I in trouble? Did I do something wrong? Uh-oh. Yeah. I love his mouth. His mouth being fully open like that is adorable. I wish I had light in my mouth so that whenever I talked, it would make people blink. Closest thing I have to a Megamind face. What? Megamind face? Do we need a Megamind emote? Do I need to draw a Megamind emote? Oh, wait. Oh, the Wildie looked so excited whenever he saw that I was coming to get him. Oh, did you see that? He like started wiggling. He started wiggling with anticipation and joy. Like, yay, please save me. Oh, wait, what was that? Was that a, that looked like a cookie? No, I missed a cookie. Uh-oh. I missed the cookie. The cookie. It was a cookie run. It was a lot of fun. He played a cookie run. The spooky run. It was a spooky dash. It was a big splash. What is this? That's fake? Hashtag fake? Wow. Bait? Excuse me? All it had was 2 green peppers in it? Just had green peppers, that's all. I knew that chest was too good to be true. Alright, when's it gonna pop out, huh? Ooh, look at that! He looks like a ghost from, Ocarina of Time. Boom! Dead. Dead on arrival, DOA. We got him DOA. Whack. This place is really cool. I love the colors. Loving the colors, babes. Oh, it was fake. I didn't even really anticipate that. I just thought it was like kind of suspicious. Just thought that the routing looked suspicious. Like how, what, we just climb a ladder straight up there? Why would I see it so early? Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. meow, 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 meow. Ooh, cake. Yum, 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 yum. Eat 3 of the ghost's hidden snacks. That's a mission? That snack didn't look too hidden to me. I think that they gotta work on their hiding game. Yeah, the left one's fake. I'm expecting, I want it to fall down because there might be something behind it. Nice. And there was, it's a vending machine. Finally, we can become a rectangle. Finally, vending. I can shoot Kohi and Sody Pop at my friends. They did a terrible job of hiding that snack. They did. They deserve it. Listen, if you don't know how to hide your snack, it deserves to be taken. Oh, you can just break them. That's cool. That's why I never brought food to work, because you can't. I mean, I brought it to work, but I hid it properly. That's what matters. All right, where's the rest of the hidden food? There's one more snack somewhere. Now, if I was an enemy, where would I hide my snack? It's fun. I love all of the mouthful modes so far have been pretty fun. I'm trying to think of the worst one. I mean, the cone is like, the cone feels very much like a utility. It doesn't feel like a really deep, interesting moveset or anything. It just feels like it's it just does stuff. Look how sad they are. Where's the snack? Aw, looks like the snack was in the chat all along. Y'all guys. Oh, look, he's excited. He's excited. He's like, yeah, come on. I got you. DoorDash is here. Nice. What's for dinner? Amelia, this area feels feverish. It is a little bit. Thankfully, we're out. It is, I'm glad that the levels are pretty short. I mentioned that earlier, is that the levels are, they're short enough to not overstay their welcome, but they're long enough to have like proper exploration to do. It's a pretty good middle of the road. You got cookies? Cookies from DoorDash? Cookies for dinner? Sounds like I need a message, Rosera, about your dinner. Whoopee! You just got Papa John's? Ooh, Papa John's. PapaJohns.com. I do love a pizza. Pizza. See you later. See you later, little Waddle Dees. Ah, we're unlocking more options for stars. I don't feel like upgrading my, I feel like we could maybe we'll beat this area. Maybe we'll beat this boss. And then we would have done 3 areas or 2. I feel like we're getting through this game really fast. I'm about to dash to your door. Hey, wait a second. That's not what DoorDash means. DoorDash don't mean dashing to somebody's door to take their food. It would be really funny if like a streamer was getting DoorDash and the DoorDasher was like watching their stream and they didn't realize. Let's go. All right. Why in my adult life have I never DoorDashed cookies for dinner? Brilliant indeed. It is quite modern. Very modern. Ooh. Nighttime circus. Oh! Nighttime circus, it's so pretty. Have you seen those Twitch DoorDash ads? I have. I really cringe whenever ads are catering to streamers. It's really yucky. I never, ever, ever like it.
Whoa, this sandwich is puggers. Whoa, wait, is that famous streamer that I like watching? Whoa. Looks like you need to dash over to our app right now. The best strats for getting food.
Wait, my DoorDasher is in my game? Dude, if a DoorDasher was in the game, they'd be a companion, because DoorDashers are the homies. Don't get me wrong. The DoorDashers, I love them. It's just DoorDash itself. Oh, there's another duckling. Another duckling. duckling. Are we supposed to help him? Where's the goose? Where's the goose mama? We have to make the little ducklings walk across all of these dangerous areas. Come on, little duckies. Oh, little ducky poo. Oh, there's a sleeping Kirby over there. Oh my gosh, I love that thing. No, ducks, be careful. What did y'all just do? Stop running up. Don't run into the track. You maniac, stop it. I don't want to kill that cute little baby. Oh, he died. He's so cute. I don't want to get rid of the sleeping Kirby thing. He looks like a friend. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need like 2 more, I think. Duckies. Aw. Yeah, 2 more. I missed 2 ducks. They were probably earlier. I didn't realize that there were ducks until a little bit later. Oh, there's one here, but there's probably one like right at the beginning. Let's take a look. Oh, that's actually a pretty good like first duck spot. Yeah, I think that is the first duck. So I truly missed a duck. Find that last one. That last one. Where the duck's sitting? The duck's sitting on a bench somewhere. Could be past the duck mom as well. Come on, little ducky.
Oh, that's just ducky.
Get out of here. You're scaring my ducklings. Come on, little duckling. Don't worry. Oh, it's probably back here. Nice. There they are. Get out of here, you stupid old rabbit. Listen, I normally love rabbits, but if you're gonna mess with my ducklings... Milk! Yay! Formula. Kirby loves formula. Aww. They're so happy! They did it twice! I love the duck side quest. Duck side quest is adorable. Look at this game teaching you that you can stand up there by putting a coin there. You didn't have to do it twice. That's awfully generous, Nintendo. You don't gotta give me all that. Look at that duck. Boing. Waddle this. Waddle this guy home. Come on now. What'll you do without me? Alright, we're just gonna leave. I don't care to kill that rabbit. Listen, I'm not that vindictive. I ain't that vindictive now. What's up with these platforms? Anything unique about them? The fact that I just got wrecked and fell into the tar pit. Okay, come here. Delicious. Delicious. The dishes. Delicious. Go away. Oh, I barely hit him. Oh, he turned into a beholder. Yeah, let's do this. This is a great ability. Oh, you don't have to slurp it in. It's just it's a grab and go. See, do you like need this? I think that this might be a required. This is what I've been afraid of, is that sometimes there's like a required power up, which is frightening. Frightening to think about. Whee! Oh, someone littered. Someone literally littered. Wrecked him. It nearly killed him. Ooh. Wrecked. Get up there. Come on, Kirby.
Come on, Kirby, you can do it.
Go, Kirby. Go, Kirby. Stop stepping in the mud. It's so dirty and you'll ruin your best trousers. You're ruining your sweet shoes. You paid so much for those shoes, Kirby. You should take good care of them. Oh, that didn't work. I don't quite get how this power-up works. It's supposed to like... Oh yeah, that works. All right. That looks like a Skyrim thing. Like some Skyrim dungeons, the entrance looks a lot like that. What's with this big crack? Hey. Yeah, a tomb. See, Electro Jack, you know. I thought that y'all would call me crazy. I thought y'all would call me crazy and say, how does anything in this game look like Skyrim? But Electro Jack knew. Shortcut. Seems like cheating. I love it. Any cheaters? It's inappropriate. Any cheaters? Dang. He's so fast. How'd he do it? How'd he do it? They said it couldn't be done. He said it couldn't be done. But he did it first try. My God.
My God, Kirby, what have you done? You've saved every Waddle Dee. The village has returned.
He said, hi. Come on, Kerbo. Go, Kirby, get in the robot. Your dad loves you. Get in the robot. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to jump first. Oh, yeah, jumping. That's a mechanic.
My favorite Kirby mechanic is jumping.
Watch this.
Coming in. Look out. Kirby from above. Bonk.
Does he love me? Jack.
How could Kirby not love you?
Kirby loves you very much. Kirby loves you very much, but you should still ask to kiss him. Whoa. Stay away, Molly. Oh, Molly. Kirby has so many forms. I know. How you doing, KP? This game's got so many Kirby versions. Man, the new Kirby updates are looking great. Kirby can turn into anything. Kirby turned into a vending machine a minute ago. I saw it. He did it. He had cans of pop in him. All right, I like this. This one's really, really useful.
Ah, look at that frame rate. Well. If it isn't old Mr. Low Frame Rate.
What are you doing here? Ooh, we get to be a Kirby balloon. We're gonna be a Kirby water balloon again. Ow! A whole 10 frames. It's a Microsoft slideshow. Finally, a PowerPoint presentation in my Nintendo game. I might actually buy this game. You really like the demo? It's been really fun so far, Jedi. I said this earlier, but the only thing I'm concerned about is content right now. Like, how many levels are there? How long will this take to beat? Because the game is super fun. Oh, we gotta use other items. The water itself does not break the items. Oh, that one looks good. Have you ever been to Crumble? I have not. Is that a bakery or something? It sounds like some kind of uppity bakery. That sounds good. Noise. Yeah, I do kind of like this mechanic where he can't do it with the water. He has to hit another object into it. That's kind of fun. Oh, they make cookies. No. I've never tried that before. I haven't even tried American cookie. I don't think I've eaten many fancy cookies. They have oatmeal iced cookie. Oh my God, oatmeal iced? Hang on, that's a lot. That is a lot to take in at a time. I do love oatmeal cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies, but holy moly, iced? Is that not too much? That's crazy. Kirby, more like what? More like what? Why'd you spell Kirby with a C? What do you mean? Oh. What do you mean? Like a curb? Oh, there's no point in going down there. What is this? Oh my God. Curvy? Oh, Kirby. I get it. Yeah, he does have quite the dumpy whenever he turns into a car. The clap of his car cheeks. I don't know. The clap of his fender. It's alerting all the guards, alerting all the Waddle Dees. Meow, meow, meow. Got him. It's just enough, and they serve it warm. Oh no, I'm gonna be so sad when it's gone at the end of the week. Oh, it's a temporary offering. A temporary offering to the goat gods. Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, there was something else like that. Like, whenever I was a kid, there used to be Skittles gum. Did y'all ever try Skittles gum? I was obsessed. I spent all of my extra money on Skittles gum, and I would swallow it even though I wasn't supposed to eat it. What was another temporary offering? Another really good offering was Sonic used to have, they used to have pretzel loaves for their burgers. They had like a pretzel burger. That was not nearly as good as another pretzel product though, which was the pretzel crust at Little Caesars. That's the only Little Caesars that I would eat. It was so good. The pretzel crust Little Caesars actually like redeemed their garbage cardboard pizza. Kirby lit from the bottom, kind of spooky. Oh, you did? So you've heard of this. You've heard of this. We talking about cookies again? Oh, what? What do you mean again? Keep the raisin out of my cookies. You know what? Yum, yum. Yum, yum. I already had some for breakfast. You don't mind raisins like that? What? You just don't like them and stuff? I mean, obviously, all taste is legitimate. You don't like them when they get partially rehydrated? I used to. When I was a kid, okay, you just reactivated a memory. When I was a kid, I used to take raisins and I would put them in a bowl of water at night. And the next day they would have soaked up a bunch of the water and I ate them like that. I would keep them overnight in a little bowl of water so that they would rehydrate and turn into pseudo grapes. They're really good. I'd do it right now. I'll do it. You want to see me do the Kirby clear dance? I'm not even sure if a human can do that dance. Maybe I could look up somebody, doing the dance, and maybe I could try it. Sir Kibble? What? Is he a dog? Why is the dog man not called Sir Kibble? Trying to turn them back into grapes? That's because grapes are better than raisins. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I love raisins, but grapes are superior. Watch the Waddle Dees, they just wail on this wall. I love their animations. There's so many of them and they look so squishy. They look like you could eat them. They're so cute. This game is so adorable. Everything looks so squishy and soft. Squishy and soft. Yay. I wonder how big this world is. That would be really easy to look up. Let's head back to town. Shut up. Go tell me what to do. Wandera remains. Okay, so we don't know how many worlds there are. Does anybody know how many worlds there are? Did not mean to do that. But you can like teleport straight to any stage. That's kind of cool. You don't enter the stage. 6 out of 9. Nice. 4 out of 20. Danger under the big top. Oh, I just haven't done that yet. Okay. Let's go home really quick. Return. M&M or Reese's Sonic Blast. Huh? Oh, I'm allergic to both. Yeah, I am allergic to milk, so I can't have any blasts. If I went to Sonic right now, I would get the same thing that I've gotten for literally like years. Years and years and years. Ever since I was like 15, I've gotten this slush almost every single time I've gone there. Which is the real fruit strawberry slush. It's so good. It's so good and it's still delicious. It's just a strawberry slush, but with real strawberries in it. It's so tasty. The Route 44 version has 200 grams of sugar in it. I'm pretty sure that it has probably put some people into the hospital, but I will suck down that delicious strawberry slush like it's nothing. Let's get some gacha. Come on now, free gacha. We do love gacha. Come on, Kirby's thriving.
Boy.
You think you're slightly lactose intolerant, but you love dairy. Yeah, lactose intolerant is one thing. I have a lot of friends that are lactose intolerant. They still get up to some serious milk-related mischief. Gordo bar, that's new. Can we get some freshies? Freshies. Oh, is that new? Hey, nice. New. Needle. Ouch. Careful with those spikes. Jab enemies in place or pick them up by rolling around. Nab a whole bunch of them together, then launch them all off at once. I am struggling to read. And launch them off all at once. Okay, that's what it was, is launch them. I thought it was launch them all off at once. That's a little bit backwards. Your husband's a diabetic, so that would kill him. That is not good. Best avoided. 200 grams of sugar, that does sound like a lethal dose. That's way too much. Yeah, I remember my granddad was diabetic, and I remember him like having to get like sugar-free candy all the time, having to watch everything. Ooh, same one though. I kind of want to get like a new cute one. I want to get one that's actually cute. None of these have been cute yet. We do have a lot of money. I feel like we'll be able to use our money on something else, but I really, really want to get a cute item. What is this? This is like a diorama. Bolted storage mouth Kirby. Wow, they really turned that into a figurine. When are they going to release the amiibo of this? This is my favorite Kirby. Kirby gained the mysterious mouthful mode ability after he flew through the vortex. Now he can stuff an entire set of lockers into his mouth. This one won't budge. Wiggle, 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 and whoa! He just took a whole chunk of that wall down. Use this to find hidden routes that you didn't know about. Great. Gambling Kirby, yeah! Marie, we got it, we're gambling. Gambling. A rambling, gambling Kirby. When Kirby doesn't know what to do, he rides up to the Choctaw Casino. Kirby's been seen at Vegas many times, gambling away his earnings. If you see Kirby on the street, toss a coin to your favorite little pink pal. He could sure use it. Ooh, what is this? Kirby commits property damage, and they're commercializing it. Whenever Kirby breaks the law, it's okay. But don't forget, if you break the law, you're gonna go to prison. Oh, what? Oops, I just saw you start your game. What are you doing here? Also, you can't see this message at all. I need to fix my, I'm gonna remove stream elements, I swear. Just a quick, hello! Oi. Oats, did you just wake up? How are you doing? Oi. Enjoy your stream. Much love to Oapsty. Wild Frosty, the mysterious vortex brought Mr. Frosty to the New World too. He arrived shortly before Kirby and immediately joined the Beast Pact. The change in wardrobe must have made it an easy choice. It's tough to be the new guy, but his fellow beasts love working with him. Why do they make this work zone sound so like wholesome? Don't make it sound wholesome to be a monster. All the monsters really get along and have lots of fun hanging out around the cooler after being killed by Kirby. Oops, I meant to say step on me, Kirby. What? I can't believe that you would say that in my chat, Oops. Please, get out of here. What are you doing with this step on me, Kirby? Kirby doesn't have toes. You can't be stepped on if it doesn't have toes. Wow, it doesn't have toes in this version. Oh, wait. Did I send you that picture? Oops, did I send you that picture? Surely I did. Didn't I? Did I? Oh, I didn't. There it is. Yeah, check your Discord. I drew that just for you. Thank you. Okay, now that one was grosser. Okay, that was a gross taste. I should not have eaten those raisins. I regret everything. Those raisins are too sweet. They ruined my claw. You ruined my groove. I wonder how many more of there. Oh, well, there's a new one. How many more? Imagine Kirby with toe shoes. Oh, I used to think those were so cool. I used to want those so bad. Yeah, the toe shoes are the, what are they called? What are those toe shoes called where you can see people's toes? Also, we're 17% done with the game. Okay, that explains it. Also, there's 2 difficulties. We're obviously playing on the hard one because this game easy. Ooh, the Cappy's kind of cute. Cappy's kind of cute. We might put them on the sandals. No. They're called Skeletos. That's what they are. Called Skeletos. They're like they're said to be like for like being around the pool or going to the beach, and they have like they're full shoes, like they cover your foot, but it has defined toes. Like it's basically like a glove for your feet. It's like a foot glove, but like it has hard plastic on the bottom. They have shoes like toes, like toe socks. What? Yeah. Oi. Let me see. What's with the delayed hello for Obst? Oh, did you step away for a second? Then all of a sudden, poof. Obst spawns behind you. Obst teleports behind you. Oh my wa mo shinderu. Some are for running like that. What? Delayed hi, Obst. Hi! You have some Vibrams with toesies. You're opening your mail. Nice. What we get? Please not the teleport. Oh my wa. Oh my. Oh my. Momotaro. I think that this boy deserves to be displayed. The figure has been put away. What? Okay, that guy's pretty cute. Okay, we need to pick the cutest figures. They're so small. They're so small. It is so hard to see the little figures on the shelf over there. Look at the shelf filled with a beautiful... What? Oh, hi there, Rappo. Hello, Mr. Eevee Onesie. Excuse me? I'm not wearing a onesie. How are you doing? What's up? Yo, were you here? Was the last time that you were here I was wearing a onesie? Wearing a onesie? Is that true? Choose the doggo? Yeah, Kirby's got to go. Kirby doesn't have a figure of himself. Kirby wouldn't have a figure of himself. Oh, you going to bed, Calico?
I have fallen asleep. I think I'll go to my real bed. Love you. Hi, bye, Obst.
Love you too. Hey, Callie, rest up. Much love too. Callie. Callie. Only the cutest of Curbs can make the shelf. If there was one of those sleeping Curbs, I would do that, dude. Playing Let's Go Eevee? Well, welcome back, Rappo. It's good to see you. We've been playing some Elden Ring recently. We've played like just a little touch of Stardew Valley. What else have we been playing? I don't remember, but we just started this game because it just came out today. But yeah, it's been a minute, I guess. We played some Arceus while it was still relevant. Ooh, who else is cute? But yeah, this game has been great so far. It came out today. Technically last night, but it's very, very, very good.
Did I miss a blueprint? How do you do, Kirby? Would you like to hear the latest info? The blueprint for the Crash Evolution. Okay, whatever. The House of Horrors, whatever. Leave me alone now.
No, I would not like to hear more. Thank you, sir. I think that we're going to do, like, maybe a couple more levels. Maybe a couple more. Oh, yeah. Wait a second. We got 41 out of 79. I wonder if you can catch all of these through the gacha machine, or if some of these are exclusive. You'll discover where you can earn this figure by rebuilding more of Waddle Dee Town. Okay, so there's... So it's kind of hard to tell, but there's a subtle difference between these question marks. You can earn this figure by clearing the Frenzy Gig. What? Doing the Frenzy Gig is something? Rebuild more. These are... Wait, what? You can earn it by listening to a lot of Wise Waddle Dee. How far am I in the game? I think I'm like almost 20% through. Yeah, I'm at 17%. Some are found in the levels. Oh yeah, some are definitely found there, Joshy. Some are definitely in the levels, but not sure if they're required. I'm guessing there's some that are required, so it's probably better to... Nezumi, what's up? How are you doing? Nezumi des. How are you doing? You having a great day? We're chilling, playing this new, I almost said Pokemon game. We're playing the new Curbs game. Let's go. I think we're gonna, let's fight this big boss. Let's fight the boss. Come on, boss.
Danger under the big top.
Looks like it's a lion. Looks like we're gonna be fighting a lion, and I'm feeling as hungry as a wolf. So I guess this is a... Is that a witch? What is that? Is that a pumpkin man? Pumpkin man, take me by the hand. Take me to the... Oh no, it is a cat! Oh, I remember seeing this in the trailer. Yeah, it's a furry. Oh no. You have to kill a furry. I'm sorry, it's required. It's required. We have to kill this Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic up here. Maybe, can I finish my claw before this? This claw is really gross now that I've had raisins. Ugh. Ugh. It was so good at first. Ah. Ah. Ugh. All right. Whew. Yuck. Yeah, that's definitely worse than a normal claw. Ah! My eyes! My Kirby eyes! Mama? What? Mama! Clawline? Oh my god. Clawline. Clawline kind of suspicious. Have you had too much claw? It just tastes gross, that's all. It's just yucky. Oh, I'm expecting there to be a roll. This boss fight actually really did make me go back to Elden Ring mode. I was pressing the B button to try to dodge roll. I was trying to dodge roll in Kirby. See, I just tried to do it again. Feels like I should be able to. Stop, babe. Babe, stop. All the boss fights have been easiest with these things. Actually, I might die. I'm surprised that this boss fight's actually gonna get me. I kinda don't understand. I guess all you can do is just run around. Whoa, she mad. Oh, she about to die. Whoa. Yeah, basically moving left and right is the only thing you can do in these boss fights. Madam. Am I supposed to shoot these back? Oh, I eat them. I don't actually want them, though. It's much easier to just slurp up these stars and shoot them. I don't want a sword. Oh, no, I should have been walking. Should have been walking. Oh, ta-da! What? How'd she hit me? I was running around. I was doing the one thing that you can do in these boss fights. You can only run and jump. Oh no, I made a mistake. Well, I might actually die. I'm impressed. Just kidding around. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Aw, I hate that it takes away my star opportunity. I want to be the star of the show. 3? Oh no, I want to win. Ah, I want to win. Ah, we actually died once. I should have taken that boss fight a little bit more seriously from the beginning. Hey, Kirby, didn't you pick up a blueprint? Oof. Oof. We actually died in the kids' game. I actually died in the kids' game. How embarrassing. My career. Well, looks like I can't be a streamer anymore. Died in a Kirby game. Coraline killed me. I used to have a friend named Caroline whenever I was younger. She was annoying. Oop, hope she's not watching. Here we go. Good up it. Good up it. Oh, Stay away now. Wow. Ah! I always forget about that. Ah! No, I didn't even get to hit you. Ah! Dang it. Oh no, our Kirby. He's failing. This is so hard. What the heck? Ah! I hate. Please stop. Babe, please stop. Babe, honey, sorry. Mommy, sorry. I was too close. Ooh. Oh, that's too bad. This boss must be cheating. Cheating. Kids games are hard. I know, right? Just look forward to my Parappa. What is it called? It's the what is that Parappa the Rappa game? Maybe you want the sword? Nah, sword's even harder because you have to stay closer to them. This is where I saw my parents die, Parappa. This is where I saw my parents die. Oof, oof. Yeah, what's that called? Friday Night Funkin'. That's a hard kids game. Oof. Bonk. What are you gonna do now? What's your next trick? For my next trick, I'll kill you. Bonk. Bonk. Nice. Elden Ring is for kids? Yeah, really messed up kids.
Elden Ring is for the cool kids. Cool kids only. That's right, why it's rated C for cool kids.
This is where I watch my parents die, Parappa. There you go. It only took 2 tries. It only took 2 tries. You love Parappa the Rappa, the first game that you played on the PS1 every day. LOL, you gotta believe I was playing that every day. We defeated it without hovering. That's an ability. We did it. Oh, look how happy Waddle Dee is. He says, let us free. Please, for God's sake. I'll do it. Let him out. Wow! Adorable. We cleared the stage. Defeated without hovering. Hit high up. Oh, you can use abilities while you're on the ground to shoot her while she's in the air. Well, that would have made it easier, wouldn't it have? Yeah. I'm zombie food. Look at all that dancing. Look at all that dancing in the chat. Oh, yeah, Kirby can fly. I forgot about that. Wait a minute. Did you say Kirby hovers? Kirby would make the worst helicopter parent ever. He could just like follow them to school. He could always be a little bit higher than they could see. Also, we unlocked an arena. What is that? Oh, this might be for boss fights. The Waddle Dee town has grown even. Oh, we got a new gacha machine. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, daddy. Oh, family. Oh, I was older. I eat in high school when it came out. Oh, you were in high school whenever it came out? The Coliseum is now open for battle. Fight bosses and rivals that you faced in the past to win glorious prizes. Including Metal Knight. What is Metal Knight doing in this game?
Ugh. Kirby, catch me outside. How about that?
He's like Batman mixed with, he's Batman and Shadow the Hedgehog mixed together.
Ugh.
He should be voiced with a corpse voice, but I can't do a corpse voice, so. Oh, look at that. It's 180, 145 for those. It's so strange that they don't re-health you instantly whenever you're done. It's kind of strange. Meta Knight's one of your favorite Smash characters? For a second, I thought that was a joke. I thought it was a joke because I thought that it was just like, haha, it's a Smash character, but of course it isn't one. But he actually is in Smash. Observation Tower, ooh. The frame rate, oh my god. These guys, it looks like we're playing RuneScape. Looks like RuneScape on a potato PC trying to play RuneScape on a toaster. Oh my gosh, this is what my PC used to look like whenever I was a kid trying to play the Pac-Man 3D Adventure World game. Oh my gracious. Okay, I love how the frame rate like gradually gets more as they get closer. It's so funny. Oh, this is a seat. Kirby's literally like, he's burning up red because he's gonna die, but he's still happy. He's still patiently awaiting his lunch. I'm sorry, Kirby. I'll give you your lunch. I thought that there was a free tomato in town. Is that only there sometimes? I thought it was like a permanent free tomato. Where's my free tomato? Hey Kirby, do we have any new present codes? I don't know. I don't think we do. I don't think we have any presents to reveal. Yeah, Marie, it's really funny. It's really funny. This engine's kind of a mess. It's the same with Arceus. Arceus and this game both have weird frame rate things. They choose to lower the frame rate to make the background less detailed. It's very odd. Okay, so this is the second one. I want to see what the pages look like whenever you have two different things. The animal sand sculpture. I destroyed one of those. I'm sorry. Look at that. They're on completely different tabs. That's so cool. And it's got a total figure count at the top. Well, I definitely want to focus on number one. I don't see any benefit in going for set number 2 whenever I haven't finished. Oh, it also scrolls over. That is super cool. This is very satisfying. Okay, now I don't feel so bad about getting some of these bad boys. Yeah, it just scrolls over. It's just more. This is a cup of juice. A couple of juice. Juice. You started watching the stream because you were waiting to call somebody, but it's been 10 minutes. And he still hasn't said he's ready to call. Is it on Discord? Nazmi, it do be like that. It do be like that sometimes. I know that I've had to, unfortunately, like, put people off because I had to do some, like, real life things. I don't know. Have hope that it's for a good reason, that they can't help. Try not to take things like that personally, because you don't know what people are doing. They might have had something unexpected pop up, or maybe they didn't realize that the time had gone by. Monkey. He looks great. What a happy little ape. What? What? Happy? This is like whenever Buzz says this in Toy Story 1, he says, oh, what, that happy child? Whenever they're talking about Sid, he's like, that's Sid. Oh, the happy child? Happy? He kills toys just for fun. What a happy little ape. Smile and dance, Mookie. Watch him swing and throw his little hammer around. You can tell he's happy to see you. Just look at that smile. Huh? That's not a smile? He's trying to scare us? Well, it's working now. Yikes. He looks like Donkey Kong. Thank you, Jedi. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. He's bigger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first seal in the DK crew. Oh, it's your boyfriend? Oh no. Nazari. It still applies. I'm sure they just lost track. I know that there's been a few times that I was like, I'll call you Opes. Oh, you miss him. That's so sweet. Nesme, I hope y'all can call tonight. That's so sweet. I totally relate. I already miss Opes. Oi. We haven't called in like 2 days. Babe. The Balloon Meister, that's his real name. Balloon Meister loves to do tricks. No one knows where he learned them. Perhaps it's hereditary. I wish I could keep a straight face for things like this. No one knows where he learned them. Perhaps it's hereditary. Whatever it is, the tricks are fun. Just don't let the ball touch you. Try to inhale it instead and get the bomb ability. Hey, wait! Where did it get that ball? What is this implying? What is the implication, Nintendo? What? Who did the localization of this game? What is that supposed to mean? What are you implying? No, please, do go on. Do go on. I'm interested. Boating ringmouth Kirby. Kirby gained the mysterious mouthful mode ability when he flew out of the vortex. Now he can stuff an entire metal ring into his mouth and use it for boating. Use blasts of air to move your boat and slam into enemies. You can even bust through cracked walls. I don't understand what it means by an entire metal ring. That's such a general term. Like, real normal humans can fit metal rings in their mouth. What does that mean? There's no standard size of a metal ring. Bulk standard metal ring. He can stick a whole Elden Ring in his mouth. What do we got here? Digga. God. For... I don't want to read this. And then mouthful, and then the mouthful right after. Gulp. Yeah, the mouthful ones are really weird because they start with the exact same text every time. What we got here? Is it a top lip or a mustache? What? On the monkey? Does the monkey have some like mustachio? I mustache you a question, but I'll save it for later. This guy? I don't see a mustache. That's a lip. That's not a mustache. That's a lip. That's his lip curled up in a grimace. That's why I was saying that he's not smiling. He's grimacing. He's a literal monster. He's frightening. Scared me. Oh yeah, there's probably some. Yeah, there's some special ones. It says this figure will be added to the gotcha machine. The gotcha machine. After you evolve the crash ability. So, all right. So some of these are for evolves. That's interesting. And there's none at the end. So the first set has Waddle Dee Village upgrade that you have to do. This one has ability upgrades that you have to do. That's interesting. Interesting. Omoshiroides. Omoshiroi. But I think that we're gonna call it a night. It's like 9:50. When did we start streaming? I've been playing this game for like 5.5 hours. This has been really good. This is a really good game so far. I want to take a look at the world map really quick. It's been some good stuff. Yo, this has been a crazy stream. I've had so much fun. Tonight has been so much fun. Brand new game. I got to see like a ton of people came to say hi, including streamers that I love watching. And also some people like tuning in that haven't tuned in for a long time that I got to say hi to. This has been awesome. It's been a good freaking stream. Northeast Frost Street. Ooh. All right, so the ice area is next. We'll play this tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. It was lots of fun. I'm glad that you were here, Alchemic. Glad you were here. What fun, what fun. It's been a great hangout. Yeah, it's been lots of fun. Did you know that you could play 2-player for the entire game? Yeah, I think it might also be online multiplayer too. I'm not sure. No, never mind. No freaking online. That's typical Nintendo nonsense. Yeah, we might play whenever Opsty visits. We might play a little bit. Of this. I've really been thinking about how fun it would be to do like what's it called? Like You Laugh, You Lose whenever Opes comes over. That would be really fun to do as like a YouTube video. I'm kind of really tempted to do that. Of doing a You Laugh, You Lose segment or making like a YouTube video or something. Doing it live. We could do it live and see how many times we laugh. That'd be pretty fun. And I could chop it up and edit it into a YouTube video. That'd be pretty fun. Yeah, it was a great hangout. I'm so glad that y'all all hung out. We even got a little bit litty at the end. A little bit litty. A little litty. Let me, I'm gonna switch screens real quick. I just need to switch this over because I can't see all my desktop like this. I really need to figure out a better way to manage my screen, but I'm working on it. Shiny, you're still here. Yay, Shiny, much love. Much love to Shiny. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the streamies. It's not quite Elden Ring, but you know, it's pretty close. It's Rips. Oh, Ripsy's offline. Oh, I was watching Ripsy. I was watching Ripsy before the stream, but they are long gone. They are long gone, baby. Of course I am. Shiny. Much love. Much love. We love Shiny. Bradder, it's been so nice to hang out with you. Hey, we should play more games. Monster, you made it to the end. Hey, Peps, what's up? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Peps, are you free for the weekend? You got any plans? Got any plans? Anybody got some fun things that we're gonna do this weekend? Peps, what's the plan? Come on, you told me that you had a plan. I already did this bit earlier, but Peps didn't hear it. Okay. Let's see who's online right now. I'm actually gonna be rating somebody and saying hello. I think we're gonna go say hello to one of my friends. Let's see here. Ooh, Kodak Zach's playing the same game. I see the Crane couple. It says new Kirby game, full playthrough. What? Full playthrough right now? Shucks. Spoilers. No spoilers. Yeah, let's. Oh, you're with friends. Hi there, Peps friends. Hi there. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit. This surge hit like a brick. Holy moly! It's so silly. So silly that it hit so hard, but it kind of did. It kind of did though. You've been just here
Lurking, yes. Pink monster in the background. Lurking, watching. Listening. Perfect. Yes, Big Monster, do as you please. Let us see who is online right now that's not playing the Kirby game.
We could go say hi to Wafer. Did Wafer just start? Wafer's playing Mario Party. Is he playing Mario Party with friends? Yeah, one surge for the night. That's what I'm saying. I'm done. I'm done. An ad? Heck yeah. Friends?
In the flesh? How does it feel? How does it feel to have friends?
It sounds nice. I'll tell me how it is. Just kidding. I have a few real life friends that I've been able to reconnect with after the COVID panini. I mean, the panini's still going on, but I mean, like after the serious lockdown. Yo, we dancing. Look at all the dancing. What are y'all dancing for? Oh my God. Dance it up. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, Wafer's playing with friends. With frenzies. I don't normally raid people that are playing with friends because it's actually kind of hard to like introduce people into the chat whenever you have friends that you're playing with. So we'll raid Wafer whenever he's playing alone so that he can like give y'all all the attention that y'all deserve. And he'll love to give it too. Let me see. We could go say hi to. Why does everybody that I know is like playing? Everybody here is like Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, or Kirby. Let me see. Oh, we could raid Kodak Zach. Well, we could try something new. Does anybody have any raid suggestions? I don't normally take raid suggestions live, but I take it right now if somebody knows like a wholesome streamer or like a cool person. Opes is playing AC. I don't want to raid Opes. Opes is my boyfriend. I don't want to just turn this into a, oh, well, you know where we're going next. It's Opes. Look, you know that I love Opes, and I'm going straight over to his chat immediately, but in 4K. What's in 4K? What's in 4K? Wait a minute. Let's see. All my suggestions are music or Kirby. I know. You're totally right. Everyone's playing Kirby. Everyone's playing Kirby. We rated him last time too. Exactly. And y'all all know Opst. I talk about Opst all the time. That's a good bean. We go say hi to Super Antlers. Is he still on? Super Antlers is a nice guy. I've played some Phasma with this guy. Yeah. Antlers is online. I wonder if he's still gonna play. We could also go say hi to Shalleluja, but he's playing Marvel Strike Force. I've never heard of that. Yo, it says he's on his BRB screen. We'd have to wait for a second. To say hi to Super Antlers. Oh, I see BB is playing. I've never met BB, but I'm pretty sure that is 8th Recluse's girlfriend. pretty sure. But she's playing Kirby. I need to give her a follow. I'm gonna just put that as a tab. I need to follow BB for later. And we'll raid her sometime that she's not playing the exact same game as us. Because we'll definitely say hi to BB. She seems like a really nice bean. I mean, if it's Eighth's girlfriend, yeah, I would assume that they're a nice person. Eighth is a good bean too. Yeah, okay, Super Antlers is back. Let's go say hi to Super Antlers. He's a really sweet British guy. I mistakenly called him Australian before because I couldn't remember his accent. If I had heard his accent at the time, I would have said that it's British. Okay, we're gonna say, what time is it in Australia? Oh, it was you who did that. Yeah, I called him Australian because I just forgot. What time is it in Australia? That's what we're gonna say as a raid. He's a really sweet guy. He's really funny. He is. I mean, like, I don't feel like I'm gonna give this warning very often. So like, just accept this as a warning. Like, just this time, he does curse, but who cares? I just choose not to. Who cares? Nobody, probably. If you're ever part of a raid, you know, who knows where you're gonna go. So we're gonna go say hi to him. He's super sweet, and he's playing. It looks like he's doing like an anniversary stream or something. 4K Twitch anniversary. He's a very funny guy. Let's go say hi to him. He'll think that this is offensive and funny because he's British. He's definitely British. But I accidentally called him Australian. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was so much fun. Thank you so much for vibing with me playing this Kirby game. It was so nice to see all of y'all. We met some new people. We got to hang out with some extra cool people. It's been a great time, and I'm looking forward to playing more of this tomorrow. Hopefully. Super Ant. Is there like a... Okay, there we go. He's playing some Mario Kart, by the way. You're his hot cousin. What? I'm his cousin? Didn't even know that. That's incredible. What time is it in Australia? I'm so glad that we're cousins now. That's great. Hey, thanks for being here. Thank you so much, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Jedi Aurora was hanging out with us too. Thank you, Jedi, for watching over the chat. Thank you so much, Linz, who was also here. Die, we miss dearly. Another mod. Thank you so much. All four of y'all are incredible. I super appreciate it. Thank you so much to the VIPs that have been here forever, supporting me for like normally at least a year. Thank you so much. Lemonberry, Lupus Stream, the King of Squirrel, Malice Vitterfolk. It was so nice to see you. The Crane couple. They're playing games right now. The Crupple, the Mushroom Gal. Oh yeah, there's no the there. Tayaki P. Peps was here. Shiny. Oh yeah. Blue Skittles still lurking in the background. Thank you again so much for the follow. If you were there. Not the follow, the raid. Thanks for chilling, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful time. Love you all very much. Let's go say hi to Super Antlers, and we'll make a mess in his chat. Hooray! Thanks for being here, Jedi. See you later. Bye-bye, Marie. It was good to see you. See you later, Nesmi. Hope that your boyfriend calls you soon. Pepsi, it was nice to hang out. Bye-bye, Monster. Bye-bye, Zombie Food. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye, Fish Face. All right. Peace. Now get out of here. Thanks for watching the...
Thanks for watching the video, especially appreciate it.